Hi. Hi, cuties.
Always happy to be here and show support.
Welcome back. Thank you for the bell text. Thank you for the fuck. Okay, sorry. I'm just also trying to like make sure my game's right because I always have to change it for our monster hunting streams, which is the last stream that we do before we have our stream on a typical weekday. Oh my goodness, you guys! Okay. I gotta focus. No. Okay, I want to catch one. Please. Okay, we're counting. Oh, wait. Hold on. I got this. I swear I got this. I don't got this. Welcome in, my darlings. How are you? It is so good to see you. I have missed you so much. It always feels like a whole fucking decade has passed since last time that I've seen you. When we've gone from a Wednesday to a Friday. Okay, yellow one counts. I caught that one. I totally caught that one. You cannot refute me. You guys, I just want to let you know, I did see some questions about the song bot. It is working, but it's not announcing what it's queuing up. So, I'm not sure why it's not announcing what it's queuing up. I was looking at it before stream, and I've got the options checked for it to announce what it's queuing up, but it's not doing it. So, I would be very, very happy to fix anything. If your song comes up and you're like, that's not the right one, like at me in the chat and be like, that's not the one, and I'll go fix it. But probably the easiest way to make sure you get exactly what you want, even though I know that the redeem doesn't, it specifically says, don't put the link in, go for it. All right. Firstly, dearest Dustin, thank you so very much for the resub, darling. I so appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I cannot believe it. We've spent 3 years together, darling. I'm so grateful to have you for so long. Thank you so much, dearest Dustin. I so appreciate your amazing support. Thank you for your generosity. Thank you for your support. Thank you for dedication. Thank you so much, dearest Dustin, for everything that you do for me in this community. Thank you, gorgeous. Also, thank you for the power attack. Awesome Ozzy, Valiant Vegeta, Next Vegeta Slice, Jam Slice, Cutie Catta, Yummy Yoki! Oh, it's so good to see you back here, Cutie Catta, Valiant Vegeta, Sweetest Solar, Cutie Catta, Awesome Ozzy, Dearest Dustin, Cutie Catta, Sweetest Striker, and I got everybody in one breath. But now I have to go back and say thank you for my pal hat and stuff. Also, I'll take a swig of that there water for you, terrific me. Welcome on in, how are you? Yummy. Thank you, sweetheart. And thank you for the pal hat, beautiful bubbling. Ah. Thank you for feeding me. Thank you for feeding me, cutie cat. Let me see. Hello, motherfucker, to Valiant Vegeta. Gorgeous Bubbling, thank you for my googly eyes. Thank you for the care package as well, Valiant Vegeta. Yummy. Thank you for the head pat too. I don't know why that scared me so much. Thank you, Storm. Probably because my volume's like cranked up. Pals! Thank you for the power attack. Nita Noggin, welcome on in. Dearest Dustin with 120 streams. That's crazy. Thank you so much, darling. I so appreciate it. Thank you, gorgeous. Absolutely outstanding. And Sweetest So Jazzy, welcome, and thank you for the power attack. Let's see. The purr turned into drowning in the storm. I just realized there was a missed opportunity to name Corn Labyrinth's mazes. How could they fuck that up? How could they fuck that up? That's so good! I love that, Yuki! You know what? That's what we're calling them from now on. I think it's only acceptable. It's only fair. Valiant Vegeta, welcome in. Sweetest Rat, welcome in. Kitty Katha, how are you? Caffeine today? Yes, maybe a little bit. I had a large coffee. It's totally fine. Everything's all good. I had a mocha. It was really, really tasty, and now I'm so ready to go. Thank you for the headband. Amazing. Thank you, thank you. Let me see here. Awesome, Ozzy, welcome on in. Nom, 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 nom. Alec, welcome in. Thank you so much for the lurk, much appreciated. Precious Prime, hi, honey, welcome on in. Magnificent Mana, how are you? It is so good to see you, my darling. Sweetest Storm, hi, how are you? I did not put the bot in timeout, I promise. I'm not sure why he's not saying things, because it says that he's supposed to be saying things. Could be a glitch in the system, but... Radical Rad, welcome on in. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. Sweetest Sir Jazzy, of course, welcome in, Cutie Pie. It's so good to see you. Wonderful Waters, hi. Welcome, welcome. How are you? Lizard, 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 lizard. Lizard! Fuck. Yummy Yuki! Thank you for contributing to the karaoke and movie night and storytelling series. All of them. Thank you so much. And Sweetest Striker, you finally got to perform in class! Fuck! I didn't even get to hear it because I had to leave an hour early because of stream. No! I'm so sorry, Striker. It's okay. I think it's recorded, right? So I can go back and find it. How did it go? I bet it was awesome. I bet you did great. Let's see. Noggin! How are you? It's so good to see you. Amazing Umbra. Some ubbies for you. Yee! Good Umbra. Awesome Ozzy. Some ubbies for you. Yee! Good Ozzy. Let me see. Nix, Metal Sauce Jam Slice. Ubbies? Yes. Good, Nix. How are you? Zella Zella, welcome on in. How are you? Konnichiwa, Tokuina, Tao-chan. I am so happy to be able to join again. Although I make no promises on my durability. Tokuina means skillful, talented. Thank you so much, Yuki. You are Tokuina. Thank you, cutie. But that's okay. You take all of the time that you need, and we will be scheduling a storytelling stream. I'm so excited. That's gonna be awesome. Okay. I'll also need to explain what to do with that, because I'll probably put it on the schedule for, because I want to make sure you guys have enough time for storytelling streams, like to get your stuff ready. But I'll explain how that goes, okay? And then we'll figure out a good time for the storytelling stream. We're gonna be reading a story, like reading all of your stories, stuff you wrote, or stuff you like that is in public domain that is pouch appropriate, for like a whole 6 hours. So it's gonna be awesome. Thank you guys so much for completing the storytelling stream, you guys. That's super exciting. Yes, I will get around to telling you about that. We have a lot of cool stuff to talk about. Nothing bad at all. Like there's never anything bad here, right? Why does it sound like, I feel like when I'm saying that, it sounds like I'm fucking with you. It kind of sounds like I'm like, yeah, you guys, there's like nothing, I mean, there's nothing wrong. Don't worry about it. No, but seriously, we have an art raffle that you guys have earned. We have a bunch of awesome games that the pouch, the community of the pouch, individuals in this community have put out. So I'm gonna teach you how to join those if you haven't yet. And we can talk about when the care package, not the care package, sorry. Thank you for the care package, Incredible Radius. Let me do that real quick. That's clearly on my mind. But no, how the storytelling stream will work. So I'll walk you through all of that, okay? But Yuki, don't worry about your durability, sweetheart. You are welcome to, I'll give you piggyback rides. You don't have to say anything. You can go to sleep, just make sure you're hydrating and stuff. You don't have to type anything. It's giving me warm feelings, just knowing that you're like here at all. So thank you so much for being here, gorgeous. I hope that does mean that you're feeling a lot better too. Zeller, thank you so much for contributing to the storytelling stream challenge, which all of you who just contributed to the storytelling stream in the last like 23 minutes and 11 seconds have just helped to complete it. So I'm super excited. Storytelling streams are one of my absolute favorites. Amazing Uppa! How are you? It's so good to see you. Dearest Dustin, Radical Red, welcome, welcome. Amazing Apparition, welcome. Beautiful Buttplin, how are you? It's so good to see you. Sorry, I'm just scrolling. Jet, hello, Jet. Oh, you're heading out too. Have a good one. Bye-bye, enjoy, friends. Red, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream as well. Radical Radish, welcome on in. How are you doing, darling? It's so good to see you. Sweetest save, lurking like a turking. Lurky turkey, you know what I'm saying there. For those of you who came in a little bit earlier, you know that I was hanging out in Save's stream. You should definitely go check him out. He's live right now. And he's awesome. Let me see here. Fuck, hold on. I gotta scroll. Ooh, chat jumpies. Ooh! Prime, thank you for my penitech. Oop, I scrolled too far. I scrolled too far and too deep. Anybody understand that reference? Very niche Lord of the Rings reference that I definitely did not adapt to being a streamer. Okay. Let me see here. I would talk more about Save, but he's probably gonna come in later, and then I'm gonna talk about him for half an hour. So I'll just do that then. I swear she hasn't got into my monster. Meanwhile, you turn around, cutie cata, and I'm just in the corner like. Perfect headshot. Terrific, Thomas. Thank you for contributing to the Discord movie night, darling. I do appreciate. Beautiful Brennan, welcome on in. How are you? And you just finished another drawing. I'm so excited to see it, sweetie pie. Awesome. You're getting overwhelmed. What's going on, Magnificent Manna? Realm. Hi there, Radical Realm. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. How are you, hon? It's so good to see you. Sweetest TauTassie, thank you for contributing to the storytelling and karaoke and the other one. movie, I think. Lovely Lolbit, welcome in. Thank you for the uppies. Yee, good Lolbit. Omnom, hi there, outstanding Omnom. It's good to see you, darling. Thank you so much for the biddies. Oh, piece of candy. Thank you, thank you. Sweetest Stroika, it went well. We talked about Portal as a reference for my performance. That's so cool. Damn it, I wish I could have been there. This is like literally the first class that I think I've left early, so of course, it would be this one. It would be this one! But I'm so excited to hear it, Strika. Thank you, Omnom, for another, okay, a bazillion, okay. Thank you for 5 bits, 5 bits, 5 bits, 5 bits, 5 more bits. I guess I need to finish my rotting to submit. Yes, please do, sweetest Solar. Yummy, yummy, welcome on in. Abby's for you. Good, yummy. We got a storytelling stream. Gotta find old and make new content. Yes, Umbra, I would love that. I really do appreciate the bits, but could you not spam it over and over, please? Time to find some good SCPs. I'm so down. Let's see. I will be taking things a bit easier today as my head is throbbing a bit. All good, Awesome Aussie. No worries, darling. You're all good. I hope you feel much better in short order. And I'm excited to see the weaponry, beautiful Brennan. Thank you so very much. Yes, please do lurk. Enjoy drawing. Show us what you got when you're all done. Valiant So welcome in. How are you, darling? It's so good to see you. I need to finish my story. That might be an interesting challenge in my current state of mind. I do find myself somewhat more verbose than usual, which funnily enough is also a symptom of concussions. You okay? Do you want to go, like, be observed, please? I'm worried about you now. Let me see. Holy shit, sweetest Sam! Thank you for the 235 stream streak. Genuinely amazing. Thank you so much for 235 streams, darling Seru. That is so fucking sick. Absolutely outstanding. Thank you, darling. And thank you for contributing to the karaoke challenge as well. Sweetest time. Grabby, 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 and abbies. it's done. So you store Jeffrey, welcome on in. How are you? Mine's Moria. That's it! Sweetest Sir Jazzy gets points that don't actually matter because I don't keep track of points because my memory's not good enough. But well done, well done, well done. As long as you don't find Balrog, excellent, Maddie, you also get points. I be well, sorry, little everywhere. I left work and getting food. Oh, that's all good, amazing Umbra, no worries. The cane of raising? Like Kane's chicken? I think I've heard of Kane's chicken. I've never had it. Like that snippet story you posted, Tachan, where you took over Safe House on stream. I should totally like actually try and write a fanfic of me taking over his stream and read it on Storytime stream and then just send him like a whole 5 minutes of me being like, yep, this is my stream now. You would! You would be sitting behind my computer chair and I would be wondering as to why I'm hearing a sniffing sound. Yummy! That's just the sound of me like snorting the monster. Oh, Peter! Precious Peter, thank you so much for a whole entire 7-stream streak. Thank you for a whole week. Thank you so much for watching me for a whole week. I really appreciate it, darling. Thank you, Precious Peter, for the 7 streams. Thank you, darling. Let's see. Just finished the main patch Endwalker in the evening, and now I'm bombarded with quests and behind in roulettes. Oh no, I'm so sorry, Mana. But at the same time, congrats on finishing that main patch. Do you feel like a weight has been lifted off of your shoulders? I see! Hi, Incredible Icy, how are you? Just stopping by to say hello, Tal. Hope you're having an amazing, beautiful day, and I hope you have the best stream. Might be back later. It would be an honor to welcome you back later. Amazing Icy, but welcome for now, and have a good one until we see you again. Let me see. Cutie Coolcan, thank you for contributing to the Discord movie night. I do appreciate it. Yummy! Thank you so much for the 10-stream streak, darling. Super appreciate that as well. Amazing work. Thank you for 10 whole streams, darling. And thank you for the care package, Cutie Kiloru. Welcome on in. Yummy. Tao is like my streak. 10 out of 10. Oh. That's actually very clever. I like that very much, Yummy. Well done. Hi, how is everything? Cutie cool. Things are going great, darling. How are you? Let me see here. Gorgeous Grim, welcome. How are you? Whose line style points? Yeah, let's go. I would love to host something like that, but I am not clever enough to like banter with people. My improv skills are like pretty bad. Here's that points don't matter because this is whose line is it anyway? Welcome to the game show where the points don't matter, and I forgot the other first half of that. Sorry, my bad. But you know what I watched more recently that was clearly inspired by it is I was here the whole time. Cite it if you know it. Raising Cane's, yes, the chicken! Enjoy! I've actually heard it's really, really good. Is it amazing, Umbra? For anyone who has tried in the States as well, I think Raising Cane's chicken is in the States as well. What do you guys think of it? Is it really good? I think it's like my little sister's favorite. Kilaru, welcome on in. Valiant Vash, how are you? Yay! Let's see. Aww, Vash, I'm so excited for you guys to hang out. You are so cute. I love hearing about the adventures you guys get up to. Let's see. Ooh, al pastor tacos, yummy. Yummy! I caught up quick. Well, don't say that too early. I'm seeing the little thingy on the side. It's like I'm like near the bottom, and then it goes boop, and I'm like, shit. Okay, let's throw some more. Valiant Vash, thank you for my pal hat. Thank you. Sweetest Space Cat, welcome on in. How are you? Sam. Yes! Well done, dearest Dustin. I've been here the whole time. Okay, no, back to lurk. Need food. Oh yes, go get food, dearest Dustin. And then tell us what you eat. I like to know. I feel like it is mid. You don't like canes, no? Canes, that is really, it's very good on, okay, good. I'm glad that you like it. What's your favorite, chicken place, Solar? Like, I guess fast food. Little more, thank you for the lurk, I appreciate it. Ah, Precious politely is Precious. Oh, cutie, welcome on in. Sweetest Space, thank you so much for the 5 stream streak. I do appreciate you. Thank you, cutie pie. Thank you for a whole 5 streams. How are you, gorgeous? Halu. Halu's making a fool of me. Thank you for balding and googly eyes, Halu. Welcome to Whose Line Is It Anyway? The show where everything is made up and the points don't matter. That's it, Aussie! Exactly! Points for you. You are right. That is exactly how it goes. I can't believe I forgot that. Well, I can. It's been more than 37 minutes. My new saying is that if it happened more than 37 minutes ago, there's a good chance I don't remember it. Can't say I've had Raisin Canes. I don't know how to spell it. No, that's okay, Space. That's okay. I haven't had it either. And I spent the vast majority of my life in the US. The adorable politely has appeared. Your golden egg poem is out. Oh my God. Okay, I will, hold on. Let me just open this real quick. And then once I catch up, we will go watch that. Thank you so much, Suda Strat. More God tier strat editing over there if you want to go check out the link he just sent, or you can just wait for a second. But honestly, it's very helpful if you want to go and like it and comment on it and share it. It would be very helpful. That reminds me of a super nerdy show about game anime role-playing trivia called Actually. That's very funny. Is it Japanese or American or somewhere else? Let me see. Popeyes for taste, but I like bar wings more than anything. Fair enough. You know what I really loved when I lived in the States? Buffalo Wild Wings, dude. I love their boneless, oh my God, boneless wings. So good. So fucking good. I don't know if they're any good anymore, but when I lived in the States, I loved their, I think it was honey barbecue. And I also loved their sweet chili chicken or something like that, but that was like spicier. I wish Asian Zing is what I think they called it. It was really good. It was really good. Let's see. You acknowledged me when you weren't supposed to. You failed. Mission failed. You put exclamation point lurk in the chat, so I'm allowed to do it. If you don't say anything in the chat and you only redeem the thing, I do ignore it. But if you say anything in the chat, then I acknowledge it. I'm good, a bit tired, but good. I spent most of my day working on poetry. Probably wrote 4-ish today. I posted a PDF in the writing channel. Oh, that's awesome, Sooty Space Cat. Well, we have a storytelling stream coming up, so I'm very excited to maybe have you submit one if you are interested. Shines a flash at the bullhead. Just joined and I'm trolling. Look at you go, Halu. Look at you go. You chose violence today. Floats over and settles on a giant beanbag. That sounds very comfy, sweetest storm. I spent a few minutes just a bit ago scrolling through Tao clips on YouTube. Let's go. Thank you for doing that, sweetest space. Let's see. Oh, it's American, originally only online, I think by some Funny or Die people. Oh, I'll need to check that out sometime then. I had to Frankenstein the background music for the clip because I couldn't find one with the rhyme, but it works well. Oh, I'm so excited. I am so excited to see it, Sudastrat. No! Yes! Little more, yes. Now I have been to Buffalo Wild Wings. I always get the classic mild. Honestly, prefer the burgers. Fair enough. Fair enough. Maybe it's gone downhill. Or maybe it was never that good to begin with, but I did like it then. If we talking wings, Gators, best wings. I've never been to Gators. That sounds Floridian to me because I know that Gators are in Florida. Let's see. Hope everyone likes the song I picked when it comes up. Oh, thank you, Precious Prime. I'm sure we will. Okay, I have caught up. Look at me fucking go, you guys. Okay, so first things first, let me, Let me decide what I'm doing. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna move this over here and we're gonna watch this. We're gonna watch this. Oh, hold on. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, we're gonna watch this real quick. Hold on, I need to see how loud this is real quick. 1 sec. Okay, it's pretty much at the right level. All right, so this is the most recent clip on the YouTubes. Here you go. All right, everyone, please get your popcorn. Watch me. Watch me. I have a golden egg. I have a golden egg. Yummy egg. Yummy egg. Make an omelet for a day. I can't freestyle, sorry. I love it, Strat. Thank you so much. Excellent work. Outstanding. 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 Thank you very much, sweetheart. I do appreciate it. Also, sorry, let me just catch up with you guys. Lovely Loudon! Hi, Lovely Loudon. How are you? Oh, sorry, I also forgot this. There we go. The chicken is good. I'm just not much of a fan of chicken. Oh, you prefer beef? Okay, that makes a lot of sense. That's totally fair. Lovely Loudon! Thank you so much for the care package. Oh. Delicious. Lovely Lip! Welcome in, Lovely Lip. Uppies for you. Good Lip. Let's see. The golden egg! Watch Tau watching Tau. Tauception, if you will. So adorable, did you like it, Vash? Yes, it's very fun. I like that one a lot. Pulls gun out. Which is the real Tau? I can't tell. No guns. No guns allowed in the pouch. Outstanding where? In a field? Shalazad, welcome on in. How are you? It's good to see you. You were so cute in that one. Oh, thank you, sweetest star. I'm glad you think so. That was so cute too. And before that's remixed into a song. Some random things have been. That's true. Whoever wants to remix that into a song, I will put it on our playlist if you do it. No Flesh-tuber hat today. I know. I'm missing my Flesh-tuber hat. It's very, very well. Listen. Okay, hold on. How far am I willing to go for this bit? 1 second. I might be willing to go pretty. Oh shit. I might be willing to go pretty far for this bit. Hold on. You know what? Yeah, you've convinced me. Hold on. I'm gonna have a Flesh-tuber hat. Let me just hold on. All right, you guys have to bear with me. Okay. Keep talking amongst yourselves. This might take a second. Hold on. Let me see. Hold on. Trust me, it's so worth it. Okay, I don't know if it's actually gonna be worth it, but we're gonna try and I'm gonna do my best. Okay, I'm gonna do my best to make it worth it. I wish that they made this a lot easier to like pad things. Hold on. Okay, there's gonna be more. Oh, too much. Hold on. Okay, if you guys want to blame anyone for this, blame Lith. Okay. Don't worry, Lith. You're gonna be thrilled with my my creativity here. Perfect. Okay, wait. This is coming together. This is coming together a lot faster than I thought it would. Hold on. Oh, I'm so close. Hold on. Okay, wait. Just a little more. Okay. Okay. All right. Are you guys ready? Do you want to see my new hat? Hold on. I have to shrink this a little bit. Wait. Okay, hold on. Ro! Hi, Ro! Welcome in, how are you? It's so good to see you. Sorry, I'm working on making a Flesh-tuber hat, which sounds not ideal, obviously, but it's very funny. It'll be really funny. I'll finish this bit in just a second, but I do want to say welcome into Radical Row. Sweetheart, welcome. Thank you so very much for bringing your lovely community. And Raiders, if you need to raid and run, that's totally cool. If you'd like to stick around, we'd love to have you. Welcome, gorgeous. I assume, were you doing some special events? Oh, did I see that it's your anniversary? Is that right? That's super exciting. Sweetest Saku, welcome in. And Neon, hello, lovely Neon. It's great to see you again. Copy and paste this if you are subscribed. Twin raid. You guys, this is the Radical Romanis, the identical twin android mermaids who are gracing us with their presence from this special events stream. They're vibing hard with their Donathon affiliate anniversary. Saku and Ro are here to entertain and create art, so don't be sus and miss out on the fun. Long live the digital realm. Welcome on in, sweetest Shimigami. Welcome on in, sweetest Saku, Neon, Ro. What is a Flesh-Tuber hat? Okay, I'm... This is a joke from I don't know why this is such a big window, and I don't know why. I don't appreciate how stupidly massive this this is. Hold on. Ignore. I don't know how long I'm gonna have to. Is there like a fast way to make a source fit into OBS? Because why is this such a big fucking screen? Anyway, Stream anniversary! What were you doing? Ending up here twice. Amazing, Iridius. Thanks for sticking around, and thank you so much for joining in on the raid with Ro. Neon! Lovely Neon, thank you so very much, darling, for the resub. Almost an entire half of a year. Thank you so much, darling. I so appreciate your amazing generosity and support. Thank you. Thank you so much, cutie. You were arting! Would you like to teach me what you were drawing? Show. You want to show me what you were drawing? Okay, why is this such a big... How do you fix these things? Teach me! I'll give you a private lesson. Oh, let's go, Ro. I'm so down. Come on over. You guys, please, seriously, do check out the lovely Ro and Saku. They are twin android Vtuber mermaids, mermaid Vtubers. And they are genuinely such delightful individuals. Please go check them out. Tremendously talented artists as well. I will show you one of my favorite pieces from them after they show us what they were working on. Do you want me to get you a hat? No, I have plans. This is just not, wait, is there a way to like scale to, how does this work? Preview scaling? Scale to window? Oh, no, that's not what I was looking for. Hold on. This is important to me. This is not gonna be worth it when it's all said and done, but I want to do this so badly. Oh, let me have a look at your beautiful artwork, lovely Ro. And hello there, amazing Alistair. Yo, Ro, this is looking gorgeous. Holy shit. Hold on, let me show you guys this beautiful artwork. I can attest that Saku-san and Romani-san are kawaii. I have been looking on occasion. They are kawaii, aren't they? Look at this, you guys. Look at this cutie. I am a huge fan of this. Gorgeous work, Radical Ro. So freaking beautiful. Saku can help with flesh hats. Be seamstress. I'm trying. I love that saying Flesh-Tuber automatically like brings out everyone's little serial killer side. You guys, look at this. Isn't this gorgeous? Look at I really love the material rendering. That is so beautiful. This is so stinking cute. Is this another YCH hun? Is that right? Beautiful. Absolutely stunning. Gorgeous, gorgeous work. I love this, Radical Ro. Do you mind if I show everybody the astonishing piece that you did for me as well? Not that I'm biased, you guys, but like my favorite thing that Ro has done is in our fan art folder. It is like one of the like maybe the sexiest picture of me, but very, very, very cool and super cute. I love this. Look at me, look at me. I need to draw you in a new outfit for funsies. If you want to draw me in my new cowgirl outfit, you're very welcome to. I love this one. This is so beautiful. This is more of Ro's gorgeous, gorgeous artwork. So please go check her out. She's also she and Saku also tremendously lovely, super talented, very interactive, very, very sweet. Cowgirl, you will say. Yes, yes. Let me send you the link to that. Hold on one second. One sec, I've got it right here. Okay, long link. There you go. I'm actually getting this made into an outfit for this model as well. So yeah, I mean, if you're interested, look with respect, but also, if this doesn't make you blush, what does? I love your art, gorgeous. Thank you so very much for bringing your astonishingly awesome community in. Would you like to let us know when your next stream is? In the meantime, I'll just introduce myself real quick. Hi, everybody. I am Tau. I'm a Tasmanian Tiger, Vtuber, and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Trust me, I admire and adore Ro and Saku just as much as all of you, so this is a great place for you. We can just fawn about how amazing they are. I'm also an illustrator. In fact, today we do an 8-hour art stream. We also do raffles. If you guys hit our weekly sub goal, which you actually did, I restarted it because you did hit it. So we're gonna do a raffle for that today, and then I still let you guys decide what we're working on. I have a fuck ton of chibis to do, like chibi art, which is what the giveaway's for, but I also have like 11 or 12 commissions, so you are welcome to decide what we work on. You can also request music if you use the music request redeem, and make sure that you read the pinned comment for rules on what you may and may not request. I'm also playing through Persona 5 for the very first time, so please no spoilers. I've actually never played a Persona game before, so it's a blast. I'm having so much fun. And then on Tuesdays, we're playing through Final Fantasy 14, also for the very first time. Guess what, you guys? Guess what? Guess what? This coming Tuesday, we're entering Heaven's Word for the first time. I'm so excited. I'm so fucking excited. And we're gonna do the Hildebrand quests, and I need to pick up a second. I want to pick up Gunbreaker. I haven't picked up any other, I've been playing a monk for like 65 levels or whatever, so I'm gonna try Gunbreaker. And then on Wednesdays, we are playing all the way through Monster Hunter Stories 3, also for the very first time. So that's all the stuff that we kind of have going on the weekly. And you guys, please do check out the absolutely amazing Ro, who will be streaming on Tuesday at 5:30 p.m. CST for more artwork. Also, please go follow, because affiliate anniversary, very exciting stuff. We gotta go celebrate them. Go, even though she's offline, make sure you go and message her in the chat and say happy anniversary. Just do it. She'll go look right now. Let me see here. It's about heckin' time! Yeah, we have been playing Final Fantasy for like 8 months or something, and I'm very slow at getting things done. I love you too, gorgeous. Okay, I can't let this bit go. Give me a second. I cannot let this bit go. I need to do this. I hope. Oh my god, his face is covered by the fucking. Hold on. How do I get rid of this? There. Okay, I fixed it. It's fine. Hold on. Wait for it. Okay. Let me shrink this to the correct size. Okay, hold on. We're gonna work on this together. I'm gonna drag this off the screen. You guys are gonna understand what I'm doing in like a moment. I just need to get this. I just need to get this. Okay. It's fine if it's not perfect, but I do have to do this. This is gonna bother me the whole rest of the stream if I don't at least try. You have to let me try. Wait. I wonder if he is like looking at my screen at all, and he's gonna be like, what the fuck? wants to be, he said during our collab that he wanted to be a pal hat. And so he is. Okay, I'm happy. This is, there you go. This was so worth it. Wasn't this worth 20 minutes for the bit? Aren't you so glad you stuck around? Yes, no! Sorry. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna stay right here so that, so that he can be the pal hat. All right, excellent, Eugene. Thank you so much for the 3 stream streak, Dolan. I do appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Poster Realm Reborn takes forever, though. It did. Okay, I'm glad that you said that because I thought it took forever too, but also I take forever, so I kind of figured, you know. Was that Hearthstone? It sure was. You should go follow him if you haven't yet. He's like what's his thing? He says over 50 times on the leaderboard, and he's also just super lovely. So please go check him out. Now I know what's going on. I saw the short. Oh, there you go. Okay, Striker, true fan. Perfection. Thank you. I did a great job on my cropping and padding. The sound commands don't work. Wait, are the sound commands not working? Hold on. Let me double check that. They should be working. Egads, did I not I'm a bad streamer. Okay, now they should work. Bye bye. Yeah, now they're working. Sorry, I forgot to refresh the cache. My bad.
Wow, they made the save icon in real life!
Look at the save icon! He's on my head! They didn't release an expansion for a long time and just added patch after patch with new storylines, so yeah, it takes a while. I am just gonna do this real quick. Go check him out. That's who this is. That's who is the pal hat at the moment. Streamception! The power I wield! Streaming myself and having a save stream on top of my head! But the thing is, you'll never know what he's saying unless you go see him. I like my save hat. Do you like it? I'll remove it once we get off of this source. But also, you guys, genuinely, please do check out the absolutely amazing Ro, who is a darling with incredible artwork, which I'm gonna show you one more time because honestly, her art deserves to be seen repeatedly. And this is gorgeous. This is so fucking pretty. I love this so much. Every single time she comes in, I think about this, and I'm like, damn, girl is so talented. Girl is so skilled. I love this. I love this. Please go check her out. She's an astounding artist. So incredible. Do you have commissions open as well, darling? And she's also gonna be streaming on Tuesday again, some more art. So please go follow her if you haven't yet. Terrific try. You finally got to Water 7 on One Piece. That is awesome. I don't know what that means, but that sounds really cool. Am I the next hat? A voice actor on top of another voice actor to become the ultimate voice actor? Yeah! Voice actorception. Not gonna lie, Smash the art is awesome. It is beautiful, isn't it? Remind people of the giveaway and the anime watch along as well. Oh, yes! Okay, hold on. We gotta go, let me see. If you want to go a level deeper, you could use the story where you take over his stream as the movie/gift for your hat. That's a great idea. Look, he's looking at us. He's looking at us. He's smiling at us. I wonder if he's aware this is happening or not. Ah, he's noticed us. He's sentient. Ah! Anyway, check the art channel. You go, ah, trust? Okay. I will have a look. I don't know what he's doing. Maybe he's saying, I can't hear what she's saying. I hope this isn't against the rules. I assume if Twitch reached out to him and was like, is it okay that Tao is streaming you on her channel? He'd be like, yeah, that's fine. She's weird. She's weird like that. Okay, let me show you guys. Hand sign. Seems like save is from the Leaf Village. Oh my God. save on my mind, on my mind. Yeah, hi, Valiant Viola. How are you, cutie? It's great to see you. Oh my God, I'm behind him. You can't see, but I'm behind him. I think he's showing the clip right now. If you want to go over there and see, he's showing the clip that this came from. That the idea. Look, it's I'm behind him. Oh, that's so scary. Look at my face. He's someone's told him. Someone has made him aware of his hattedness. That is truly streamception. Someone screenshot that. Yeah, he's just showing where this originated. Okay. Now Tau is the pal hat. You do not need a double F of me, trust me. We are going to have next level streamception. Okay. No, seriously, I'm gonna leave save up there while I go through the raffle and stuff. So let's do raffles. Let's do raffles first. Before we start, I'm gonna show you guys how to enter a raffle. I may have brought it to his attention. What did you say? Hold on, guys. I have to open up the chat. It's gonna take save away. Let me see. What did you say, Ozzy? Maybe worn as a hat. Save the pal hat. Sorry to distract you from Hearthstone. I couldn't bring this to your attention. Whose channel is it anyways? Okay. Did you see what I posted in art? Not yet, lovely Eugene. I will wait until we get over to the art section so that I can show everybody. But yeah, remind me when we get over to the art section, and then I will definitely show everybody. But first, I wanted to show you guys how to join in on these raffles, because we're going to be doing these raffles now. Now, the community, this amazing, wonderful, thoughtful, lovely, adorable, incredible. I need some more fucking synonyms. Community. The Pouch Pals, we actually have a channel in the Discord for community giveaways. Now, what's really cool about that is I don't know any actually communities that do this, which is why I feel like it's so incredibly special. But we have Precious Pals, just like one of you guys who wants to, who you guys are able to put giveaways, game giveaways, gift card giveaways, beta key giveaways, stuff like that. You can put those into this channel and people can just react to it. And then at the end of the week, we do the raffle for it, okay? So I'm gonna show you where you can go to do that. If I can find the right window. Discord. Oh, that's good. I'm so glad that I misspelled that. Okay. So here you go. This is where you go. I'm not letting you guys see all my unread messages because it makes you anxious. Let's see. You just need to have his stream up while he does the same for yours. We then have an infinite streamception. That would be very funny, actually. Let's see. Cute, pretty, smart, handsome, chaotic. Yes, those are great adjectives, sweetest Yuki. How many times have you played the Tasmanian Tigers? Actually, we've played that. I played it for the first time on stream. 1, 2, and 3, I believe it was. Is that right? We played 3, I think. All 3 of those on stream. So I played each one once all the way through, and it was really fun. I really enjoyed it. You are a new streamer. You will learn in time. I am a new streamer. What can I say? I don't even know how this shit works. But here's the pouch. Okay, this is our Discord, and all you have to do is scroll down. Once you get in, obviously, you scroll down and go to community giveaways. Okay, click on that, and then all you gotta do. I know this looks like a lot of info, but literally all you gotta do. This is just guidelines in case someone. Because you don't have to look for like approval or anything. If you decide to be generous, I want to make it as easy as possible for you to do so. So all this is like instructions on what you can and can't submit. So like no ecchi, like or like NSFW type games, and a form just to make sure that that everyone knows what they're getting into. Okay, so it's not like region locked and stuff like that. So we have the following games. We have 9 souls. You just have to react using one of these reacts. Any of them work. I will not put you in multiple times because if you react to all 3 of these, I'm not gonna put you in multiple times, but I will look through all of these and make sure that I include everyone who has reacted. So if 9 souls is something that you're interested in, just go on in, react to that. We also have a SteamWorld build. All you gotta do, go on in here, react to that, click on this. Big Helmet Heroes, all you gotta do, come on in here. Just keep in mind, see, this is why we've got this. This is a region locked one, okay? So just make sure that you're not from any of these places, otherwise you won't be able to redeem it. But yeah, feel free to react to that. And those are all the ones from Lovely Yuki this week. Then we got Briggy, who has posted, you suck at parking, which you can also react to. And another one from beautiful Briggy, Bloodstained, Ritual of the Night. I actually bought this on sale on my Switch. It's fun. It's fun. If you like kind of like Castlevania, like retro sort of vibes, like 2D pixel art, yeah, very cool. So please react to that. Also, beautiful Briggy also has put Horizon Chase Turbo. If that's interesting to you, just go down here and react to this one. And then the last one from Briggy is Beyond Two Souls. I never did play that, but I really enjoyed watching a playthrough of it. Highly recommend you check it out. And then Amazing Umbra is also doing a giveaway, and guess what it is? Pragmata. I know this one's been like huge news this week, and I've heard really great things about it. So if Pragmata is something you're interested in, just go react, okay? Now I'm gonna give you guys, we do have to go on a break pretty soon, but I wanna do our art raffle first, which I'll also do. But yes, please do go and react to any of these. You can react to all of them if you want to. The only rule is basically for like Yuki, who has, 4 games, and Briggy, who's put 3 or 4. If you win one of their games, you can't win the others of theirs. So does that make sense? So if you win game A from Yuki, you can't win game B, C, or D from Yuki. But then, when we get to Briggy's, you could hypothetically win A, B, C, or D from Briggy. Does that make sense? And then, if you won game B from Briggy, you couldn't win C, D, or E from Briggy. Does that make sense? And again, then you'd be put back in for Pragmata. Hopefully that makes sense. Anyway, seems we both need to update Discord. Wait, is my Discord fucked up? Oh, it's this. It's that. The secret download, fuck! Does anyone have any quick questions about that before we jump on over to our raffle, you guys? Oh God, please don't freeze on me. Okay. But yes, I'm giving you until we get back from this, and then when I start like entering names for the raffles, the game raffles, to enter these, aka react to them. Let me see. Hi is how I found Tau. Oh yeah, that's right, cutie cat. Ah, I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful that brought you to us. Is Save live? Save is live. This is Save being live. We don't speak of Thai 4. That's true. We did not play Thai 4. It was not a recommended from you guys. You're back. You did things. Brush my teeth, put on lotion, braid my hair. Also straightened up my room the other day, so I'm feeling nice. That's great, sweetest Space Cat. I'm so proud of you. Excellent job on the self-care, darling. Let's see. Pragmata is the game that broke Twitter. I've heard so much about Daddy, like about huge Daddy. He's apparently a nice dude, and apparently a lot of people want kids now, which is really funny because that's not been what was foretold for a long time. What's it under again? It's under community giveaways, sweetheart. Let's see. Father Simulator. Hi there, Turbotown. Welcome on in. How are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Thai 4 is a 2D side scroller, and there are mixed opinions on it. Mostly not positive ones. That's what I've heard. That's what I've heard. Oh no. Hold on. I gotta take. Okay, I had to take this out of that so the save could exist. Okay. All right, you guys. Now, we gotta do our art raffles. So this is our weekly, if you guys hit the goal there, this is our weekly chibi art raffle. So if it lands on you, hold on, I gotta find the right. Okay, why is it fucked up? Why is this fucked up? Hold on. My raffle got screwed up. Hold on. 1 second, please. Okay, there's that one, and then like, okay, good. All right, that's fine. Okay, so here is our raffle. This has 150 something names on it, I believe. Pragmata is even putting the feels into the Japanese gamer community. Really? Who are notoriously not looking for companionship right now, but there are many who say they now want children and go out to find a partner. Who would have thought that the Japanese birth rate just needed a daddy simulation fighting against AI game with a cyborg daughter? You know? Who knew? All right, cuties, let's do this. We only have we're spinning it one time. Let's see who wins. Oh boy, that's the same number as Kanto's Pokedex. The original 150. Umbra! Congratulations, Umbra! Yay, Umbra! Congrats on your win! Umbra! Congrats, cutie paturia! Congrats on your billionth chibi! Yes, indeedy! Umbra, oh, Strat, do you mind putting that in my ode art thread? I bet that I'm asking you that and you're gonna be like, already done. That sounds like you. Okay. Now, amazing Alistair! How are you? Already did? How did I know? How did I know? It's like I know you or something. All right, you guys, let's go on a very quick 3-minute break. For those of you who don't know or who came in with the awesome row raid, could I get one more shout out for lovely Romanis who brought in their gorgeous community and is an extremely talented, supremely skilled, and very thoughtful and sweet artist. We go on a 3-minute break every hour. That is just so in case you can't afford to or do not wish to subscribe, you actually don't have to worry about it because you still won't miss any content. Because for those 3 minutes, I walk away from the computer and I run ads and then we come on back and then I make more content for you. It's a grand old time. Don't even worry about it. You know me too well. I have everything set up. Yeah. It's almost like this channel wouldn't exist without you. Okay, you guys, so we're gonna go on that very quick break, and then when we get back, we're gonna start doing the raffles for the games, okay? So, please make the, I skipped a whole word there. Please make sure you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and darlings, this is all CM Meds and Wanda, in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. Shadow Ninja! Sweetest Shadow Ninja, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. How are you doing? We're literally gonna go away for just 3 minutes, okay? But I'm going to set you up with words on stream and also a Stream Avatars boss battle, and then we'll be back. We do have 8 hours going. Well, it's actually 7 hours now because I can't stop talking, but that's still a long art stream. Don't even worry about it. You are my modager, it's true. The best modager known to man. Love you! Mwah! Okay, Lav, could I get your input on this? Are you happy with this sketch? Have you any changes? I'm gonna have your little fingies entwined, but you can't really see it because it's a big fucking mess. Want to try the clip command, so ignore the next few bits? Okay. Actually, yeah, Save is probably the most likely to, she has a YouTube channel, and there's some really cute music on there. Like the microwave song, which I probably still need to learn properly. Defeat the Taukula, precious pals! You can do it! Murder! Murder, Lil! Probably the best way to trap Tao is have corn on a plate with her favorite chips and a Switch 2 under a box with a stick and a rope. You can tell me that is a trap and I will still go to it. Chesticles. One day, I'm gonna be Hokage! Believe it! I'm gonna give you guys global uppies, because we gotta jump into the game if we're gonna get anything done. So uppies, yee! Good, precious, pals. All of you are so good and precious. Precious, pals. The timing on that, dearest Div, absolutely extraordinary. Hi, I've ground up. Oh, hey, well, yeah, let's hatch. We have 6 eggs to hatch. Yucky. Scary. Yucky. Scary. Yucky. Scary. Yucky. Scary. Cute. Cute. No. Okay. We will go and say...
I hope you like this one. Looks tasty.
Oh, okay. Oh my god, it's corn. Oh my god, it's corn. Oh my god, that looks so fucking good, dude. I'm like actually salivating right now. That looks amazing. No, tell me, Strut, what is a decent amount of sleep? Is it more than this many? Is it more than this many, Strat? Or is it less than this many? I'll be the judge of that. Whether it's restful. Fuck! Ow! Rude! Why am I being punished? I'm just showing you my beautiful eyes! And I want to know how many of you honestly notice that when I close my eyes and then I open them, that my pupils dilate. You didn't heckin' die from the close-up pal attack this time. I didn't.
Ooh, I'm so scary.
Too close. I just realized that for the rest of our just chatting session, I need to make sure that I extend the the save hat, because he's got animal ears on, and also I am a hat. So I need to include the Tau hat upon the save hat, upon the Tau head. Is Save still on your head? He is. He will be until we go over to art. But I will let you guys finish this one, and then we'll head back over to our just chatting so that we can then do our raffles. Cutie Cyber, I'm so sorry. So I'm thinking now might be a good time to actually log
Well
out,
done on your stream words, guys.
Excellent work. 3 stars. Full marks. Okay, let's go back over here. Also, I need to bring your guys up there, and oh, that's the words on stream because it was, yep. Oh, wait, that's the chat. Okay, they're safe. Hold on, let me just do this real quick. You guys aren't sick of my bit, are you? You guys think this is hilarious, don't you? Yes. Perfect. Oh, there. Welcome back, Yummy Yuki. How are you? I'm Terrific Talon. Welcome back, Ubbies. Yee! Good, Talon. I like stream words, even though I'm not very good at it. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Sweetest Space Cat. That's okay. You don't have to be like great at it or anything. Like, that's the fun of it, right? If slow to respond, playing game with friend. Oh, good, amazing Umbra. That's okay, sweetheart. Sliba! Cutie Slobber gets Ubbies. Yee! Good, Sliba. Welcome back, Precious Politely. Amazing Aussie. Welcome back, Treasure Tower. Save on your head, you beautiful being. Welcome back, Cutie Aussie. Ubbies. Yee! Good, Aussie. Sweetest Seti, welcome back. Nix Mentos Slice Jam Slice, welcome back. Ubbies. Good, Nix. Okay. I'm a bad judge of funny right now. Yesterday I giggled at a lemon for a good... I could see how a lemon could be funny though, so I don't think there's anything wrong with you. Although I am worried about your... Thank you for feeding me, Sweetest Space Cat. I am worried about your concussion. Swedish Shadow, welcome back. And welcome back, Swedish Space Uppies. Yay! Good space. Anime watch along. Oh, that's right. We also have an anime watch along. On the disco. Here, let me show you where that is next. One sec. Why is that not working? That should be working. Done? Did I fix it? Oh, no, that's not the right thing. Okay, I found it. Okay. Umbra and Strat are going to be hosting a, oh, well done on the boss, you guys. Wonderful work, flawless. Are going to be hosting a anime watch along, which you guys are welcome to join and or suggest stuff for. So, let's see. If you want to do that, you go to the pouch couch right here, and you have a look at all the crazy gifts, going on here. And then you can scroll up a little bit. Here's like a suggestion from Strat. A lot of people have been suggesting cool stuff that you'll go, like Big O, Karas. So please just go over here and suggest stuff, and make sure that you also let them know how often you want to do it. If you scroll up a little bit more, there's which days should we have our watch along? How long should we do it for? Yeah, if you're interested in that, please do that. I may not be able to join, but I hope you guys have a great time. I'm sure you will. Okay. Now, next order of business. Excuse me. Raffle. This is our raffle. Raffle. Now let me go and, hey, City Storetown, welcome on in. How are you? It's good to see you. Hi diddly-o, neighbors. Neighborinos, I meant. Sorry, my bad. That was a terrible imitation. Okay, so let me go and look at all right, firstly, we're gonna do Yuki's, which is this one is going to be for 9 Souls, a lore-rich, hand-drawn 2D action platformer featuring Sekiro-inspired deflection-focused combat. Embark on a journey of Asian fantasy, explore the land once home to an ancient alien race, and follow a vengeful hero's quest to slay the 9 Souls, formidable rulers of this forsaken realm. Story in New Kunlun, Hero Yi has awakened the... I guess you'll have to go find out. What has Hero Yi awakened? Okay, let me put some names in here. We got Dahlia, we got Vash, we got Dustin, we got Iridius, we got Talon, we got Loner, we got Umbra, we got Babachoop, we got Strat, and we got Cat. And then let me make sure that I'm not missing anyone. Solar, okay, we got, wow, a lot of you really wanted to play this one. Very cool. Solar, Dahlia did react to that one. Did I already put Solar actually? I don't think I did. Yeah, because then Dahlia and Loner did that, and then Dahlia reacted that way too. Okay, awesome. You guys have 10 seconds to do another reaction. Like if you guys haven't made it in, you can still do it for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, that one's closed. Let's see who wins 9 Souls. What is this about? Mana Seeker. This is our weekly Umbra! Damn, Umbra, you are demolishing. Umbra is the winner of 9 Souls. Mana, this is you are Cat right here. Oh, sorry. Yeah, you can see your name right above there. But yeah, Umbra won that one. Well done, Umbra. Congratulations! The universe is shining down on Umbra today. Anyway, sorry, what I was gonna say, Mana, is we are doing our weekly community giveaways. So that just means that you guys, a lot of the pals are super, super generous and selfless people who keep on being willing to like donate like game keys that they aren't using. Maybe it came from Humble Bundle, maybe it came from sales, something like that. And they put it up on the Discord and people can react to it and just be put in. You don't have to pay anything, you don't have to do anything, you literally just react and there you go. All right, next is Steam World Build. This one is, hi there, Cutie County, how are you? It's good to see you. Thanks thanks for the explanation. No worries, honey. If you would like to join, you still have time to go on in there and react to anything that we haven't done yet. So SteamWorld build. Break ground on a new frontier as the planet dies around you. The world is ending and you need to escape. Thankfully, Astrid knows there is an untapped technology deep in the mines that can help you. But in order to get to it, you will need to grow your Steambot town, manage your resources, open your mines, explore the shadowy depths below. Very cool. There's only 3 people who have reacted to this one so far, so you guys do still have until I finish writing people's names to join this one. We got Bublin on here. We got Shadowgun on here. We got Iridius on here. Anybody else want to join? You got 10 seconds. Iridius, hold on, Iridius. You got 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, who will this one go to? Bublin! Oh, that was super close! Congrats, beautiful Bublin. All right, beautiful Bublin got a Steam World build. Congrats, gorgeous! I hope you enjoy it, sweetie pie. Next we have Big Helmet Heroes. This one's also from lovely Yuki, very generous of her. This one does have region locked. So please make sure that you have read the region lock rules. It says, check that you are not located in one of the countries mentioned in the region lock picture attached, or you won't be able to activate the key. If you're unsure what these country codes mean, you can click here. I can't read them all because there's a lot of them, but I hope that you guys did your due diligence and did indeed read those. There's actually only 3 for this one as well. So, the only people on this one are Vash, Babachup, I can't, and Strat. All right, you guys get another 10 seconds in case you want to enter this one and you haven't yet. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Oh, Strat, you don't want to join this one? Okay. It's just between Bash and Babachup then. 1. Take mine out. All right, you got it. All right, 50-50. This one is going to Babachup! Congrats to Babachup. I don't know if Babachup ever comes into stream, but I know that they're fairly active in the Discord. Congrats to Babachup. And those are all the ones from Yuki for this week. Everyone, can we please say a very, very warm thank you and give a little round of applause? Maybe some yay, some yippee, some pretty ladies to our beautiful yummy Yuki for very generously, like consistently providing games to us to raffle off and play. Pretty lady. Yes. Yes. This is perfect. Yes, my. Thank you so much, lovely Yuki. I appreciate you. We appreciate you. Thank you so much for being so generous to this little community. Okay, now we're going over to Briggies. We got Briggies now. So we are starting with You Suck at Parking. So this is, let's see, get ready to heat things up and experience You Suck at Parking, the only game where parking your ride is more important than your driving skills. It's a hot race against the clock as you drift, cruise, and occasionally go airborne over 100 frustratingly fun, wild levels. This one has only 2 people on it. This one is not region locked. I actually just have the lovely Umbra, which were, again, so Umbra won one from Yuki's, so if he had joined any other ones, I would have removed him from him, but now we're on to Briggies, so Umbra gets another chance. And then we got lovely Yuki herself! Anybody else want to join? You got 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boop. Hi there, Sork. It's good to see you, Suda Sork. How are you? Welcome on in. Yuki! I mean, you should get something for being so generous, right? Yay, lovely Yuki won that one. Thank you so much. Thank you, beautiful Briggy. I think Briggy's hopefully asleep right now. He definitely needs it, but we will let him know. Our next one, oh, I mentioned that this one was one I actually had. This is Bloodstained Ritual of the Night. Bloodstained Ritual of the Night is the full game experience, an exploration-focused side-scroller action RPG packing all of the best features you've come to know and love from the Metroidvania genre into a single content-packed game. You play as Miriam, an orphan scarred by an alchemist's curse, which slowly crystallizes her body. All right, we actually have 9 people for that, but you can still enter while I write them in. Doesn't mean we can't include Yuki if she didn't enter this one. That's fine. Easy done. Okay. Sorry, 1 second. I gotta see. Oh, sorry. I'm reacting to it now. Why is this not? Why? Hold on. I need to turn off. There's not even streamer mode on. I just need to. I need to see. What the hex? 1 second. Why is it not letting me see people's freaking? Oh my god, I can't even. 1 second. I'll just turn off streamer mode. Okay. Let me try that one more time. Cool. No, wait. Bro, I just turned it off. Why is it still saying that it's streamer mode enabled? Oh, sorry, I didn't complete the process. Okay, I should be good. Okay, guess what, guys? I've never streamed in my life. All right, let's see. So we got Realm for this one. We've got Sweetest Solar. We've got Dahlia. We've got Strat. We've got Talon. We've got Mana. We've got Vash. We've got Umbra. We've got Shadow Gun. Shadow Gun. We've got Iridius. Okay. Anyone else want to join? I'll give you 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, we are doing this raffle for Bloodstained. Dahlia! Congrats to dearest Dahlia. Another person who doesn't really come into stream too much, but is quite active in the Discord. Congrats to you, dearest. Dearest Dahlia wins that one. Thank you very much, Briggy, for putting that one up. We now have Horizon Chase Turbo. Let's see. Horizon Chase Turbo is a racing game inspired by the great hits of the 80s and 90s. Outrun, Lotus Turbo Challenge, Top Gear SNES, Rush, among others. Each curve and each lap is in Horizon Chase Turbo recreates classic arcade gameplay and offers you unbound speed limits of fun. Full throttle on and enjoy. That one's got 2 people. If anyone wants to join that one while I type everybody's name in here. Hulk Hogan! Hi there, lovely Hulk. How are you? It's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thanks so much for being here, hun. Okay, so we've got, it's actually just, for now, at least, it's just Strat and Shadow Gun. I'll give you guys 10 seconds if anyone else would like to try this. How are you doing today, Hulk? Appreciate seeing ya. All right, you got 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, Ozzy. I was gonna say I'm shocked to not see Ozzy here. 3, 2, 1. All right. All right, that's everybody. Let's see who wins the racing game of the century. Aren't you glad you entered, Ozzy? Michael! Hello, magnificent Michael. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thank you so very much for coming in. How are you doing today? Congrats, awesome Ozzy. Wasn't it worth it just to click that little react? Aren't you glad you did that? Okay, and then our last one from the beautiful Briggy, who's very, very generous with his game keys, is Beyond Two Souls. AAA talent and storytelling brings you a video game experience like you have never had before. Live an extraordinary life. One life, two souls. A unique psychological action thriller delivered by A-list Hollywood performances by Elliot Page and Willem Dafoe. Beyond Two Souls takes you on a thrilling journey across the globe. I haven't played this game, but I really enjoyed watching someone play it years and years ago. Wonderful Wadas, thank you for contributing to the karaoke and Discord movie night. Appreciate it. And and Iridius, thank you for contributing to the karaoke one as well. I had to pull out of Beyond Two Souls since I won parking. Oh, that's true. That's true. Oh, thank you, Yuki. Thank you so much for making that real easy on me. I appreciate that. So we have Talon, Iridius. I can't type your name. I'm so sorry. I promise if I misspell your name, but like, if I misspell your name, I'll still know who you are. I'm not AI, so I'm not gonna be like, Iridus is not here, you know, it's fine. Okay, you guys have 10 seconds. If you haven't reacted to this, please do so if you're interested in winning Beyond Two Souls. All right, you got 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's see who this goes to out of our 3. A 33.9% chance. I mean, 33.3. I'm so dumb. Sorry. Strat! I hope you enjoy it, sweetest Strat. Congrats, sweetest Strat. Definitely have to wish list that Metroidvania. Looks interesting for sure. It is. It's actually quite good. I haven't finished it, but sweetest Shadow Princess, welcome on in, gorgeous. How are you doing? And thank you for the care package. Nom, 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 nom. Okay, so that is everything from beautiful Briggy. Listen, Briggy's not here, and I don't know if he watches like the VODs all the way through, but just in case, let's say a very warm thank you to Briggy for sharing so many codes with us and gifting those to all of our precious pals. Thank you so very much, beautiful Briggy. We really do appreciate having you here. We do appreciate your amazing generosity, kindness, and selflessness in donating these awesome keys to the community. Thank you. I will be giving it to Yuki since I won it. I know it's been on Yuki's wishes for a while now, if that's fine. Oh, that's so sweet, Strat. Yeah, I mean, you can do whatever you want with it now that you've gotten it. Absolutely, like it's yours. So in the same way that Jet was able to give away Sam's gift card to a friend of his. Let's see. Hey, Vicious! Valiant Vicious, it's good to see you, sweetheart. Welcome on in. All right, our final one is a big deal because I know that a lot of you are very excited about this. It's a brand new game. You may have heard of it, Pragmata. We have quite a few people who want this one, but there is still time to join if you would like to. This is from the absolutely amazing Umbra. Very, very kind of Umbra, because you just know this is not like a key that he's just got hanging around, right? This is a key that he's purchasing for you. So that's very kind. Vinny! Hi there, Valiant Vinny. It's so good to see you, darling. Welcome, welcome. Big thanks to Briggy and anyone else who participated in sharing some fun with folks. 100%. Okay, so in case you need a refresher of what Pragmata is, you guys, Pragmata, wherever you go, I'll be there. Pragmata is a unique sci-fi action adventure daddy sim game. That's not in the description, but it is what I hear. Game from Capcom. Follow Huge Man, a member of an ill-fated investigation team, and Diana, a young android, as they navigate a lunar facility taken over by rogue AI in search of a way to Earth. One tragic accident, an unlikely duo. All right, yeah, pretty sick, huh? I happen to know from watching an entire Umbra VOD that he's obsessed with this kid, and he's like really a big fan of this game. So, very, very, very excited to have you guys join in on this one. You still have time. I'm gonna write everybody's names out right now. We got Edelweiss, we got Sweetest Solar, and by the way, if you've won something today, you can enter this one. You can still enter this one because this is from a new person. This isn't from Briggy. This isn't from Yuki, where they had like multiples. This is a one-off from Umbra. So, Vinny, darling, thank you so very much for the Vinnies. Oh, piece of candy. Thank you, sweetheart. I so appreciate it. Thank you, darling. I've seen some streamers play Pragmata so far. Yeah, I've heard really good things. I've watched a bunch of reviews as well. Also, Swedish Shadow Princess, thank you so much for the hair. Stop decapitating me. Thank you. The 10 stream streak, darling. Thank you so very much. That is incredible. Thank you. Thank you very, very much, darling. 10 is only the first step on a road to 100. Ain't that the truth? Thank you so much, sweetheart. Look, he's Save is Joey. Sweetest Star Jeffrey, thank you for the 7 stream streak as well. A whole entire week. Thank you so much, darling. I do appreciate it. Thank you. You watched a VOD? That means a world. Of course, hun. Of course. Okay, so let me see. So we got Edelweiss Solar, Galia. Oh my god, I did it again. Dahlia, Iridius, Lovely Lith, Dearest Dustin, Valiant Vash, Precious Proof, started to type Precious Proof, Sweetest Shadow Gun, Orca. A stunning Orca, sweetest Sedu. So I'm just gonna scroll a little bit more. Lovely Yummy Yuki, sweetest Strat, sweet Storm, cutie Cat, and awesome Aussie. If anybody else is not on here, you still have 10 seconds to all you gotta do is react to it, okay? You got 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, we do have 16 people on this, so I mean, let's fucking go! Thank you in advance, lovely Umbra. I really do appreciate it. It's so kind of you to be willing to buy a fresh new brand new game key for Dustin. Dearest Dustin, I hope you enjoy Pragmata. Yay, Dustin! Happy days, happy days. Congrats, dearest Dustin. What? Wow! Wowzers! Congrats, Sweetie Pie. Congrats. If Dustin wins, Solar wins. Actually, that's a good point. That's a 2-for-1 right there. All right, well, there you go, my darlings. Thank you so incredibly much. Can we say a very warm thank you to the wonderful Umbra in chat, who has been nothing. He's been around for like, what, almost 5 months now, but yet he has become such an integral part of this community, and he is so very generous, so very sweet, so very selfless, and so very friendly. Really embodies the pouch pal, vibe. So thank you so very much for that incredible generosity, amazing Umbra. And of course, Yami Yuki, beautiful Briggy, amazing Umbra. Thank you, all three of you, for being so generous with your game keys and your moonies this week. I really do appreciate it. And all of these pals are going to get excellent use out of your very, very kind and generous contributions to this community. So thank you ever so much, cutie patoots. And yeah. All right. 2 hours into stream, we are going to draw. I am gonna let you guys decide real quick whether we're working on commissions or chibis today. Let me see here. Today we do chibis or commissions. I'll expand on these once you have decided what we're gonna work on. I'm gonna give you 3 minutes while we have another quick chat. Keeping in mind, our chibis, for those of you who are new here or need the quick refresher, our chibis are these are like the really cute version of my art, where big heads, tiny bodies, tiny hands, tiny feet. They're just very cute. Thank you for the care package, Sweetest Spotted. Welcome in. And they come from the weekly sub goal. Now, my commissions are like my full style things, and I'll tell you all the stuff that we got going on for commissions. We have like 30 chibis, so I can't go through all of the chibis, but I can tell you all 11 commissions that we can work on. Valiant VX, thank you so much for the 14 biddies. Chocolate coated corn sounds delicious to me. I'm so down. Let me see. Oh, Ryuko! Hi, honey. Welcome on in. It's so good to see you. Welcome. I have tagged all the winners in Discord, Tal, so it shouldn't be difficult to find the winners. Perfection. Thank you so much, Sweetest Strat. Make it really easy on the really extremely, exceptionally generous people who have donated to the cause of free games. How long will we be arting today? A minimum of another 5 hours from now. And then I'll let you guys vote as to whether you would like to spend the last 2 hours arting or doing any games from the week or doing a demo night. It is totally up to you guys, but this is an art day, so like a minimum of 5 more hours. Many chibi, I do got many chibi. If we do get chibi, could you add my PHM inspired one to the list? Sure. Fabulous Frostbite, welcome on in. How are you? It's good to see you. Lovely Leo, welcome in. How are you? It's great to see you. Welcome. And hey, Dolan, thank you so much for the 30 stream streak. Big 3-0, let's go. Thank you so much, lovely Leo. Hey, check it out. It's a 30 stream streak. Oh, well. Hi, thank you so much, Dolan. I so appreciate your dedication and support. You guys, looks like you really want to work on chibis. Got a lot of people voting for chibis. Now, because we have so many chibis, I am not going to put all of them on here. Obviously, I can't. There's only 5 slots for poll options. So what I'm going to do is if I owe you a chibi, and please do not, if you are not sure if I owe you a chibi, I don't, okay? You should be quite certain at this point if I owe you a chibi. If you are not positive, if I have not told you that, if Strat has not messaged you about it, if you have not heard it from my mouth to your ears, I don't owe you a chibi. However, if I do owe you a chibi and you are here today, feel free to say me, okay? In chat, if I owe you a chibi and you would like me to work on it on stream, like put it on the poll, say me, okay? Valiant VX, thank you so much for the 3 streams, $3. I do appreciate it. Let's see, lovely Leo. Well, good evening, Tau. I hope you are faring well where you are. I myself am doing okay. I was hanging out with some good friends earlier in VR chat and got a bit of progress done Windrose. Yar! I hope you're enjoying your pirate game, sweetheart, and I hope you had fun in VR chat. How many chibis do you need to draw? 30. 30. I think I've got around 30. Might be 28, but it's real close. Let's see. Not sure where the set of my request falls. What do you mean, Sweetest Storm? I had roasted corn with melted mozzarella cheese, barbecue chicken, and fire-baked potatoes. Oh my god, dude. I wish I had a drool toggle. That sounds so fucking good. Yummy. Yummy! Okay, so I see a me from Lith. Hold on, I'm gonna write this down because I can only take 5 for this. But if I get more than 5, I'm gonna put a slash and then we'll do a double. We'll do another poll if you prefer. Cutie Cata, Sweetest Strats, Chibi-esque replacements. Does that count? Can you remind me, Storm? What was the Chibi-esque replacement again? If it's come from the Raffle, then I can put it on there. Aussie, how long do you usually need for a chibi? Well, on stream it can take 20 hours. But when I'm actually doing chibis like in my own time, like off of stream, and I'm actually like focused and locked in, it takes a few hours. But I'm super slow on stream. We replaced chibis and some other parts for emojis. Oh, that's right, Storm. Yes, you are correct about that. Yeah, I can put you on here as well. So I got, okay, so and then Storm, I'll put you on here as well. Still need to decide what I want for mine still. That's okay, lovely Jazzy. It doesn't expire. You take your time. Cheese and corn was inspired by Tau. It was really good. Oh, I'm so glad I could inspire you for exceptional delicacies. Culinary delicacies. Yes. All right. I think I'm gonna read these to you guys because I actually have the exact right amount to give you each a slot in our poll. But let me know if I missed anybody. I've got Lith, Kata, Strat, Aussie, and Storm. Is that everybody that wants me to? If I commission extra chibi like now, would it be possible to add me? I have an idea. Yeah, that's fine. It's a chibi, so sure. Yeah, absolutely, if you like. Oh, I missed Yuki Tat. Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, hold on, Yuki. Oh, and you as well, Sedu. Okay. Kilo, do I owe you a chibi though? I don't remember. I don't think. Have you been on the wheel? Have you? Have you? No? Okay, so that's what this is about. This is if you've been on the wheel or if you've commissioned a chibi. We need an even smaller save on Tausen. Wait, did he? Okay, I was like, did he put a save on my head? This is for people who pay for chibis. Are you doing this for free? Because I think I missed it. Yeah, no, this is if you have won on the weekly sub goal or if you have commissioned a chibi. Lizard! Damn it! I'm never gonna get this. Thank you, Storm. Okay. Okay. Do I have everybody now? Please let me know. Lith, Kata, Strat, Aussie, Storm, Yuki, Seru. Is that everybody? Oh, sorry, Umbra. Umbra, you're grabbing one right now, huh? I'll also put you on here. Okay. Sweetest Spotted, thank you so much for the head pat. Thank you. Had to put a lizard patting Save's head on Tau's head. I should definitely get one someday once I decided on a canon outfit for my warrior life. That'd be sick. I would love to draw some more Final Fantasy ones. Hello, motherfucker. Hi, excellent Edelweiss. How are you? We only have 5 slots. I know. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do a slash. I just wanted to. Pals! Thank you for the pal attack. Amazing. I see. 4 of those are mine. that is a good percentage. 14.3%. You can put mine for last so I can have 100%. That's all right, darling. Okay. That looks like that's everybody. I'm gonna put slashes here. If you guys vote for one of the ones that has a slash, we will redo the poll with those 2, okay? So, which GB to work on? All right, I got, let's see, Lith, we got Kata, we got Strat, Ozzy, Storm. Oh, I can't type, sorry. Okay, I'm gonna put Lith/Yuki, Kata/Sedu, Strat/Umbra, okay? So you guys, like I said, if you vote for one of the ones that's got a slash, we do a sub poll, and then we put those, sorry, this is like the best way that I can do it. Okay. All right, that poll is live, cutie pies. Please do vote. Let me know what you would like to work on. Let's see, this is gonna turn into a knockout tournament. Thank you for the carrot package, sweetest spotter. How needs to battle royal, but needs a battle royale for these badge pals. Nah. Oh, you guys, it's very close right now. Shadow Ninja, well, come on in. How are you? It's good to see you. I'm doing pretty good. Just a little bit nervous for my new job, but excited. Well, I hope that it's amazing, darling. Do you want to tell us what you're going to be up to? So glad I got to chill here today. I'm so happy to have you, Radical Ryoko. Are you going to get to stick around for a while? It's so good to see you. Yuki, we're winning. You are. It's actually quite close. We have 5 on Lith and Yuki and 5 on Storm. If we get a tie between 2 of them, obviously, I can put those all together. So if you tie up, thank you for feeding me, sweetest spotter. If you tie up Lith and Yuki and Storm, then I will put the 3 of them on a separate poll. Cute sister power. At least Labchan isn't in the battle. My arch nemesis in those. Yeah, lovely Lab isn't here today. That's true. You're off today. Let's go, Ryoko. I'm so excited to have you, darling. Thanks for sticking around with us. Swedish Shadow Ninja, thank you for contributing to the Discord movie night. I do appreciate it. Lith Onita, your experience and my youthful ignorance must lead to a win. It is really close. Lith and Yuki have 6 and Storm has 5. I could send Lavatex to say come in. Oh, it's a little bit late probably. I do want to work on people's who are actually here today since we have so many. I think Lav is sending Hayes home today. Oh, that's fair. Oh, I hope she'll be okay. You untied them, Kilo. It's okay. It was really close. Maybe it's like literally 1 off, so I might just let Storm. Okay, I'll put one up for Storm, Lith, and Yuki because it was like tied up until the last second. So I'll put Storm, Lith, Yuki, last poll. Let's see who this is. Who to work on chibis for today. Now, while I'm typing this, for those of you, which is Storm, Lith, I can't spell, I'm so sorry. I keep on fucking up your name, Lith. And Yuki, would you guys like to tell chat what your chibis are so that they can maybe, if they're like, ooh, I like that topic or something. Storms is actually a set of emojis, I will say that. But Lith and Yuki, would you like to let us know what your proposed chibis are? And that way everyone can vote. An informed vote. Okay, I'll give you 3 minutes so that you guys have time to type that up. To work on chibis for today. We've got Lith, Yuki, Storm, go. I can't remember, give me a sec. That's okay, lovely Lith, you're all good. Let's see, my first idea, okay, so this is for Yuki. My first idea was a chibi of my VTuber under a sakura tree, jumping up and catching a falling petal. It is very cute. I've got a really rough sketch of that one already done as well. All right, and what have we got for Lith and Storm? Well, like I said, Storm's got a set of, how many, is it 1 or 2? What is the emote? But yeah, so Yuki's is her Vtuber under a sakura tree, jumping up and going, ah, and grabbing a petal, which is super cute. Super cute. I kind of want to say I'm really sorry, you guys, about like the fact that we've been live for 2 hours on an art stream and haven't done a single bit of art, but also I think you already know me pretty well, and even on our art stream days, it's kind of like just chatting with like art in the background. 8 emojis, various weather effects with cutesy looks. Right, okay. How many chibis did I owe you for that? Again, my chibi would be me in my green top and purple booty shorts, but crouched down with my butt in the air, like the pose cats have right before they pounce. I figured it'd be cute. That is cute. There you go. Okay, so Storm has a set of 8 emojis, and also Lith has her chibi in green top and purple booty shorts, being crouched down with her butt in the air, like a pose cats have right before they pounce. And then lovely Yuki is interested in getting her VTuber, jumping up under a sakura tree and grabbing a petal. Sounds like Tao-chan already really grasps of what I intended. I am super excited. I'm so excited too, cutie pie. I'm so excited too.
We've been doing the art of just chatting.
Correct, Fabulous Frostbite. Correct. That is exactly right. The art of just chatting. a fine art. One of the classics. One of the masters of art. All 3 are here, which makes the choice harder. I know, right? Lovely Julius, welcome on in. How are you? It's good to see you. You got 1 minute. We have 7 for Yuki, 4 for Lith, 3 for Storm. What's your pleasure? Everyone around the world, let's vote. Let's see. I could leave for a second. Don't go, Yuki. Oh, it's quite close. Lith has 6, Yuki has 8, Storm has 4. 15 seconds left. What will be the final decision? Looks like we have a sakura tree to draw and a cute little vampire underneath. All right. I had 4 emojis. Oh, that's what it is. Oh, yes. Okay, cool. I was like, did I say 8 for a chibi? But yeah, no, that makes sense. It's 2 things. Yeah, okay, that's totally fair, Storm. Sorry. Thank you for the clarification. The cute vampire. She is very cute. It's true. Decisions. I don't know, Save. I don't know. I want you to know, Precious Politely, you've invaded my brain, as is the will of the vampire. Every time I hear anyone, or not hear, anytime I read anyone anywhere saying I don't know, it just expands to I don't know, Save. I don't know. Save. Is he doing a? Hold on, I have to show you guys this real quick. We'll be losing, tragically, we will be losing our save hat once we move over to the other, Oh no, he got rid of it! Oh, how dare he! That's okay. He had me with the save hat on top of me, which is the Tau hat on his head. Hey there, lovely Nikki. Wonderful Witch, how are you? It's great to see you. All right, you guys, we're gonna move on over to, actually, we gotta go on a quick break real quick. But when we get back, we are going to be drawing. I know, you didn't think we were gonna get to it today, but we are. We are. Tao-chan with a Save Sound hat. We're in a Tao-chan hat. Exactly right. You guys, I'm going to do one final shout out to the sweetest Save File 17, who's been very kind as to let me make him into a hat for the last 2 hours. If you have the remotest interest in Hearthstone or really wonderful people, you should definitely check him out. He is an absolute darling. He is so entertaining. I know he is a flesh tuber. He is an adult man flesh tuber, but trust, you'll get like similar vibes to here, just like calmer, you know, less frenetic. And he, like I said, he's like a literal, what did I call it? Wait, what did he say he was? Yeah, this is all from his own lips. He definitely was not fed anything here. He said he's a god king, wizard king, Hearthstone player. Yes, so he's very humble. Yeah, he is a genuinely lovely person. Seriously, please go check him out. He is so wonderful. He is so thoughtful. He's so sweet. He has this tendency as well to like raid into smaller streamers like us, and just literally just for support. He is really, really kind. He has become the Vtuber airport. Save, you are the airport to which all Vtubers flock. All right, cutie pies, we're gonna go on a quick break. When we get back, we will be doing some art stuff, aka drawing Yuki's lovely chibi. And it's really helpful and handy to have you here, lovely Yuki. If you're feeling up to it, sticking around would be really helpful for me so that I can get your posing and stuff just right. Please go check out Sweetest Save, like I said. He will unfortunately disappear from my head. Once we move over to our art section, but let's say bye, Save! Bye, Save! He's not actually going anywhere if you want to go and lurk in his stream or go say hi, but bye from my hat, Save! We love you, Save! Thank you, Save!
Whoa! They made the save icon in real life!
They did! He's the save icon in real life! Bye, Save! All right, cutie pies. Did he just...
Whoa! They made the save icon in real life!
All right, we do gotta go on that quick break. Please make sure you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and darlings, this is also your Metamondo in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I love you lots. I'll miss you terribly, and don't worry, I will see you soon in 3 minutes. We got many more hours of fun and shenanigans to be had, and we will be listening to your music when we return. Love you lots. Mwah.
Man's got a good point.
Hold on, let me try again.
Man's got a good point. Yes.
I gotta go find a Raffle. That's the one. That's the one. One moment, please. Oh God, I'm so scary. I'm so sorry. I have a golden egg. I have a golden egg. Yummy egg. Yummy egg. Make an omelet for a day. I can't freestyle, sorry. Enjoy looking for eggs. Last one in the section.
I hope you like this one. Looks tasty.
Oh, okay. Oh my God, it's corn. No, tell me, Strut, what is a decent amount of sleep? Is it more than this many? Is it more than this many, Strat? Or is it less than this many? I'll be the judge of that. Whether it's restful. Oh, hey, well, yeah, let's hatch. Well, we have 6 eggs to hatch. Fuck. Yucky. Scary. Yucky. Scary. Yucky. Scary. Yucky. Scary. Cute. Cute. So, okay, so Save is teaching me vampire etiquette. So you can generally say, oh yeah, my friend's a sucker. But you can't go into a coven and say, yo, suckers. Is that correct from Yuki and Precious Politely? My vampire's in the chat. Can you confirm or deny? Sleep is for the unconscious? No, sleep is for the sane. That doesn't help, does it? A lot of you claim to be insane. But you kind of have to be if you hang out with me too much. Fuck. I'm gonna have your little fingies entwined, but you can't really see it because it's a big fucking mess. I want to try the clip command, so ignore the next few bits. Okay. Actually, yeah, Save is probably the most likely to, that's a good idea. I should probably do that too. I'm doing good. I just made my first payment for my car insurance to my 2006 Subaru Impreza. That's awesome, lovely love it. Congratulations on your Subaru.
It's gathering all the mud into one giant ball. How can it manipulate this mud so easily?
It plans on using that mud ball against him. Please take him out. Oh my god, please take him out. Please, 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 please. Am I out of SP? Is that way? Oh my god, that's so funny, dude. Gun? Thank god. Oh my god. That was way too close, man. Whoa. Gun. The answer to most problems, gun. Boo. Hi, cuties. I'm back. Are you surprised? Did I surprise you? Boo. Hold on. I got confused. All right, Dawn. Sorry, I'm just gonna. I may or may not have spent a little too much time on the same stream before I realized that I needed to still like my projection for my iPad. It stopped working after 2 hours. I know you're shocked by that, right? Like crazy. Okay. All right. Let me see here. Let me go open up our beautiful Yuki's
Cutie Slobber, I'm so glad you're enjoying it. Have you joined our
Please wait but a moment. Okay. Aha, it's perfect. Okay, when I said that it was rough, I really did mean it. Here you go, you guys. This is what I mean by rough.
I'm not good at that one for
We
some
will
reason. I don't get how to
refine
do
it
that one.
rapidly. Hi. Lovely love. A piece for you. Gee, good life. Welcome back, dearest Daniel. Welcome in. Can't have a day without a scuffling. No, that would be wrong. That would be rude. We can't allow that. Awesome Aussie, welcome back. Without save on my head. It's tragic. I've lost my thinking cap. Welcome back, Awesome Aussie. Yee, good Aussie. Next Meto slash jump slice. Abbies. Yee. Good Nix. Beautiful Bublin, it's a stick figure! See, this is how everything starts as a stick figure, you guys. You don't need to be down on yourselves if you draw stick figures. That's how we all start. I wonder how far we can get on Words on Stream. Chad has been some of the strongest players I've seen on it. I know we got some really smart people in here. Lizard, and... Lizard! Fuck, I never will get this. Beautiful Bublin, bees. Yee, good Bublin. Terrific Talon. Uppies. Yee, good Talon. You be a lurky turkey. Can't hear the music? Oh yeah, I haven't turned it on yet. That would be why. How about now? I bet you can't tell what this is. It's a fucking banger is what it is. Best song ever. I'm not biased. I think 30 is our best. That is insane. That's awesome. Don't say never. You've done it before. You can do it again. Yeah. Shout out to the other pal who tried for ochre, but without the H. Ochre. Oh. Wait. Did that not work? Pink click. How dare you? No. Do not defile the sacred name of link click. Oh, in the word game. Oh. Okay. Yeah, that's fair. That's unfortunate, but that's okay. I'm sure that they will keep it for next time. All right, 1 second. I just got to get this. God, this song is so good. I love it. Okay. I think we're set. I'll just move this out 10 more. There we go. Wait, it's link click. I thought it was blue click. No! Ah! Hey, you never run One Piece. I got the right to mess with link click. No, you don't. You actually know link click. I don't know anything about One Piece. Oh shit. Okay. There we go. I thought it was lime click. Ah! I'm being gaslit. Let me know how the music is, you guys. The poll is up. Let me know if this is too loud or if it's just right. Link flick, line click. Ah! You saw an entire season of it. I did not. I saw almost none of the anime. Are you talking about the non-anime? Are you talking about the live action one? I guess I have seen some of that. Or was it cake flip? Ah! Right click, no! Click link, shift click. Oh my god! Ah! Link click. It's a link to Rickroll. Tau click? I would love to be a character in Link Click, but maybe not one that dies, preferably. Okay. So, let me shrink this down a little bit. Okay. Let's see. Are we back to adding the music manually? Actually, no, but it's not giving you guys the feedback, which is kind of irritating. So, if you are curious as to whether, if you hear a song that you've requested and you're like, that was not the right one, let me know and then I'll replace it. But yeah, unfortunately, even though I've got the right setting checked in the thing, you know, the app, to like announce it, it's not doing it. I was actually going to start reading the manga of Link Click, but funny picture books are not that good for my head currently, I found. That is very, very fair, lovely Yuki. No, yeah, you probably need to let your brain recover a bit. The Q command is busted too. This isn't the version I was after. What version were you after, hun? Wrong version, was after the album version. Can you guys give me like the specific, the like who it's by as well as the song so that I can go look it up properly? Because it's been a while since you've done this, so I can't really go all the way back and find it. Ah, the Q is not working. Damn. Lakini's Juice by Live. Let me see here. Okay, I think I found it. Is this the right one? Yeah, I think that your best bet is probably actually sending through the link version of it. Yeah, just use the links if possible today. Mine was LA Pantera by Darui. We do have a bunch of songs on here. Let me see. LA Pantera. See, I've got Yelp on here. I've got La Pantera. Okay, hold on one second. Let me see. I will replace that one. Yeah, I gotta start doing that. Yeah, perfect. That'd be helpful. You used Yelp? I did not use Yelp. LA Pantera. Okay, cool. All right, darling, that is where it's supposed to be now. There you go. Okay. Okay. Let's see here. So we have the lovely Yuki. Yuki, do you have a preference for what kind of expression you have in this? Do you want to be like smiling kind of serenely? Do you want to be like really excited with your mouth open? Do you want to be kind of looking wistful and a little bit sad? What's your preference? 6 minutes was a cutoff link. That is correct, lovely Yuki. Correct. Please check the best of stream. All right. Did you capture all of the link click trolling? I'm so excited. I'll listen to that in its entirety after stream, hun. Also, I remembered, look at me go. Eugene mentioned sharing some artwork. Oh, that's so cute. Oh my God, Eugene did such a great job on this one, you guys. Look at this. This is so cute. Oh, I wish it were higher quality. That's super cute. That's adorable. I did get everything. That's very impressive. Excellent. Also, well done, TauTassieTiger, on the progress on Patricia's ref too. Super sleepy now. We will continue to lurk, but my tiny robot will be watching you in our stead. I'll share his picture. Oh yes, please. Have a great time, everyone. Take care. All good, dearest Dustin. Thank you so much for hanging out with us for so long, Dawn. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Let me double check what. Yeah, happy, like discovering joy for the first time. Cute. I love that. Okay. All right. Lovely Lyra, welcome in. How are you? It's good to see you. Welcome, welcome. I am tired, but good. I'm glad that you're doing well, hon. I'm sorry that you're tired. Can't wait for Strat to make a clip of it. Yeah, for real. Hold on, I gotta chibi-fy this arm here. This is, sometimes I have to do this with my chibi art when I've been doing too much of like the full style stuff, because I'm just not used to doing things all like simplified anymore. Slightly sad because my girlfriend is away on vacation. Oh, we were texting, but she just went to bed. Oh, I'm sorry, hon. I saw you were streaming, so I thought I'd pop on. It's good to see you, lovely Lyra. It's been a while since we've gotten to spend too much time with you. I'm sorry that your girlfriend went to sleep, but I'm glad that she's getting some good rest. I have the one Tao suggested in the works. Should be out on Monday. Oh, I'm so excited. I will send that to the appropriate parties. Robot posted? Robot. Oh, let me go look at the robot. Oh, Monday is a public holiday for much of Australia. Oh, is it really? What holiday is it? Let's see. Robot. That's cute. Oh my God. I have never seen this thing before, but it's so cute. It looks happy. I love it. Hi, Cutie Curse. Welcome on in. How are you? It's good to see you. I'm glad she's getting a vacation too. She's been working really hard lately, so I'm happy she's getting a break. That's wonderful, lovely Lyra. I'm happy to hear that. Ow, it's Anzac Day. Oh, on Saturday, so many states get Monday as a public holiday instead. Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, okay, that is very interesting. That's cool. I think that's fair. I don't think that Nath has Monday off for that reason. But it'd be nice if he did. That would be cool. I think I want a little more, like, action here. Hold on, I might... Actually, hold on a second. I don't know if I... Yeah, you're not flying, right? You're just jumping. Okay. I might have... Might also change the arm direction here. Hold on. Do you like that I still draw flowers like I did when I was like 3? Arctic! Hi, amazing Arctic! Thank you for the googly eyes! And thank you for contributing to all of our challenges as well. Have a good one, Sweetie Pie. It's so good to see you. Leaving an hour or so early, going shopping after lunch. Absolutely, Dawn. I hope you have a fun time. I could fly if I wanted to, I swear. I believe in you. You could totally fly. You can do it. Okay. Let me see here. Okay, let me see. Yeah, I like this more. Because I was gonna have the hand closest to the camera, like, doing this, but I kind of... Hold on, I gotta look at my own hand. Yeah, I didn't want to cover up your cute face, so we're doing it this way. If you want your hand to cover your face, I can do that, but I don't want to. I am gonna close that up a little. I read that in the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy that the secret to flying is falling from the ground but missing it. Falling to the ground but missing it. I love that, except scary. Oh man, is it not? Huh. Prime. So Prime, what I do need you to use the art request like redeem. Yeah, you have to use the redeem. Otherwise, I think it does time you out for a little bit. Oh, forgot to hit it? That's totally fair, hun. I mean, that's basically kind of sort of how orbiting works. You just go fast sideways, you fall towards the Earth, but miss it. Good point, Red. That's a good point, yeah. True? Okay, this is a better pose. I like this more. But I do need to squish your legs. Still got my realistic proportions, just like chonkier. I need to fix it. All right, let me collapse this a little bit. Okay, I'm also gonna close up your arm a little more. I feel like I need to stop saying stuff like that because it makes me sound like a complete psychopath. Like, oh, your neck looks broken. Oh, let me just crush your arm a little bit, you know. Oh, is it still not working, Prime? Shoot, I am so sorry, hun. What the hell? Ah, fuck. Hold on, let me make sure. If it went, that's such a pain. Was that supposed to be, the most recent one I have is Just the Way You Are. Is that the right one? Yeah, no, Prime did use that one. We love our talented psychopath. Thank you, Ava. Yay! Did you take that care package? I did not. I did not see it. Sorry. Thank you for the yeah, sorry about that, Precious Prime. Was it Just the Way You Are that you were hoping for? Because that one's what's up here. So even if it like timed you out for it, which is really annoying and I'm very sorry about, that might, if that's the right one, then at least it went through. Is that the one that went through? I hope so. Because I think that even when the bot times you out, it still winds up being, oh, that's not the right one? Damn. Okay. All right, well, why don't you just tell me what it is, and I'll just manually put it on there. Sorry about that, hun. That's really annoying. I'll try and figure out what's going on with the Songify. That's weird that it's working. So, okay, Julius, Yamato just came up for you. Why is Prime not able to? That's really strange. Sorry, hon. But like I said, yeah, just type it here, and I'll put it up there for you. And don't worry, I'll put it to like above Julius's and stuff. Thank you, Julius. Appreciate that. Can you just copy the link Prime sent? No, like I said, Strat, anytime that I do that, it obliterates the whole queue, which is why it's great if it works. But oh, oh, do you want to hear that again, Prime? Because I already put that on. You already have that. That's coming up in 3 songs. Did you want to hear it again, like in a couple hours? Because it should be up in about, I don't know, 8 minutes, 10 minutes. Because yeah, no, that one is on here. The newest movie of Hitchhiker's Guide, which, while okay, is by far the worst way to enjoy it. There's a BBC radio drama, ooh, fun, as well as a TV show. Oh, that's cool. Oh, and the books, of course, yeah. Seems to be a bug on mobile. I had that issue in an earlier stream. That's so strange. Okay, that's fucking annoying. Sorry. Got a lurk as about to host an anime night. Oh, absolutely amazing. Thank you so much, sweetheart. I appreciate you being here. Have fun with your anime night. Beast for you. Yee! Good, Umbra. Thank you for the support. I didn't know if mine played before. No, well, when we came over here to this screen, which was only what, like during our last break, which was less than half an hour ago, that's when I first started playing music. So here, let me show you something. This is music that you guys have been queuing up since the very start of stream. Okay, so there's a lot of stuff here. So this is all still stuff. There you go, all the way down to there. So yeah, if you chose this one earlier, that's coming up in 2. Yeah. But yeah, I'm sorry that the bot is being a bitch. All right, let's see here. I'm trying to decide. Hey, Yuki, do you have a preference for like? Okay, sorry. The arm looks mangled as fuck right now, but do you have a preference for whether the arm is kind of like up like this, or do you want it to be like tilted backward, anything like that? Do you want it to come down like that? Or further back, or do you want it to be like, I can also alternatively put it, excuse me, can I have my, thank you. I could also have you like making the little anime fist over your heart kind of thing, which is super wholesome and cute. Oh, and if I did that, I could also have a few little petals in your grasp already if you wanted. Something like, oh my god, please. Hold on. I could do something like this. And you could have like some of the petals coming out of your hand if you want. Do you have a preference for that? I'm co-working and we'll go to bed when I hear my song. All good. Wonderful witch. Sounds good. What you working on? City Space Cat. We're working on Yuki's chibi. Tears of a Clown was requested my bait earlier tonight. Yeah, cool. Perfect, perfect. I think more forward over the fist over the heart is beautiful. Yeah, okay, perfect. All right. So let me like make this look better. And my original sketch is gonna throw me off. So okay. All right, my dear. Do you want, so the perception here is that you're like jumping off of the ground like that. Do you want that, or do you want to actually be like mid-flight? Because, so take a mental screenshot of this one, and then no extra pedals. Oh, okay. You're not supposed to hug them to yourself. Oh, that's cute. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, that makes sense. Beautiful Blue, thank you for coming in, hon. I appreciate you. We'll see you later. Okay, so no extra pedals. Let me just get rid of those so I don't forget. So that's like when you're leaving the ground, or I can like have your foot like this, and then you can be like mid leap. And I can also put like a shadow on the ground so that it looks like you're jumping like that, if you want. Just let me know what you think, darling. I'm gonna squish your body some more. I'm gonna just, don't mind me. I'm just gonna squish your body some more. Squish. Slightly off the ground? Okay, perfect. All right. I'll make this a, there we go. All right, and then we'll have a little, maybe I'll move you down a little bit just so that you have some more, there's like a little distance between you and the petal, like so. And then you said you wanted a few around. Akira! Hi there, amazing Akira. Welcome on in. How are you? Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. If you need a raid and run, that's totally cool. But if you'd like us to come on, we'd absolutely love to.
Also invite.
Have you? Oh, Bukai, thank you so much for the resub. Thank you so much for 2 whole months, darling. I do appreciate it. Thank you for your generosity and support. I really appreciate you. Thank you, darling. Thank you. Wonderful Akira. How was your stream, darling? Let's see, what were you up to? You guys, this is the amazing Akira FFS, a self-proclaimed yapper and demonic phoenix who has a descended. Oh, let me show you guys some of my like full-fledged art real quick so that you can glance at that. I'm in the midst of a sketch phase for a chibi right now, but this is what my art generally looks like. Let's see, has descended upon us from the realm of Tomodachi life. Oh my God, I've been seeing great things about Tomodachi life. Are you enjoying it? This illiterate yet entertaining VTuber brings gremlin energy and anime vibes to her mature stream. All hail the supreme spicy chicken. Wow, 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 wow. Hi, and hello, not Mr. AIDS. Welcome on in. Lovely Lost, welcome, welcome, and amazing Akira! How are you? Crafty Lapras. Oh, I love a Crafty Lapras. Welcome in, darling. How are you, cutie crafty? Hey, we've been missing you. Lots of people begging me to raid you. Oh, that's really sweet. Well, I am incredibly honored and very humbled that you have a community that would like to come and see me as well. And Akira, it is a pleasure and an honor to have you here, darling. Thank you so very much. Sweetest Space Cat, I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thanks for joining us for a while. That was my title, Top Tier Warrior. Welcome on in. How are you? Akira, would you like to let us know when your next stream will be and what you will be streaming so that hopefully we can come and join you? Holy shit, 1 second. I will just thank the absolutely unbelievably insanely generous and amazing Umbra for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. Thank you ever so much for the 20 holy shit. Vash resummoned and I say, oh, and I saw an almost hype train. Thank you so very much, amazing Umbra. Oh, I'm so sorry, Sweetest Storm. There was a bunch of stuff going on there, but Sweetest Storm, thank you ever so much for gifting that sub to the absolutely amazing Akira as well, darling. I do appreciate it. Thank you enormously, sweetheart. Thank you for your incredible generosity. Lovely Lost, Sweetest Storm, amazing Umbra, and Joyous Julius. Thank you guys so very much for your insane generosity and incredible support. I cannot even put into words how grateful I am. Thank you so much, you guys. Not Mr. Rates, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Also, Lysandrish, welcome on in. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Sorry, I also missed what Julia said. Sorry, crazy, but that's how it goes. Millions of people living as foes. Maybe it's not too late to learn how to love and forget how to hate. Mental wounds not healing, life's a bitter shame. I'm going off the rails on a crazy train. Akira, you will be streaming Omori tomorrow at 8 p.m. EST. That sounds like a lot of fun. You guys, please do check out the amazing Akira who just brought in their gorgeous community. Sweetheart, thank you so much for bringing everybody in. I really do appreciate it. You are such a sweetheart. As for a quick intro from me to you, I have a little video for you, but first I'll introduce some of the stuff that we get up to. Hi, everybody. I am Tau. You're going to get a little catchy intro video momentarily, but first, I'm Tau. I'm a Tasmanian Tigers Vtuber and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am also a professional artist, so if you come on in on Fridays, which is today, you can watch me do art and also help me decide what we're working on. Also, feel free to request music using the song request redeem as long as you first read our pinned comment. And we are playing through Persona 5 Royal for the very first time. I've never played a Persona game before, so if you would like to see someone be a total noob and not spoil anything, please don't spoil anything for me. Come on in on Sundays. On Tuesdays, we are playing through Final Fantasy XIV for the very first time as well. In fact, I'm such a newbie. We will actually be literally the next Final Fantasy stream we have. I'm really fucking hyped about this. We're going to be entering Heaven's Ward. I've been working through A Realm Reborn and now like the bridging quests, and now we're 2 quests away from entering Heaven's Ward, and those go for like 5 hours. Like our stream goes for about 5 hours, so we will be into Heaven's Ward by the end of stream on Tuesday. I'm so excited. Wednesdays, we are playing through Monster Hunter Stories 3. Also our first time playing through that. If you would like to join us, you are more than welcome to. Cutie Crafty, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Now, if you don't mind, here's a little bit about us.
Vtuber self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of Vtuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fanart tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Confess your love to yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Favorite music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol?
Mm.
What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
Before the end goal.
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch. Yay! I hope that was educational. Yippee! Thank you so much, Valiant Vicious, for the 100 biddies. Ooh, piece of candy. Thank you, and thank you guys so much for the insane out of nowhere hype train. Thank you so very much, Valiant Vicious. Thank you so very much, amazing Umbra. Thank you so much, Joyous Julia, Sweetest Storm, and Lovely Lost. Thank you guys ever so much for your amazing support. I really, truly do appreciate you. Thank you. Super informative. That's what I thought, dearest duck. Cute intro. Did you like it, Cutie Crafty? Thank you so much. But yes, darling, Akira. Sorry, I was like, I'm looking at your name. I'm like, Akira. Lovely Akira. You guys, please go check out Akira, who will be streaming another game. Let me see here. Sorry, I gotta remember. I do have to remember that one. That was Omori tomorrow at 8 p.m. EST. And also, please, Akira, if you need to go to the bathroom, take a shower, go eat, hydrate. If you need to, oh, this is very, very, very loud at the end. Sorry, I am getting rid of that one. If you need to go take any kind of care of yourself, please make sure you go and do that. I promise to take the best care of your lovely community until you come on back for them. And welcome into Akira's lovely community. Please make yourselves at home. It is a pleasure to have you. Thank you so very much for bringing everybody in. You are very generous and very kind for trusting me with your beautiful community. Amazing Akira. Hi there, Nico. Nico! Hi, darling. Oh, thank you so much. I saw you followed a little bit ago. Thank you so much for the follow, sweetheart. I do appreciate it. How are you, Nico? And oh, lovely lady Aviel. Welcome, welcome. How are you? It's so good to see you, cutie patootie. All right. You guys, this is like what my typical like full style artwork looks like. This was a commission that I recently finished. I'm just a really big fan of it because there's a lot of detail. All of it's hand done and everything. So, but we are currently working on a little chibi sketch, and we are going to refine it, and hopefully if I can lock the fuck in, I will actually be able to finish this chibi today. Nico, I'm good. I finally got to catch a stream when I'm not super busy. That's amazing. I'm so happy to have you right on board, darling. Thank you so very much for being here. I hope you enjoy your time with us. Lysandrish, oh my god, Thylacine is such an inspired soda type. Thank you. It fits in very well with the fact that it's very important to me, ecological and environmental conservation. That's like a big part of this channel, is like, if I can find games where like habitat restoration, Monster Hunter Stories 3, is a main part of it, I will do that. Recon, it's been a while. How are you? But I hope that I hope you enjoy your time with us, lovely listeners. All right, let's start doing, I'm so sorry, lovely Yuki, did you, we got that wonderful, thoughtful raid, and then we got so many wonderful people one more time. Lovely, Vicious, amazing Umbra, Joyous Julius, Sweetest Storm, and lovely Lost. Thank you guys so much again for the support. And guess what? I forgot what you said. If you said anything, do you have any changes for this pose, or are you pretty happy with it? Also, give me a second. My phone's gonna die. Sorry. You took a long mental break. I hope you're feeling much better, darling. Hope things are going well for you. You're very happy with it? Perfection! All right, now I will get to work on your relevant clothing decisions. Yes. Let's see. Also like Soulframe. You do like Soulframe, Sweetest Storm. It is a fun time. Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry. You know my brain. You meant, yes, like habitat restoration stuff. That's true. Also like Soulframe. Exactly right. Exactly right. Sorry. I wish I could rewind. This is one of the negatives of being an actual live streamer, is that when I fuck up like that and then realize a second later, I can't take it back. That's what I'm sorry, my brain very, very slow. Hi, cutie conductor, welcome on in. How are you? It's good to see you. Moo, moo, or alternatively, moo, moo. Trying to learn CAD, right? Oh, CAD right now. My brain hurts. CAD is confusing. I used to work with engineers who used it. That shit was crazy. All right. I heard nothing, so it didn't happen. Exactly right, lovely lady. You get points that don't matter, but you get points for that. Thank you. Lovely Vicious, thank you so much for the 5 streak, darling. I do appreciate your awesome dedication and support. Thank you, thank you. And Meta is right, cutie caution. I'm trying to make a model train in CAD. I have regretted my decisions. I would borderline suggest Maya over that, depending on how like precise you have to be. If it's like for a reason, like a really good reason, then stick with CAD, like if it really needs those precise measurements, but you might have better luck with Maya. Anytime. Thanks, lovely lady. Okay, let me see here. Let me get some blue. Sorry, it's not how your hair works. That's not how your hair looks. I think what I might actually do is I might actually do your outfit first. Okay, so. Oh, so far I'm liking this song. Yo, the bass line on this is sick. Oh, of course it's Creepy Nuts. God, they have such great music. Holy. Okay. That's on my personal like now. I don't know who redeemed this one, but it is a banger already. Oh, let's go. I feel like Creepy Nuts does so much really sick experimental stuff, dude. Like, pretty much all of their songs have something that you really haven't heard elsewhere, and they just make it work, like, so well. Actual musical geniuses. IMO. Oops, hello. You don't have gloves, right? No, I didn't give you gloves, but you do have this cute little cuff. Yuki, are Creepy Nuts like super, super popular in Japan as well? I assume they must be. Sounds a lot like a modern jazz version, which is quite popular here. Oh, I love that, like, even before you heard what I said, you were like, yeah, pretty popular. This sure hits a spot. It so does. Listen to this song on repeat so long when I found it. Is this your request, Sweetest So Jazzy? Banger. Absolute banger. So good. Oh, Ozzy, thank you for the care package. Yo, it's supposed to be getting cooler here, and I'm sweating balls. I cannot believe how hot it is here right now. We had like a cold snap, and I was so excited to be like actually chilly, and now I'm sweating like it's summer again. Okay, let's see. We've got a little drop here, a little drop here, and Dolor! Welcome in, dearest Dolor. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? They are quite famous, I think. Well, maybe a step below the usual idols, but known among the cool kids. The cool kids indeed. I've been welcoming how cold it's been here of a morning. It's been so hot here. Ozzy, give me back my Tasmanian weather. Okay, hold on. I gotta get these droplets right. Let's see. So I've got one quite high up, and then I've got one that dips down. So this one's tighter along the back, like that. And then this one's quite a lot further down. Yeah, probably, actually, yeah, probably about here. And then that comes off of the shoulder, upper shoulder. Let me see. Is that the outer one? That is the outer one. Yeah, okay. So that one comes over like that, and then this one comes down like so. And this comes back up. Let's see here. It is. I'd love to see a tapper tune for this. That would be so cool. If you find that, send it. What's the temp there? Bet it isn't as bad as here. Well, that's probably true, but it's not supposed to be 25 degrees in almost May in Tassie. 32, just boiling away what's left of our sanity. Just perfect. That sounds absolutely miserable. I'm still allowed to complain. Wah! All right, and then this comes up. Yeah. Okay. Yep, like that. Right. We got your tail as well, which I'll put. Let's see. I bet you would love it here, Tao. I like my Tasmanian Tiger crispy. Sounds like a threat, Strat. You wouldn't threaten me, would you? Well, not to brag or anything, but we are at a nice 20 Celsius. Ah, Yuki! That's not fair. Oh, I'm so sorry. The body is broken. I don't know why it's broken. I even updated it because I was testing it and that wasn't working, and then I updated it and it still wasn't working. So at the very least, I was consistent with. It wasn't like I updated it and it was previously working, and then I updated it and it wasn't working. It just isn't working. I'll fuck around with it. Corn! The corn song. Oh my god, I'm making progress. I made a box with a pipe on it. Let's go, conductor. You're getting there. You're getting there. I hope it works next week too, sweetest Strat. You mentioned Tomodachi Life. What is that about? I don't know a whole lot about it, but actually Akira would probably be able to tell us better if Akira's still here. Akira, are you still here? Tomodachi Life is like a, from what I gather, it's kind of like Animal Crossing, but you get to make your own villagers, sort of, like, and there's a bazillion options. So, like, I only know about it because, number one, a lot of cozy streamers have been playing it, but also I saw a clip of Iron Mouse's Tomodachi being crushed on by a Connor Tomodachi that she made for him, and it was really funny. Considering how the last few summers went, tendency rising, the meteorologists are already warning for another unusually hot summer. Oh, no. We had Sakura bloom pretty much the earliest time in about 80 years since it was so warm so early. Oh, man. That's a shame. That's crazy. Damn. So was it warm, Yuki, and then it's cooler now? Or is there like a gradual increase so far? Since we can't see it, let's hope it actually does its job and adds the right songs. Yeah, absolutely. If you would like to tell me exactly which one you did, I'm happy to patrol and look. I do have Zombie by Thylacines, if that was the one you requested, Cutie Saliva. Seems like a nice sim game. Yeah, it's 30 for you, Saru. Blah, 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 blah. Yucky. We also just invented a new word for days which are over 40. Kokushabi, meaning brutally hot day. Oh my god, that sucks that you have to call, that you have to name it, but 40 Celsius is crazy. Kokushabi. It does sound, even the word sounds harsh. Yeah, I could see that. You've added Tau on yours? Oh my god, Nikki! Can I get screenshots of me? Oh, you accidentally deleted it. Control Z, Control Z. Actually, I might make your mouth smaller, a little bit smaller. Mimi. Oh, Tao, you're best friends forever with one of my Mies, and yes, I will send screenshots of it. Oh my god, let's go. I'm so excited, Nikki. Thank you so much. Phew, it's back. Good job, conductor. Good job. Bless you. Thank you, Osmuzzy. 40 Celsius is just near death for us Brits. Our heat waves are 30 Celsius or so. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of where they are for Tasmanians as well. I literally would actually completely just decease if I got off of the plane in like Queensland and it was over, 25. Thank you, sweetest so Jessie, for the blessings. We don't have a word for when it's above 40. We just melt. We have a word for it if it gets over 40 degrees. We call it fucked. Yeah. Or kokushobi. now you can have a Japanese word for it. Let me see. I like the size of the mouth, but now the face is too big, so... Cute. Okay. Fuck. Why would you do that to me? Hold on. Okay. Let's see. Heat waves suck. I work in a bakery. It already gets hot in there. Oh, that would suck. Slobber, do you not have any aircon in there? I'm from Florida. I just cook all year round, like a rotisserie chicken. Put on some sunscreen. Hydrate well. 40 plus is also quite deadly for us here. The last few years when our summers were record setting, we had a lot of older people and unprepared folk dropping like flies. That's so sad. Do you guys not have a lot of aircon in Japan, Yuki? Apparently I can't type and work at the same time. You're okay, cutie conductor, no worries. I'm fairly certain that the gates of hell are still open. Yeah, I think you're right. Okay. Your neck is too long for my chibis. I will move your head back. Hold on. You guys ever look at my sketches and go, eek, and then I just have to, you have to remind yourself, trust the process. It's okay. We'll get there. Okay, let me see here. That's right, you've got this cute little kind of collar around here. Then that goes down like so. You guys want me to put a lock-in redeem on our art streams, or are you guys pretty happy with how much I talk to you guys? And how long it takes me to finish things. Tao calls me cutie. I can't handle this level of kind. Well, it's my job to make sure that you can. Let's see. I do not enjoy the heat either. Give me cold. I can always put on another sweater, but I can't really take off any more clothes once I'm naked. Exactly, Yuki. 100% agree. We're in fall summer here. In the last week, we had about 85 Fahrenheit, 30 Celsius. And then a couple days later, we had snow. Oh, I love complete and total unpredictability. Oh my God. Wow. Climate change. Wow. Yay. God. Zoe. Hello there, lovely Zoe. How are you? It's good to see you. How the fuck do I make sure that my CPU stays alive? Oh, I wish I could help you. We keep the shutters open for deliveries and we have fans above the ovens leading out, but that's it. Oh, and a walk-in fridge that I end up spending a lot of time in during hot days. Needless to say, work takes longer because of it. I bet. I hope you're hydrating, hun. You're good, lovely Nikki. You're happy with how it works. I like hearing and reading the discussion myself, so no need for a lock-in, I say. Okay, that's good to know, Red. Thank you. Nah, the half chatting, half arting is a great vibe. Okay, perfect. Okay, awesome. I'm really happy to hear that. Okay, easy done, easy done. Air conditioning is not really a thing in private homes, really. Never really needed it, and outside of the cities, especially unheard of. Of course, the big public places have it, but even then, there are laws on when they are allowed to run to conserve energy and resources. So for most people, it is basically just water that can help. Also, in big cities, the streets and close buildings trap the heat quite a bit, making it surprisingly dangerous for some. I believe that. I actually recently rewatched The Summer Hikaru Died with Nath, and the amount of things that, like, the amount of scenes where these, like, everyone is pouring sweat, because it all takes place in rural Japan, right? During a summer, and it's just like, yeah, actually, I'm thinking about it, and like, Hikaru just like chilling out in front of a fan instead of like actual aircon. Oh, I think I might die. Hey, Seika, welcome on in. How are you? Good to see you, hun. How are things? We hate it when you stop talking. It feels lonely and dark and the lights dim and the sounds fade. I wonder what my choice is. Fair enough, sweetest strap. Fair enough, darling. If any of you are hating the heat, I'm currently in my store's sub-zero Fahrenheit freezer if you want to swap. Yes, please. Yes, please. Bring it to me. I prefer chatting and arting since it makes your streams yours and how interactive you are with the community. Awesome. Okay, sounds good, darlings. I'm very happy to hear that. Very happy to hear that. Question for Tao and Pals. What's a movie or show or series you've watched that you knew was going to be a tearjerker and you indeed shed tears? The Haunting of Bly Manor. That is my favorite. That is my absolute favorite. I feel like bawling my eyes out show. I'd probably rewatch it once a year or so. I'm actually due for a rewatch. Yeah, I love that show. Good to see you too. Well, thank you for asking. I got home early from work today, having a lovely shower. I'm glad you're cozy, Seka. That is wonderful. I am doing fantastically. We're having a grand old time. We're going on a chibi at the moment for the beautiful Yuki in the chat. And yeah, having a fun time listening to music, vibing, arting. I love the mix of chatting and arting as well. Air conditioning never really took over here, but but that is the same as in Europe as well. Aircon is mostly an American thing. Thank you for my sticky hearts, lovely caution. Nom 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 nom. Thank you for feeding me your yummy hearts. Thank you, cute caution. Time for a break. Oh shit, it is. Ooh, Bly Manor is great. Seconded. Let's go, sweetest Tassie. So many people haven't seen it, or they don't understand why I cry during it. But yeah, facts. I love that. I love that one. What was the show about? It is about an American au pair traveling to the UK to be an au pair, which is basically taking care of young people, and she works in a giant mansion. And that is all I will tell you without spoiling anything. Cutie Crafty, thank you so much for the care package, darling. I appreciate it. It's by my favorite director as well, Michael Flanagan. I think I love I fucking love basically everything he's done. He's so great. For me, it's Children of Men as a movie and Life is Strange for a game. I actually haven't played Life is Strange. Maybe that's one we should play sometime. Telltale Games, I was talking to a friend about this actually, like literally a couple of days ago. Telltale Games season 1 of The Walking Dead. Sobbing, tears, sobbing. Oh my god, fuck. That's my favorite one for a game to cry to. Glad to hear you're all doing well. Thank you, Sega. And Precious Pearl, how are you? It's great to see you, darling. Dealing with a tornado watch. Oh, hun, I'm glad that you've been able to calm down, but I'm really sorry that you're dealing with that. That's quite scary. Haunting of Bly Manor is really good. It is like my favorite. It's on Netflix. It's a Netflix original, sweetest strat. I'd like to stay longer, but I gotta sleep for work. Oh, that's all good, Cutie Crafty. Thanks for taking care of me before you go. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams and have a great one at work when you get around to it. And hopefully we will have the pleasure of your company in the not too distant future. Is it like a horror? It's a dark gothic romance is how I would phrase it. It does have a lot of horror elements though. For me, it's the last episode of the Grand Tour. It was getting towards the end of a 20+ year collab between 3 presenters, entertaining tens of millions of car enthusiasts, and a bit came up where 2 of the presenters reunited with some iconic cars. Aww, they got emotional. I fucking bawled. That's very cute. Mike Flanagan-san is really good. I have enjoyed all of his shows so far. Right? They're all really good. I mean, you know, they're not all created equal, but I've enjoyed all of them. Twin tornadoes. Ah, it's Ro and Saku. I forgot Walking Dead season 1. That was heartbreaking as well. They poured it on in season 2 as well, but it had some crowning moments of awesome for Clemton, so it worked. I agree, Yuki. It is indeed break time, Nix. Thank you very much. Once I catch up with chat, I will go on that break. Let's see. The first life is strange, is real dark towards the end. Just a warning. Good main. Hello there, Terrific Trout. It's so good to see you, darling. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing, Cutie Pie? I hope things are going well. Ooh, Eep. Gotta get running. Have a good night, all, and thanks for the stream. Of course, sweetest Sir Jazzy. Thanks so much for hanging out with us for so long. I hope you also sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. We'll see you later, darling. Known tearjerker, Guardians of the Galaxy 3. After the first and second, I knew I would cry at that. Oh, and a movie called Max. Oh God, Army Dog's handler dies and he gets sent to live with his family. He cries at his funeral in the first 10 minutes. I can't handle anything sad happening to animals, dude. I cannot do it. Oh my God. Saku actually joked it was them visiting. The tornadoes were at the airport when she made that joke. Oh my God. Well, I'm glad you're doing all right, sweetheart. And Terrific Trout, thank you so much for the lurk. I do appreciate it. Did you see Guardians 3? I did not, actually. I did not. All right, you guys, we gotta go on a very quick 3-minute break. For those of you who don't know or who need the quick refresher, every hour we go on a 3-minute break. That is just so that if you cannot afford to subscribe or you do not wish to subscribe, you actually don't have to. Because for those 3 minutes, I walk away from the computer, I turn on those ads, and yeah. And then we come on back after 3 minutes. It's a great time. Just hang in there, okay? I'll see you guys in 3. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is also a meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I love y'all lots. I'll miss y'all terribly, and I'll see you all soon. Mwah.
Okay. I'll go back to my corner. Sorry. I'm just being a little weirdo today.
And enjoy looking for eggs. Last one in the section.
I hope you like this one.
Okay. I'll go back to my corner. Sorry. I'm just being a little weirdo today.
Cute, very cute. Was that supposed to be a meow? No, I don't think I intended to do a meow, but I could. Down to be juice. What? A fatty chocobo with a hattie. You must own chesticles. Listen. Yes, I'm counting that. Say, hada hada. Again, I'm not good at that one for some reason. I don't get how to do that one. Hold on, let me try again.
Man's got a good point.
I want tofu, I want udon, dombe, dombe, please send this way. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. I have a golden egg. I have a golden egg. Yeah, me egg. Make an omelet for a day. I can't freestyle, sorry. Okay, Lav, could I get your input on this? Are you happy with this sketch? Have you any changes? I'm gonna have your little fingies entwined, but you can't really see it because it's a big fucking mess. I want to try the clip command, so ignore the next few bits. Okay. Actually, yeah, save is probably the most likely to, I signed and created a Stoat account just in case Discord goes to complete doo-doo. That's a good idea. I should probably do that too. I'm doing good. I just made my first payment for my car insurance to my 2006 Subaru Impreza. That's awesome, lovely Lolvic. Congratulations on your Subaru.
It's gathering all the mud into one giant ball! How can it manipulate this mud so easily?
It plans on using that mud ball against her. Yes. Like, I'll go find it. Raffle. That's the one. That's the one. One moment, please. Oh God, I'm so scary. I'm so sorry. I'm so scary. Wait. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. I don't know why I look this way. I'm in the master's chambers. They gather for the feast. Okay, I'm happy. This is. There you go. This was so worth it. Wasn't this worth 20 minutes for the bit? Aren't you so glad you stuck around? Should I just add this link in here, or do you have another specific link for it? You can just add that link.
Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe to TauTassieTiger, or you won't get any more coins to give you till
Up your round of words, and then we will get back into orting. And don't worry, I have paused your music. I should probably wait until we get into the game, but because it's occurring to me right now, and I'll probably forget otherwise, I just want to let you guys know I did not actually get a chance to... Welcome back, beautiful Bublin. Lizard. I'm determined. Focusing. Fuck. Cutie cacto! Wait, get heart. Look. It looks like I'm hearting the senbei, but I'm actually giving you a heart. Alrighty. Well done, you guys. Well done on that. And we're back. What do you think? What do you think about that? Hi. Welcome back, cutie patooties. Let me turn your music back on. There you go. Awesome, Aussie. You beautiful being. Uppies for you. Yay! Good, Aussie. Nix, Mato slash jam slice. Uppies for you. Yay! Good, Nix. Cutie Cyber! Now put me down in the shadows so I may look. Okay, Cutie Cyber gets uppies, and then I put you over here in the shadows, and we go, good Cyber. Total away into the shadows. Hey, Ram! Welcome in, Radical Ram, and uppies for you, darling. Yay! Good, Ram. Thank you for the lurk, awesome Aussie. Appreciate ya. And say the storm! Grabby, 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 and uppies! Good storm, good storm. Oh, cuterist. Well done on the boss, you guys. Excellent work. Oh my God. Save is so cute. He still has me on his head. Oh, I wish that I could get it to work over here. I'd have to like rejig everything though, because everything's on a nested scene. But please go check out Save if you haven't yet. You know better. All right. Let me see here. Where were we? We were refining beautiful Yuki's. I'll do your hair last just because I want to make sure I get your clothes right, and your hair's going to cover up some of your clothes. So I think we're good on the upper body there. I might give you a little bit of a bosom here. No, that looks weird. Hold on. Thank you for the hug, Seed of Storm. You're very sweet. Welcome back, Terrific Talon. I am now out of the freezer. I'm so glad we have a penguin suit. I don't think I would have lasted an hour in there otherwise. A penguin suit? Do you have to get in the penguin suit every time you go in there? I assume that if you were in there for like, you know, a minute or two, you'd be fine. And it might feel nice, actually. Okay, let me see. Hold on, I gotta do some visualizing here. All right. Okay, this would come through the sides. I think, yeah, this would be a bare leg because the way that the skirt at the front here is, that would kind of go between the legs and then fall down when a leg is lifted like this. So, let me see. But this would be covered because, yeah, it'll be like, it would probably be right around here. And then that comes down. And you actually have some movement. So let's get some, actually I might do this with your jewels on the back as well. This stops right around. There we go, like that. Cute. Okay. Cute, you're floating. Ah! Radical Ratters, how are you? Thank you for contributing to the movie night. Oh, fuck. Hey, sorry, you guys are amazing. And you, today, funded our story time stream. So let me introduce some of that to you real quick before I forget, which I did forget for hours, and now I'm back. Let me see here. So what you're gonna do, let me first tell you what it is, hey? So our storytelling stream is this. I invite you guys to submit your writing. It can be whatever you want, pretty much. It can be, it doesn't, okay, here, let me actually just bring this over here. Hi, okay, there you go. I'll post below this. This is not current. Bear with me. I should have thread. I should have a thread. Ah, there we go. Okay, cool, perfect. So, if you would like to submit, please go to the, right over here, go to writing, right here. Okay, and then go up here where there's a thread, click on thread, storytime stream. This will be, where you're going to put stuff. Okay, I'm actually gonna literally put, break for, storytime stream, achieved 240426. There we go. Okay, anything below here, if you have already submitted something and you would like me to read it again, you need to submit it again right here, okay? But yeah, let me read this. You cannot use any AI generated content. I also mean if you wrote it and then you put it through AI for editing, no go. And like, that's a serious offense in this community. If I or a mod discovers that you have used AI, and we can tell, you will be getting minimum of a warning, and this is a 3 strikes and you're out community. So like, you get 3 chances, and if you fuck that up, you are gone. Like, you are permanently banned. Well, you're permanently banned for a whole year. We do not even look at unban requests for in under a year. Okay, so do not use AI. Please, 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 please don't use AI for making it. Don't use AI for editing it. If you want someone to edit your stuff, reach out in the community, you know, or reach out to a friend or a family member or something. If you are submitting something that you did not write, please ensure you either have explicit permission from the original author or that the piece is in public domain, okay? So what that means is, for example, you can submit Edgar Allan Poe stuff because that is in public domain. If you have a friend of yours who would like to hear their story read on stream, as long as it is within the Pouch Pal TOS and of course by extension, the Twitch TOS, you can submit that with their express permission. Okay. Let's see. Please only post here when the piece you want to present is ready to be read, and do not post multiple parts over multiple days and multiple posts. Okay. So I don't want to be seeing, you know, Pouch Pal A has posted, and they say, oh, here's the first chapter, and I'm still working on the second. And then in 3 days, they post after everyone else is posted, and they say, okay, here's chapter 2 and 3. None of that, okay? Also add that the story needs to have at least basic self-editing or at least ask someone for help. That's true. If I find it really, really difficult to read, I will probably not read it, especially if it's really long. Please practice as best as you can. This will not get you a warning or anything, by the way. I just might not actually be able to read your tale. Yeah, if you would like me to have an easier time of reading it and therefore be able to actually like immerse you guys in the story with voice acting and stuff like that and like actual narration, I do need it like broken up properly, okay? So if you submit 10 pages and it all is just no paragraphs, it's just a big block of text, I'm gonna have a hell of a time reading it. Please, ideally don't do that. Let's see, you can also only post 3 short stories or 1 long story per person. So we're not gonna have like, you know, 12 SCP entries, and we won't have 4 longer stories, stuff like that, okay? I also assume creepypastas are also good in terms of being public domain. Of course, graphic content is always a no-go. Right, that's the other thing. Gotta make sure that it's not, that's a really good point, Mac. You can post creepypastas as long as you credit the original person, but you must make sure that it is within Pouch Pal TOS. So again, we don't want anything triggering, okay? I want people to come in and feel cozy and comfortable. I don't want them to come in and then be blindsided by the fact that there's body horror or something like that, okay? Also, yes, that's a good point as well. So I probably need to modify these rules actually. The stories that are written by you guys will get preference over stories pasted from the internet. So, while you can submit SCPs and you can submit creepypastas, and that's totally fine, as long as, again, it's within TOS, I will be, even if an SCP, if the order, for example, is like Pouch Pal written story, SCP, 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 Pouch Pal written story, just to make sure that we have time for all of the Pouch Pal related stuff, I am actually going to read the Pouch Pal stuff before, like, first. So if that's the order, then we will still read Pouch Pal written story, skip SCP, Pouch Pal written story. And then once all the Pouch Pal written stuff is done, then I will go back up and read anything that is from the internet, okay? Let's see, what does short or long story mean in regards to page or word count? That's a great question, Yuki. That's a really good question. Let's edit this together, shall we? So 3 short stories. This is a page or less.
Uncle Storm's exiting client just gaffed and sent a response from their AI that they are replacing his company with to him. It said, and I quote, "You are right to challenge me, I made that up. I have no evidence that it works that way."
What the fuck? That's so fucked up, Storm. Surely that's something that, like, I feel like that's gotta be something you can actually fight with, like, Fair Work or something. God, that's insane. Okay, long story, 1 long story. Let's go with, actually, maybe not a page or less. Maybe, well, fuck, I guess it kind of depends. I'm gonna say, actually, I think that a page or less is fair for a short story. 1 long story will be, 2+ pages, okay? And if it's between 1 and 2 pages, we will play it by ear, depending on how big the text is, by how big the font face is. What else do we say? We said, Pouch Pal written stories will take precedence over I'll say unoriginal. Let's say unoriginal content. I can't spell. Please fix that. Thank you. What else do we want to say, do you think? What did we say? What did you already say, Strat? Sorry, my bad. Makes sense. People who make their own stories should get priority. Yeah. I appreciate you understand that, lovely Nix. Once there was a girl named Lith. She was very cute and knew this. She didn't like guppies, but would always ask for uppies, and she'd get them from Tau with Riz. I love it. Uppies for you. Yay! Good, Lith. You get uppies for that for sure. Let's see. My D&D OC backstory will be voice acted. It certainly will, if that is your request. Absolutely. Let's see. No gore or body horror. Oh, that's right. Oh yeah, thank you, Strat. Okay, so no, I'll put this in caps. No triggering content. Body horror, descriptive gore. Give her body horror, descriptive gore, etc. I think we can all think of some of the other stuff that I'm thinking of, but like, no triggering content. you don't need to put it. And then what was the other one? Oh yeah, please self-edit or ask for help from friends, family, or the community. If I struggle to read your writing due to lack of punctuation, or readability, I may pass it over. Okay. Anything else I'm missing here? That makes sense for the length, but I guess I will have to break up mine into chapters. Actually, I may be over limits for what I already have written, so it would be more than an introduction, I guess. How many pages have you got, lovely Yuki? Because we've read, I think I've read a 15 or 20 page story before. The client is choosing to end the contract with my employer. That's why I'm being made redundant, as I have no role to move into at my level unless I lose 25% of my pay packet. That client is the one with the AI, which is now making up support instructions and admits to it. That's fucked, Storm. Oh, you were so much better off without them. That blows. I'm so sorry. I can't believe you read that out loud. I'm so embarrassed. Of course I did, Lith. It's gold. I hope someone clips it. Of course, some of my favorite stories in the stream are the ones made by the pals. They're great, right? Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, obviously, yeah, sexual abuse is one of the things I was thinking of, but I'm kind of worried about putting it because, I'll put essay. I don't want to trigger anybody by, you know, putting the triggers in there. Yeah. I already posted an SCP I know you will love. I'm excited. Ooh. Yeah, I think that would fall under triggering. I do agree. No experimentation stories. I'm not going to say no experimentation stories because that's a pretty broad scope. I've read like, you know, very actually quite wholesome like children's books where someone experiments and like creates a chimera type of thing and then they become friends with it and stuff. So I don't want to say anything about that. But if it is an experimentation story that involves any of this stuff, then or yeah, again, use I'll say etc. Please use your best judgment. The other thing is, you won't be able to sneak through anything. Not that I think we've got anyone in this community that would do that, but I'm going to have my mods read through everything, and they know what the rules are, and they know what to look for. So if they react to your, because they will, they'll put a react on your submission in the Discord. And if I see an X or a thumbs down, I will not be reading it. If I see a thumbs up or a heart, or a checkbox or something positive, I will read it. Yeah. It is long, but the addendums make it so much better. Okay. Belligerent control freaks. Oh, yeah, belligerent control freaks utilizing AI. Blah, blah, blah. Guessing movie quotes and monologues would be public domain, and back in the shadows I go. Yes, potentially, Sliber. As long as it is in public domain, you'll need to like look for it and make sure, because otherwise I can actually get in trouble for reading it on stream. Thank you, sweetest Saru. Wonderful mod Saru. I'm at 4 pages planned for about 15, but it's mostly character introduction with not a lot of action, and I had hoped to get into the more scary parts. I may rewrite some to make it a more rounded chapter. See, that sounds totally fine, lovely Yuki. I'm sincerely hoping that Red, I don't know if Red went to bed or not, or if Red is lurking, but Red constantly fills my heart up whenever he submits the continuation of the story, and I'm actually getting the opportunity to work on a piece for him as a commission of one of the characters in his story. You are, yeah, I'm always here. I love that, Red. Yeah, and I'm super fucking hype. Actually, I need to send you the sketch, Red. I finished it and I forgot to send it to you. My bad. Do you guys want to see the sketch that I'm going to send to Red? Red, do you want to see the sketch for the first time live on stream?
Hello,
Portrait, let's go. Go ahead and show. Okay, cool. Also, oop, there we go. there is your extra little bits there. But you guys, I am going to give you a good little while to submit for this. I think I'll probably end up hosting this storytime stream. It'll probably either be a Thursday my time or Saturday my time, because those are two of my freer days. But it won't be this, obviously it won't be this Thursday or Saturday. It'll be next, if anything. So yeah, feel free to get your stuff in. This is your like week and a half, maybe almost fortnight warning that we are going to be doing this. And I would love for you guys to submit as many things that is within the realm of permission as you would like. Okay. Okay. Let me show you guys the piece for you. I did want to know which of these you liked more, lovely red. So give me just a second. With the hat, I made a version with it smaller and I made a version with it bigger, and I wonder which one you like more. Hold on, I gotta get it sized properly. Okay. Okay, so, aha! I wanted to know which of these poses you liked more firstly. So, because you had said you wanted her kind of like looking down her nose at you. So I did that version, but I also did like this kind of more like seductive looking version. It's totally up to you. So this is the, I think that's is this the big one? Yeah, there's the small one. That's the small hat and the big hat. Small hat, big hat, small hat, big hat. I'll do it one more time, but I'll take more time. Small hat. Big hat. You, of course, don't have to tell me right now because I'm not working on it right now, but like, and I will send this to you afterward. I kind of like the Vtuber pose on the left with the bigger hat. Okay, cool. So this one, you like this one? I will send them both to you and you can like confirm it for sure, but yeah. Let's see. That sounds very cool. Last story stream was super interesting, but I don't want to take away time from the other Pouch Pals by being too episodic. No, not at all, lovely Yuki. I have to see how I can swing it, as basically this will be my lore introduction. Oh, I'm so excited for that. My anxiety just makes my breathing all off and keeps me awake. Oh, I'm sorry, Jet. Have you tried doing some box breathing? Small hat, big hat, pal hat, save hat. Yes, pal hat, save hat. I'll repeat it over on VChan, so you got my answer in a more permanent place than Twitch chat. Okay, lovely Red, if you're certain, sweetheart. There's never any hurry, but yeah, absolutely. No, I'm excited. She does have a bit of an air of mystery, doesn't she? This one. We have a 6-hour-long stream. We should be able to get through them all. That's what I think too. Box breathing, yeah, Jet. So it's a calming strategy where you inhale for 10 seconds, so slowly hold for 10 seconds and then exhale for 10 seconds. So we go and that's very calming. You also don't have to do it for the full 10 seconds. It depends on your lung capacity. If it winds up making you feel like you're suffocating because you can't make it to 10, probably do 5, but yeah. To be honest, I could use a big hug. Oh, terrific try. Well, you better believe that I've got a big hug heading right your way, sweetheart. I'm sorry that whatever's going on is making you feel not great, but I give you the biggest, tightest hug. Terrific try. Thank you for the lurksy to strat. Oh, I'm glad you had an awesome night, Jet. That's good. Okay. Sorry, let me let me keep going with this. All right. So that's there, and then actually, I'm gonna, there we go. Aw, Yuki, that's perfect. Thank you for giving the big gigantified huggles to lovely Try Sweetheart. Gorgeous Ghosty. Hi, darling. How are you? Welcome on in. It's so good to see you. What's that I see? Wow, 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 wow. It's a wonderful art day. It is a wonderful day when Gorgeous Ghosty comes in. How are you doing, sweetie pie? It's so good to see you. Welcome. Thank you so much for contributing to the movie night and getting it to 95%. Very impressive, Gorgeous Ghosty. Thank you. Okay, let me see here. All right, we've got... This is just for my own interpretation here. Hold on. It's the right angle. Sorta? Sorta. All right, so... Okay, and here. Oops. Okay. Thank you for the pal hat, Joyce Chat. Thank you. I see. Hello. I just wanted to say I'm making you one more fan art. I see. I'm so fucking excited for that. Oh my god. I am so excited. I cannot wait. Thank you so much in advance. Other than my night being rough, I'm excited for tomorrow. That's great. Terrific try. You got some cool stuff going on tomorrow. And you've got the next couple of days off, Gorgeous Ghosty. What are you gonna do? You gonna relax? Gonna pluck some cashews? Strat, are you plucking cashews from your literal backyard? That is so fucking cool. I'm jealous. I want freshly plucked cashews, please. Pretty please. Oops. Oops. Oops, hello. Let me think here. How's this gonna... I think that's right. Yeah, good. That's looking good. Cool. Tell you what, you guys, don't underestimate the usefulness and importance of, like, understanding basic shapes for real. And, like, how things look from different angles. All right, where does this... Okay, thigh high is up here. Okay. I see. Thank you so very much for the 7 stream streak. I do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Uh-oh, my hands just froze like this. Thank you for the 7 stream streak. Yay! Oh, oops. Hold on, I'm breaking things. Okay. Hands, can we go down now? Thank you for the 7 stream streak. Thank you for the 7 stream streak. Thank you for dedication and support. Okay, fixed it. Let's see here. I got a vampire question. Can y'all fly without transforming into a bat? Great question, my dear, but it all depends, I assume, on what type of vampire you are. Is that correct? I think that's an 8, not a 7. Oh, yeah, I think my hands got frozen before I could do this thing, which helps to compensate for when it reads my hands wrong. Yep, and mangoes and bananas and chikus, and papaya. We just cut the guava plant because it got big, but we still have another. That is crazy cool, Strat. I'm so jealous. That's right. Talia's hands and Ken Muppet flail. Sorry, what was that, Storm? Talia's practicing her force field projection. Hurrah! Oh, we shared Riz. Let me have a look. No, Tao. It depends on which movie you were in. Oh, silly me, of course. Serenato, welcome on in. Long time no see. How are ya? Riz, let's go look at the Riz. Once again, you guys, storytelling stream thread is open. Please do post and like I said, if you have posted something before, but you would like me to read it again, or you've made some modifications, you do need to post it again, okay? All right, let's go see Riz. Oh, some more Patricia Riz. Very nice, very nice. Oh, I love the Aussie swimsuit. That's super cute. Well done, darling. Excellent work, sweetest Seti. Excellent work. Hanging in there. I'm happy to hear it, darling. Very happy to hear it. That's right. Tao doesn't watch the Muppets, so hasn't seen the Kermit Yay, also known as Muppet Flail. No, but I think I have seen the flail in the form of a GIF, right? Where he just goes like... Oh, you lost your job and it's your fault? No! Oh, I'm so sorry, Serenato. Oh, but hey, working on hunting for a new one? You got this, Serenato. I believe in you, hun. They're adding 2 of my favorite cartoon characters as skins to Fortnite tomorrow. Very cool, Troy. That's exciting. And tomorrow's FF14 Fan Fest. Let's go! Kita, I don't know if you saw Coyote versus Acme trailer. Sorry, that's probably not addressed to me. I hope I can someday feed you all the stuff we grow here. I hope so too. I would love that. I'm not sure what I'll do with my day off. Might watch some Free Run Season 2! Let's go! I recently finished it. It's quite good. Gorgeous Ghosty. Is it under the contest? No, it's not a contest. So it's under the writing section. So if you go to, hold on, let me bring this over here. If you go over here to writing, right here, and then you go up to threads and go to story time stream. Sorry, hold on, let me show you. Threads right here, and then go to boop, story time stream. And then break for story time stream achieved 240426. So anything, so the only thing I'm gonna read so far is this SCP. None of the stuff up here will I read again, because we read it last time. So if you want me to read it again, or if you have modifications, make sure that you put it back in, okay? Muppet flailing my way and media. Okay, let me have a look. Ah, yes, I recognize this one. That's what I mean. I haven't actually seen it, like, you know, in actual action, but I have seen that GIF. I also did just see the Clayface trailer. Scary movie for the DC universe. Ooh. Free Run is one of those things I need to make time to see yourself. Red, honestly, Free Run strikes me as the type of show you would very much enjoy. Like, when I think of people who would like Free Run, obviously I'm like, oh, everyone kind of like it. But, like, I feel like you would get a lot out of it, Red. Keynote is live tomorrow at 10 a.m. We should be doing, getting some info on a new expansion. Fuck, I'm not even in the first expansion yet. Tadaima, Tao-chan, I'm back. If you had a question for me while I was AFK, oh no, that's all good, lovely Yuki. I think I'm all set for now. Thank you for checking though. I might have to try the Tao Tavern. Oh, like writing something about it? That'd be sick. I would love that. Okay, let me see. Got another, and I might actually put, so this middle part would fly kind of like under here. Yeah, cool. And then got the other leggy. All right, and then we've got a different angle for these. That's not far enough down. There we go. Hold on, I gotta get the, actually, I think that'll be fine. Let me just do it and then I'll determine that. I'll be the judge of that. Okay. Okay. How are you feeling, lovely Yuki? You've been here for a while and I just want to make sure that you're not like suffering from wanting to leave or having your head kill you just because I'm drawing for you. You can totally head off if you want to, darling. I won't stop working on your stuff, I promise. Like obviously I want you to be here, but I am concerned about your health and well-being, darling. Okay. using it for inspiration. That'd be awesome, Julius. I would love to read that. One day, Tao, one day. Actually, technically, said or not though, our next Final Fantasy stream in just a few days, we will be entering Heaven's Ward. I'm really excited. Let's see. Coyote versus Acme. Oh, sorry. Love to read or hear a story about the Tassie Tavern. That would be really cool. Yeah, no, I would love that too. You guys are welcome to write fan fiction about me as well if you would like to, as long as it's not, you know, still, again, must be in the realm of comfortability for the TOS and stuff. Japanese Rickroll is wild. I love this one. I'm gonna look up a picture of Sakura Blossom because I think it's pretty simple, but I just want to make sure that it's identifiable right off the bat. Okay, time to give you hair. 4 hours later, it's time to give you hair. Let's see. Tavern is already canon in the Minecraft realm. That's true. Nick's did an amazing job on that one. I'm actually doing okay. I mean, considering, and while I do have a bit of the symptoms, it's not tiring me as much as I feared. I am feeling definitely not ready to operate heavy machinery, but listening to Tachan is always soothing. Thank you, darling. I really appreciate it. I'm really, really glad that I could help you feel just a little bit better. Hopefully it can continue that way. Yeah, please don't operate any heavy machinery. I assume you tried some chili jam. I have tried chili jam. It's very good. Yes, the Tassie Tavern has a special place in my heart. You worked so hard on it, Nix. You did a great job. There was my career goals of being a Tau smut writer. Way to crush an all-woman's dream. Side note, I am shocked by the fact that Automod did not censor that. It likes to keep you on your toes, you know? Okay, let me see here. We got ears. We got ears here. Cute little chunky ears. Do you have any earrings? You do. That's right. Okay, sorry. I literally drew you and I'm like, do you have any earrings? Actually, sorry, this is chibi. I don't need to do any extra texture. Cute ears. Requesting a song? Banned! Talking about smut? Approved! Automod-kun is taking the day off. They also allowed me earlier to post about press. Everything's kind of fucked up today, I think. I think the reason I'm pretty hyped for the Clayface movie is because it's got to be body horror, which fits perfectly for the titular character. Absolutely. Is it okay to give a creepypasta or a public domain story a very short forward if needed? If you mean like a content warning, you can, but depending on, again, my mods will read through it, and if even with the forward it's not appropriate, they'll just let me know. Okay. Let me see here. So we have cute. Okay. I think sorry, I read that one. Yo, off to bed now. Have a good rest of stream. Oh, thank you so much. Sweetest said enough, though. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Best of luck on your job search as well. We'll see you later, darling. Thanks for dropping in. It's more of a short forward, given a brief history, where it originated. Oh, yeah, you could do that, sure. All right. Hold on, I gotta visualize. Hold on. Okay, this comes up on the side. So. All right, and then we also have this part. Okay, like so, and then... Oh my god, this is gonna be so cute, dude. I'm so excited. This is gonna be so cute. As soon as you put the hair on, you start to be like, oh, I can see it now. I can see it now. Okay, and then... What did I do to that back? Okay. Okay, now how far back did I put your little pigtails? We have the wings right behind the little tassels here, so... That's not how you draw bat wings. Let's see. Golden cover 1, the pals want to know. Whenever I learn how to sing beyond 0.02 octaves. Peeking out of the shadows. So I checked the one I had in mind. It is public domain, but I just wanted to ask if having an expletive is okay or if I should change that. It's the longer B word. Longer B word? Oh, bastard? That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. As long as it's not a slur and it's not like a triggering term, that's totally fine. I say bitch and bastard a lot anyway. Maybe I don't say bastard that much, but it's the equivalent, you know. Hey, Magnificent Mulgrim, welcome on in. How are you? The chibi is always up super cute. I do like that one you made for Vash. It had a nice balance of cool and cute to it. The wolf one or the one with Vash sitting by the fire? Guess what? My first day went very, very well. That's great, hon. I'm so happy for you. Excellent. Time to fund that singing class? Well, I think I'd rather do my my voice acting class, which is $200 an hour. Thank you, Ozzy, for the care package. So cuss words are okay? To a point. Let's avoid the C word. Let's, but if you've heard me say it on stream, it's all good. It can say fuck. It was just some musings on the word bosom, or rather the Japanese version, which would be mune. We have some famous legends about heroes and weapons which have mune in them, like Masamune, Kiyomune. It's basically the equivalent of tit, which is, of course, a bird, and also has many words, including it. Funnily, boob is also a bird. That's also true. It always makes me giggle hearing it with some more context. Also, there's muneyake, which is our way to say heartburn. Interesting. That makes, okay, that's quite interesting. I do think I have always found the fact that that there are tit birds and boob birds. Yeah, that's important. Yeah. Did I already request if this world were mine? Let me check. If this world were mine. No, it doesn't look like it. The C word, you mean clowns? Ugh, creepy bastards. That's true, no clowns. No, I'm just kidding. I won't overuse any cuss words. Sounds good, lovely Nikki. Sounds great. Wonderful Water, as you heading out. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. We'll see you later, okay? All right. Let me see here. So, bat wings. That's too high, actually. Okay. There we go. And, piggy tails. How long are these? They go down to, okay. So with some momentum. Cute, dude, this is so cute. I'm really excited. I don't want to overdo the detail, but I think having a few little extra curls and waves would be good. Yeah, Nikki, dance! Okay. That's too far, probably. You're not going that fast. Okay, cute. We do have the X on this one as well. Just remind myself of that. And, oh, we got the little barrettes as well. Oh, actually, what side am I doing? Left. I flipped this. That's okay. I think you would probably prefer to have more of your, like, trademark stuff showing, huh? So we will put some barrettes here. There we go. Yeah, we'll keep it facing this way. I might give you bigger teeth. Maybe not. You're chibi-fied. You should be cute. Okay. Am I missing anything from any? Oh, hello? The other little bits for the wings. So that's okay. So that like that, which means so love the idea of having the little tiny wings all over whenever you jump and stuff or move, having it react to your save. We're working on a sketch right now, but this is what my normal art looks like in case you would like to see a completed piece.
icon in real life.
Get that highlight button ready! You guys, please welcome the absolute most fabulous fucking Vtuber on the entire platform. This is the really genuinely wonderful, darling, like, found a fabulously massive place in my heart. This is Save. He has over 50 times on the leaderboard in Hearthstone Arena, and he is always saying it. Their recent streams be filled with 12 win runs and physical card pack openings. They also be promoting Albion Online's Crucible 2 event, which I was a part of. I got to go play that with him. How lit is that? A true champion of the realm. Welcome on in. Rixit. Hi there, Rixit. Welcome on in. Bleach. Yes, you are welcome. Save, your whole community is welcome to request music if they would like to. Just please make sure that you guys read the pinned comment message thing for, you know, to make sure that you aren't like requesting things that are inappropriate for our community. Welcome into to Save. What was your win streak like? 20 out of 12, guaranteed. Yucky. I said I would take my ears off and take you off my head when I lost a match. I never lost a match after putting on my head. We're each other's good luck charm. What can I say, Save? Thank you so incredibly much for bringing your amazing community in. Save, yeah, 12 out of 12. Let's go. What a fucking killer stream. That is awesome. Welcome in, sweetest Save, and your lovely community raiders. If you need to raid and run, that's totally cool. If you'd like to stick around, we'd absolutely love to have you. Today is our art stream day, so we're just working on art. I'm chatting with you guys a lot, so if you want some more interactivity after spending so much time in the super interactive Save File 17's channel, you're welcome to hang out with us. Save, when is your next stream? What will you be streaming? Do you have sponsored content coming up? When are you doing more Albion? welcome into Save's fabulous, fabulous community filled with a wonderful, wonderful bunch of people. I'm Tau. I'm a Tasmanian Tiger Vtuber and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Welcome to the pouch. I'm also a professional artist. You come on in on Fridays. You guys get to relax, vote on what we choose to draw, request music.
Lizard.
Lizard. You can lizard. Lizard. Damn it. Okay, I was closer that time. Anyway, you can do that too. We're also playing through Persona, my very first Persona game on Sundays. Please no spoilers, but yeah, you are welcome to join us for that if you want to see a newbie play through Persona. We're playing through Final Fantasy 14. Also, please no spoilers because I'm a little baby sprout. In fact, this coming Tuesday, we will be entering Heavensward for the very first time. Wednesdays, we play Monster Hunter Stories 3, and that's about that. And then whenever I can, I go invade save file 17 space over on his channel and talk his ear off and spam his chat. You might have seen me. You might have seen me once or twice, just casually. As for my wonderful community, you guys, genuinely, in case you didn't appreciate the 2.5 hours I had the save file hat on my head, I was about to bring it up, but I was like, oh wait, save's not live right now. This wouldn't make a lot of sense. But I had him on my head for like 2 hours today, and it was very, very fun. And I bragged about him a little bit earlier, but I'm here to brag about him some more. Please, seriously, check him out. I have said this before. I had someone come into his chat and be like, wow, this is where you hide from us. I don't hide there. I invite you all to come and join me. If you ever want to catch me on someone's stream when we're not live, there's a fairly decent chance, fairly reasonable possibility that I will be in Save's chat. So if you can't find me, go look in Save's channel. I'm probably hanging out there. Thank you for my googly eyes, Icy. I appreciate it. I definitely don't look insane. 19 hours from now, I think. More Albion on Sunday. Might be the new Division mobile game on Saturday or even tomorrow. So that'll be fun. But mostly Hearthstone cards. Let's go! Again, you guys, I know that Save streams Hearthstone, and he's fucking badonker-donkers amazing at it. But that's not what I go for, because I don't know what's going on half the time. Although the art on the cards is very pretty. I go there, and you should go there, even if you're not interested in Hearthstone, because he is super interactive, super sweet, very down to earth, really lovely. Fuck, I wish I had copied and pasted. Hey, did you save my bragging about you in your own stream? He has also permitted me the capacity to become the General Lieutenant Admiral to the 10th Power Cadet Recruit Captain Commander Sergeant Master Chief in a Save File 17 army possessing fire, wind, and water and earth and light and dark elements and time and space manipulation too. And with that fucking resume, how could he deny me, right? Oh yes, and if you guys would like to request music, don't forget you are actually allowed to use links for the song requests for today because it's broken. It's not working. So feel free to use, despite the fact that it says, please don't use links, use them, okay? To the 10th power, now we have to do math? No, it's okay, Roth, I already did the math for you. I save everything. That's true, you are a save file. Oh, the other thing is that Save has like the most genuinely incredible memory ever. Like I'll come into his stream like weeks and weeks and weeks after the last time that I don't think it's been more than a week between coming into your stream, but point is when I last talked about a thing and then I came into a stream weeks later to talk about the same thing. I'm like, did I tell you this? He's like, yeah, you did actually on the 10th of January, you blah, 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 blah. He has amazing memories. Also a wonderful, wonderful, in the best possible way ever, geek/nerd. If you are into Star Wars, Star Trek, Firefly, other sci-fi things that I have no brain for, Save, tell me more of the things that you can nerd out about with people. He also does live card pack openings, which is always really cool. He actually got like one of those fucking insane $2,000 like Charizard cards just from a booster. Absolutely astounding. Which is always really fun. You know, that's like the appeal of watching those, because the 0.0000001% chance you have to get something like that, and just like the possibility of seeing someone open it, he does that. And it's crazy to be like, what? Is this the $bazillion card? The golden ticket? Yes, it is. The time was 7:43 p.m. on the US West Coast. I was eating some barbecue chicken and fighting a druid. Same, I'm getting like a mental picture of like you outside on a barbecue, like barbecuing chicken, and I don't know, you're like in this like cabin in the woods or something. Save has a save file at 7:43 p.m. Exactly right. But seriously, you guys, please go check out Sweetest Save File. And again, I'm just saying, just if you're looking for me off stream, you probably want to go check there first. I'm just saying. And even if I'm not there, truly, such a wonderful place to vibe, such a sweet and kind man that I wish that I had more time to spend in his stream. He brings my heart rate down. After he brings it up by making me laugh like until I'm about to pass out, and then heart rate go down. Also, Sir Save, have you seen Roxanne Wolf from FNAF SB, whatever SB is? Save is not a furry. However, he does like Halveria Darkraven, and he does like Luna. But that doesn't make him a furry. Of course, all day today, he wore cute little dog ears and me on his head. So, you know, maybe I gravitated the furrydom away from him, despite the fact he was wearing the furry ears. Tao is always far too sweet, but yes, I was highly amused by the live
Where's Safe's head? Where?
Oh yeah, I wanted to ask your permission if that was okay, Save, but it took me 2.5 hours to to get off of my just chatting screen so that I didn't ask you. I figured, I was like, oh, hopefully Save's cool with it. You spot a Tau ref sheet. I love a Tau ref sheet. Would you like to have access to it? I think you probably can just go into the fan art section and look at the pins also. Dearest David. Hi, sweetie. Where is Save's head? Where? It was live feed, so he's gone now. I guess I could go start the VOD, though. Thank you so much for the resub, darling. I so appreciate it. 4 months? Thank you so much, dearest David. That is super, super kind of you. Thank you for your awesome generosity and support. Thank you, lovely. Towers is so very sweet. She'll give us cavities. No, precious, politely. We brush your teeth. Make sure that there's no cavities. People have definitely pointed the character out to me and her similarities to Halveria herself. She is definitely not displayed right now on monitor number 4. How dare! But he's not a furry, guys. He's not a furry. Don't confuse him with a furry. It's time for a break. Oh, but I haven't gotten to do 20 minutes of fawning over Savian. Ooh, do it. Wait, shit. What did I say I was gonna do? SB is short for Security Breach, the first in the steel wool era of FNAF. Steel wool. All I think of when I see steel wool is like the steel wool that I scrub dishes with. Tao makes amazing ref sheets. Do you like them, gorgeous Ghosty? I still absolutely am so flattered by the fact that you still use mine. Thank you so much. Almost runtime. Can the master of Furies not be a furry? Certainly may. SB to me still SpongeBob. Thank you for the break time, Nix. Once I finish fawning over Save, I will do that. Mac, I am so sorry. I don't understand why these are not working. Most of the time they work, and then there's like someone that it doesn't work for. Sweetest Scal. Hi, sweetie. Welcome on in. Anyway, you guys, please go check out the amazing Save. And if you have any interest at all in Hearthstone, even if it's like a passing interest, or you're like curious about, you know, how it works, or like what it looks like at like a really, really top tier level. Oh, that's the other thing. Despite the fact that he is like a top tier, genuine, like god tier. Wait, what did we say? Wizard King, God King, Hearthstone God. Or something along those lines. He's not like the obnoxious, salty, competitive, like, you know, the ones that are like, fuck you, I can't fucking believe it. You know, I wouldn't watch that. I would not watch that, and I would not recommend you guys watch that. He's actually super, super vibey and chill. But It is my personal request as a favor to me. The very few times that once in a blue moon he loses a single game, go remind him of what an extraordinary Hearthstone player is and what an extraordinary person he is, okay? Just because, like, you know what they say. If you're not beating up the people outside, you gotta be beating up the people inside, right? Animatronic jump scares while you're washing dishes are the biggest jump scare. Oh my God! I love that one! Save, that is so good. Most humble. That's right, the most humble God King Wizard Legend, whatever. This crown is cropped out of a Simpsons screenshot. Hey, you did a great job with it. It looks very authentic. Look at you, you're an artist. You even like, you left the hair out of it and everything because it's hefty enough to push the hair down because of the weight. I'm so proud, Save. You're like on your way to becoming an actual artist. Magnificent Maid, welcome in. Thank you for coming in with a raid and coming in and supporting the sweetest, most fabulous, most wonderful Save. Okay, I guess I do need to probably go on this quick break, but when we get back, I'll probably brag some more about Save. Ah! Yay, sweetest Save! Yay! All right, you guys, we gotta go on a quick, oh my God, I'm so sorry, Mac. Why is it doing that? Finally, I can do my own furry outfit swaps like said. No, you have to go watch Save though, please. Please go watch Save. He's amazing. We love him. We love him. He's amazing. He's amazing. Okay, you guys, we're gonna go on a quick break. For those of you who are new here or who came in with the raid, every hour we go on a 3-minute break. It is not very long. It is just long enough that if you cannot afford to subscribe or you do not wish to subscribe, you actually don't have to, because for those 3 minutes, I walk away from the computer. I turn on the trailers? Advertisements, ads, the ads. Sorry, this song just like fucking obliterated my train of thought. Okay, so I'll set you up with a boss battle. I'll set you up with words on stream, and I'll see you in 3. Love you lots. Miss you terribly. Follow Save.
Whoa! They made the save icon in real life!
Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe to TauTassieTiger, or you won't get
Okay, I'll do that, Save.
anymore. XD.
Can't have that. You don't want that. I have a golden egg. I have a golden egg. Yummy egg. Yummy egg. Make an omelet for a day. I can't freestyle, sorry. I'm gonna give you guys global uppies. Because we gotta jump into the game if we're gonna get anything done. So uppies! Yee! Good, precious pals. All of you are so good and precious. Precious pals. Oh. Googly, googly, uh-oh. Ozzy's taking the hit. I can feel it. My eyes, they're about to... Incredible timing. Enjoy looking for eggs. Last one in the section.
I hope you like this one.
Looks tasty.
Oh, okay. Oh my God, it's corn. Oh my God, it's corn. Oh my God, that looks so fucking good, dude. I'm like actually salivating right now. That looks amazing. Cute, pretty cute. Was that supposed to be a meow? No, I don't think I intended to do a meow, but I could. Please take him out. Oh my God, please take him out. Please, 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 please. Am I out of SP? Is that why he's... Oh my God, that is so funny, dude. Gun? Okay, I'll go back to my corner. Sorry, I'm just being a little weirdo today. Ah,
The voice acting jobs? I don't know about that. Well, you may be surprised at how much they might not help because I don't know how many people are looking for a you absolutely
Click the
fool.
buttons. Click the buttons.
We have so many songs and a lizard! Ah!
Lizard.
Yes, I'm counting that. I signed and created a stoked account just in case Discord goes to complete doo-doo. That's a good idea. I should probably do that too. I'm doing good. I just made my first payment for my car insurance to my 2006 Subaru Impreza. That's awesome, lovely Lolvic. Congratulations on your
Subaru. It's gathering all the mud into one giant ball.
Ooh, I mean,
So easily.
It plans on using that mud ball against her. I want tofu. I want udon. Dombe, dombe. Please send this way. Meow, meow, meow. Meow.
is this not helpful, Ozzy? Is this not helpful? Is that not the help you were asking for? I'm just trying to find you the next person you should watch after me. Honestly, I think he's a bit more entertaining and a bit more quick-witted than I am. Okay, by a lot, actually, so... Oh, not again. Breathe! I'll let you guys finish this round of words, and then we will move on over to our team. Beautiful Bubbly, welcome back. Also, Yamiyuki, welcome into the...
I'm not good at that one.
Ah, thank you, Yamiyuki. Welcome back to you.
Would you kind of have to be if you hang out with me too much?
Okay, so is everyone here following save or not? Like, come on.
No.
Tao, someone save. Save! Oh, wait. No, I'm kidding. I'll stop. Or will I? Maybe I'll just surprise you guys. Wouldn't that be fun?
Yucky. Scary. Yucky. Scary. Yucky. Scary.
Already did. Atta boy. Thank you, TauTassieTiger. Go support the sweetest of saves. Trust me, he is super well deserving of it. And like I said, if you want to maybe run into me off of the stream, you probably should go there. Awesome, Aussie. You beautiful being. Ubbies. Yay, good Aussie. Welcome back, Nix. Meto slice jump slice ubbies. Yay, good Nix. Magnificent Mac. So is the song request working? It is working, but apparently it doesn't like specific people's the last thing I have here is Feel by Hiroshi Yoshimura. Is that not it? Wonderful Wyvern. Hi, Wyvern. How are you? It's good to see you. Welcome back, sweetest Shadow. I do indeed follow Save 17. Perfect. Thank you, Ryoko. You all get like extra uppies if you follow Save. Uppies for you, Umbra. Yay, good Umbra. I do, but we mostly talk about Star Wars. That's still definitely Discord worth joining. Please go join Save's Discord. 100%. 100%. Yeah, for some reason that one, well, I mean, well, you're a mod strat, so that one makes sense. But Nikki, uppies. Good, Nikki. All right. Well, sweetest Save. Thank you so incredibly much for the incredibly generous raid. I really do appreciate it. You know, you have an awful lot of people who are like a lot closer to your viewer base size, and I'm really, really thankful that you've been so incredibly supportive of me and this community and this channel and my diaphragm in that you make me laugh a bunch. I don't think that I don't know if that one came through properly, so I had to explain it. But anyway, thank you so much, sweetest Save. I really do appreciate you. You're such a wonderful, wonderful person, a wonderful, wonderful streamer, and a god tier wizard king of Hearthstone. No, the song well before that one should be Yoshida Kyoshi Muki Obata. Oh, yes. Oh, wait. I've got the tree song. I actually have the tree song twice by the same person. Is that meant to be? Is that meant to be? If it is meant to be, it shall be. Support Tao's diaphragm. I mean, you supported me on your head today, so thank you for the support. I felt particularly strong today. Okay, hold on. I saw that Lovely Nix has shared some beautiful artworks with us. Let's see. Beautiful. Aw, this is so cute, sweetest Sadu. I love it. Well done. Aw, it's the Sadu, it's the Sadu pal. Thank you, Nix. That's beautiful. Awesome work. Awesome work. Pouchity. Pouchity. Oh, I'm like clicking on things. Oh, I can make that full screen. That's cool. Oh, fuck. I ruined my, okay. I think I fixed it. Oh, yeah. Cool. Wait, the link worked the first time? That's cool. Yeah, it looks like even if it doesn't, like even if it bans you briefly, sorry, times you out. That's not the right word. That's like me saying graduation on stream. Whoops. Even if it times you out, I think that it still transmits it to the bot. Thank you for the care package, Awesome Aussie. And you guys, please go check out Sweetest Save, who's gonna go, ow, I bit my lip. Owie! Who's gonna go live tomorrow. Because particularly because I won't be live, so who knows, my puppy? You don't even know. Maybe you'll go in there and you'll see me spamming his, I'm just kind of waiting for Save to get really sick of my shit and be like, Tao, I'm banning you. I'm timing you out. You will not stop spamming my fucking chat box. Rah, darling, indeed. Cutie caution. Okay. Thank you again for the raid, Sweetest Save. You're amazing and very kind. Thank you so much. I would never ban you. 100-year timeout. Jeez. Oh, it's far more generous of you. Then I don't have the black mark on my record. Thank you, Save. That's so considerate of you. Oh, Yuki. Did you have any changes that you wanted to this before we start doing line art for you? Sorry, I'm getting rid of the bald parts. Oh, and this. Oh, fuck. Sorry, wrong one. Wrong layer, wrong layer. Oh, that's what we were doing. Baby. No, looks perfect? Yay! Okay, awesome, awesome. Let me go look up a chibi. Oh, I'm lurking in my own stream now. Look at me go. Thank you, Sweetest Save. Thank you for letting me look at my own stream. Fuck, what am I? Oh yeah, Sakura tree, chibi. Oh man, that's cute. Okay, very cute. All right, let me see here. Let's look at Sakura things together, you guys. Look at these, look at these. Very cute, very cute. Not that I had any doubt in my mind that it would turn out that way. You always seem to read my mind on those. Oh, I'm so happy to hear it, lovely Yuki. Oh, this is pretty. Can I do something like this with like the little dangly bits? Oh, there's so many different types over here. Magnificent method. Thank you for my pal hat. Thank you very much. Oh shit, I forgot to do the thing. Sweetest Save. If you need to go do streamer things, post stream, taken care of, please go do that. If you need to go to the bathroom or go shower or go eat or go sleep or go to someone else's stream, which would make me really sad, but if you have to do that, I get it. Please do those things. Please take care of yourself because you've been streaming them long hours and you definitely deserve after 12 wonderful wins. 12 wonderful wins? 12 wonderful wins. You can use my IRL pics for the Sakura reference. Oh, that's a great idea. I do love that. Although with chibifying stuff, I very rarely end up looking at like real pics of things because it's so simplified. But maybe I will in your case because it is your cutie patootie. Philbosa! Hi there, fabulous Philbosa. How are you, darling? It's so good to see you. I have been having a wonderful time. How are you? How are you? It's true. I need to do some very important things. I definitely didn't just open up your VOD so I could see you putting the Flesh-Tuber hat on.
Save, you have to watch the full proceeding half an hour before I got around to it, because I was like, wait, I have a bit. I want to do this bit. And it took me like half an hour to figure out how to like properly pad it and crop it and stuff. And then it wasn't working. And then I had like an extreme close-up of like 1/1000th of your screen. And that is true though. I mean, you can use both. That's true. Let's go look at beautiful pictures from the lovely, did you send it in the IRL pics channel, sweetie? Cute dogs here. Hold on. Actually, I wonder if there's a probably hold on. From Yuki. Okay, hold on. I don't know what I'm doing. Yuki? From Yuki? Nope. Zelrog! Hi, Zelrog. Welcome on in. How are you? It's good to see you. I'm good. Just sent in my auditions for Superhuman. Yes! Squad Project that was in our recent script folders. Let's go, Fabulous Filbo Soul. I'm so excited. You have got this in the bag. Easy done. I'm not expecting anything, but but it was really fun recording stuff. Isn't it fun? I'm so happy you did it, darling. Oh my God. I can't wait to hear your voice in the official thing. I bet you're gonna get it. I bet you're gonna get it. That's so cool, darling. I'm positive that you completely aced it. I'm so proud of you. Great job having the courage to do it. I know that you've been kind of like, ee, so I'm very proud of you. Cutie cat, welcome in. Yeah, hello, uppies. Hey, good cat. How are you? If you can't find them, I posted them in media because I didn't want to take away from Lapchan's post. Oh, that's really sweet, Yuki. Okay, I'll look in media. While looking for it, I've instead been flashbanged by pole dancing to You're close though. You're close. You're very close. It was after the lovely and wonderful Ro rated into us that I was like, okay, wait, I'm still working on this bit. I am still working on this bit. You do from Yuki in IRL. Oh, thank you. I don't actually understand how Discord works, so I appreciate that. But if you've put it in media, let me see. From Yuki. Yeah? In are those pictures? Oh, those are cute pictures of you. Okay, hold on. In media? Oh my God, you're so fucking smart, Ozzy! How did you get so smart? I'm so proud of you. Precious politely! 658 mile run! Let's go! I'm so fucking proud of you, gorgeous! That is amazing! Well done! Excellent work! That is so incredible! I am so goddamn proud of you, Precious politely. That is so, so sick. Oh my God. You've done it. You have officially broken the sound barrier. You have broken your goal. I'm so proud. I need to listen to more Tap Talk stuff for more motivation. Fabulous football. So it'd be my pleasure to provide. Also, welcome in lovely Nova. Welcome in, Nova. How are you? It's such a pleasure to see you. Sorry, I'll just we're working on a sketch today, but this is some art that I've done recently. You guys, this is Naptime Nova, a cozy cosmic gremlin who hath graced us with their presence from the realm of Heartopia. Drifting through games like a starlit dream, they offer a comfy chat and welcome all lurkers. Recently, they faced chaotic adventures in a Plague Tale Requiem and embraced the cozy chaos of Stardew Valley with Mystic Katsu. Truly a streamer of celestial wonders. Hi there, darling Nova. It is a pleasure to meet you. Hi, how are you? And sweetest Star Fusion. Welcome. Cutie Katsu. Hello. How are you? Thank you so much for coming in. Sweetest Space Cat, thank you so much for, I assume that you might have suggested this. Thank you so much, Sweetest Space Cat. We are doing wonderful. Space Cat recommended us to read you. Oh, thank you so much, darling. I do appreciate it. Cutie Space Cat, thank you so much for the recce. I'm so grateful and so honored and so humbled that you would suggest me to your lovely streamer. Nova, darling, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch child, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. How are you doing? Would you like to, you really like my voice? Thank you so much, darling Nova. I really appreciate it. You were so sweet. Oh my gosh, you were such a darling. I really do appreciate you coming in with such a flattering thing to say. You're so lovely. Thank you. Oh yeah, I am a voice actor. Sorry. I guess when someone says, I really like your voice, you should probably mention that then, huh? My bad.
Thank you so much, darling Nova. Hey, sweetheart, would you like to let us know, 1, how your stream went, 2, when your next stream will be, and 3, what you will be streaming? While you let us know, I do have a little video for you to watch, if that's okay.
Vtuber self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of Vtuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fanart tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Confess your love to yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Favorite music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
And go.
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch. I hope you enjoyed that. But yes, welcome in, darling Nova. It is such a pleasure to have you. Our birthdays are right next to each other. Let's go. You totally don't have to tell me when yours is, unless you want to, because I would love to know, because we are right next to each other. Let's go. A little bit more about us. Hi, everybody. I mean, you found out some stuff about me personally there, but I'm Tau. I'm a Tasmanian Tiger Vtuber and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Cutie, Space Cat, thank you so much again for recommending us. We are playing through Persona 5 Royal for the very first time, my first Persona game ever. Please, no spoilers. But if that's interesting to you, please feel free to drop on in on Sundays. On Tuesdays, we are playing through Final Fantasy XIV for the very first time. Also, brand new. Please no spoilers. But we are getting into Heaven's Ward for the very first time as well this coming week. I'm very excited. My first expansion pack. Wednesdays, we play Monster Hunter Stories 3. Also our first time playing that, but it is a blast. I do love that game. And of course, I am actually a professional artist. So on Fridays, which is today, you guys get to come on in, request music, vibe, and let me know what you want to work on. This is a recent commission that I finished, but at the moment we are working on a really cute little chibi of the gorgeous Yuki in the chat. So yes, I hope if any of that sounds appealing to you, please feel free to join us. Also, darling Nova, let me just scroll up and see when your next stream is. If you happen to know, there is no pressure. But yeah, let me know. Of course, gotta share my faves with my fave. Thank you so much, Pseudo Space Cat. I do appreciate that. Wait, Tau, you're an Aries? No, I'm a Virgo Libra cusp, apparently. Should I follow you? Listen, it's up to you. You do not have to. You definitely do not have to. If it doesn't feel like your kind of vibe, it probably is not. If it does feel like your kind of vibe, it probably is. Thank you, BJ, for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. My stream was really great. I spent it with a collab with Mystic Katsu. My birthday is September 21st. Let's go. Oh, we really are. We're like twinsies. Twinsies. Birthday twinsies. I love it. My next stream is tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. PST. We will be playing either Stardew Valley or Palia. Thank you for sharing a bit about yourself. I love it. Thank you so much for sharing when your next stream is. You guys, please check out lovely Naptime Nova, who will be streaming tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. PST, doing a cozy game. A lot of you love your cozy games, even though this is a super cozy, chaotic space, but I don't play enough of the cozy games like Stardew Valley or like Palia, which lovely Nova certainly does. So please go check them out. I saw that Palia has horses coming. Was that an April Fool's joke or is that facts? Because I am obsessed with horses. Virgo Libra cusp as well. Yeah, let's go. But yeah, sweetheart, thank you so much for bringing your amazing community. And now, Raiders, if you need a raid and run, that's totally cool. But if you would like to, if you'd like to stick around, we would love to have you. And of course, especially for you, lovely Naptime Nova, and Magnificent Mystic Katsu, both of you who were playing together and working so hard on stream. If you guys need to also raid and run, or if you need to just go take some care of some stuff, if you need to go eat or go to the bathroom or go shower or sleep or go for a walk or whatever you got to do, please go ahead and do that. Take good care of yourselves, because while I would love to take the best care of you, and I totally would if I were nearby, I am tragically not. I can promise to take the best care of your lovely community, though, until you come on back for them, okay? Thank you so very much for bringing everybody in. We are getting horses. No joke, let's fucking go! I'm so excited, dude. Okay, I might have to revisit Palia. We did play Palia for like, I want to say 2 or 3 months, straight up. But now... That gif always brings me back to when I was 5 and pretended to like gallop around in public on a hobby horse. You're obsessed with horses too! Nova, we're gonna be great friends. Yes, but please make sure that you guys are taking really excellent care of yourselves. I do appreciate you coming in, darling. And you guys, one more time, please check out lovely Nova, who is going to be doing some cozy stuff tomorrow. Thank you, Sweetest Space Cat, for contributing to the karaoke stream as well. Thank you for having us. Of course, darling. Thank you so much for allowing me to have you. I appreciate it. I knew you would like each other. Sweetest Space Cat, you got a 6th sense for this shit. Good job. That's Dr. Steve Brule. Put some respect on his name. I don't know what the reference is. I just saw a man being a horse and I was like, correct. I'll be here loving your art. Nova, you are so sweet. What a darling. Thank you so much, Sweetie Pie. Darling Nova, if you or Katsu, if either of you are artists as well and you would like to share some art, you are welcome to do so. But if you are not, yeah, I do hope that you sit back, relax, and enjoy. And thank you so very much for the raid. I do appreciate it. Okay, so we're gonna do some, oh, right, hello, sorry, that's what I was doing. I wanted to see this is so pretty. Dude, I want to go to Japan so bad. I want to go when the cherry blossoms are around. That's Dr. Brule. Is it Brule or Brule? Are you missing an accent or? Take me with you. Let's go, precious politely. You and me, babes. We are on our way. Oh, it's so pretty. Okay, hold on. I gotta like distill down the shapes here. They kind of come in these like, they almost look like come in these planes, right? Ooh, whose photography? This is Yuki's in the chat. The person I'm drawing. This is her beautiful photography. Isn't it gorgeous? Is there anything Yuki can't do? I genuinely don't think so. He had his own show on Adult Swim, but he's originally from Tim and Eric Awesome Show. I never did see that. Oh, it said like Brule. Okay, Brule. So pretty. All right. Yeah, let me try and do a quick little sketch of this real quick. Because it kind of, like I said, it's kind of coming in planes, sort of, like... I'm hesitant. I don't want to make this, like, go off the edge of the page because I want you to be able to use it. Oh, sorry, you can't see shit. There you go. I don't want it to go off of the edge of the page because I want you to be able to use it, like, standalone. Hey, Sweetest Silver! Hello, how are you? Thank you for the care package, Awesome Aussie. Hello, motherfucker. How are you, Sweetest Silver? Yuki is young, pretty, talented, kind, and adorable. Truly the best. She is a wonderful, wonderful being. We do love our precious, yummy Yuki. Nova's a flesh tuber like Save. Nova, are you a flesh tuber like Save? Oh my god! Okay, you should go check out Save too. Save, check out Nova. Nova, check out Save. You guys, yeah, seriously, go check out, hold on, we got more shout outs here. So, if you haven't checked him out, Sweetest Save, okay, I don't know how to do anything. Sorry, fuck me, okay. What was I saying? The save file. He is super approachable. He is an absolute darling.
Just go, I swear to God, just go follow him. Nova, you would really like him. He's really, really lovely. He's like not as hyper as me. He's like way more down to earth, but very similar, like cozy kind of vibes. He plays Hearthstone, but like he's such a wonderful vibe. And then Sweetest Save, you should go check out the lovely Nova because I'm getting similar vibes to me and you think I'm okay. So, also Nova does some really cozy stuff, which is awesome. Nova also has a PNG she sometimes uses. Save also has a PNG he sometimes uses of his persona, I mean Halveria Darkraven. Making me blush and nosebleed is probably not the best for my concussion. Oh no, it's fine. We're relieving the pressure in your brain. I'm sorry, I don't think that's confidence inducing. Oh, we already know each other like all flesh tubers do. Oh shit, is that right? Do you guys actually know each other? Oh my God. The one time, I swear to God, the one time that I don't say all you people, you know, just kidding. I'm just kidding. Politely is also super cool. That is true, actually. Precious Politely is another very cozy streamer, VTuber. Absolutely darling. Super, super, super fun to be around and very soothing. Like and I do mean this in the best possible way. I would happily fall asleep to her streams. And I have, actually. I have fallen asleep unintentionally. She has this way about her that is like so comforting and so warm and so velvet voice. I can always replenish by nibbling on some pals. And you, Tachan! I am cringe and not even free. No! You are not cringe and you are free. Everyone go check each other out. Precious Politely, check out Save. Save, check out Precious Politely. Precious Politely and Save, check out Nova. Nova, check out Save and Politely. You are not cringe. You are cool and calming. I do agree with you, sweetest Strat. You tell her. Remind her! We must remind her more. Oh, shit. I might have to do like damn. Trees, dude. Specific types of trees. Let me see. I recently started watching the Max Headroom origin story movie. I have never heard of that person. You all just pointing at each other like the Spider-Man memes say, you're a good streamer, to you're a good stream. It makes me want to stream more. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Is the music a bit low, do you reckon? Oh, it is a little bit low, isn't it? Hold on. How's that? Is that better? Okay. How do these actually, what does the trunk of this thing look like? Hold on. Oh, they kind of come out. Actually, they kind of come out. They don't really join up as much as they kind of, like some of them, some bits of it come out of the ground, separate to the main thickest part of the trunk. Interesting. Okay, hold on. Gotta move everything over real quick. Oh, actually, we'll just merge this down, make it easier on ourselves. I might be getting a little bit too bogged down in the details for a chibi. I might just shrink this up a little bit and make, hold on. Okay, maybe if I start on the bottom, let me see. Can I see the ref you're using? I'm looking at all of Yuki's pieces here, beautiful art pieces. I think, okay, this might be the best one for the trunk. Actually, I like this one for the trunk. You get, okay, so it does taper, but it's not as much of a taper. Character ref you had in Procreate? Oh, this is the ref that I am using, that I made for lovely Yuki. Let me see here.
Pretty? Yeah, I really like this one. I'm very, very honored and grateful that the beautiful, beautiful Yamiyuki permitted me to draw her. Oh my god, I'm once again getting... I've just started drawing the trunk and I'm already too bogged down in the details. Okay. All right. Hold on. I love this song. Okay, this kind of comes up. They kind of sprout outward, like this. Is this a free run song? It gives me free run vibes. Did you see the thing I did when you said good maid in the Discord this morning? No, I didn't, lovely Aussie. Sorry, I pretty much, like, I must confess, I'm so fucking swamped that basically what I do is I send my little good maid message and then I literally turn off my phone. Not turn it off, but I get, you know, dressed to go for my run, like, as soon as I've sent it. Trees are hard to draw without detail. They are quite hard to draw without detail. Like, if it was like a nondescript tree, I could probably do it with relative ease. But I want to make sure this looks right. Did you want to tell me what it was, Ozzy? It doesn't even branch off that much. Let me see. Don't like it. I have to fix it. All right, hold on a second. Viro! Hi, lovely Viro. How are you? It's good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Not free run. Oh, okay, fair enough. Do you know what I mean, though? It gives, like, free run vibes, don't you think? Okay, maybe if I might be getting bogged down because I'm literally, like, so much of Sakura trees is their color, right? So maybe I just need to trust that if I draw a tree like normal and then I color it pink. I think it might work. Let me try that. Okay, I'm already actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I think this might actually be the way to go. Yeah, no, this is the way to go. Okay, never mind. I should have just done this in the first place. My bad. Sorry. Dumb. I'll even put some little planes of it right here. Oops. Let me see here. Oh, we doing switch to PNG? Okay, maybe PNG with will improve brain power. All right, one second. Let me open up our PNG. You get this until our next break in 17 minutes. Let me just boop boop. Hi. PNG time. I got creative with the React emotes and tried spelling pretty lady, but it was tough with some double letters, so I improvised. Oh, that's awesome. I love that you've done that. I also saw you do that. I did see you do that to Umbra, which was really funny. Welcome back, Kitty Kiloru. The color is important, which is why shrunk back a little at the clip art you were looking at. The pink versions are actually not the Sakura trees we go for on Sakura Ohanami. They are a different kind of cherry, which blooms a week earlier. Still pretty, but not the ones we go crazy for. Oh, so yeah, the pictures you took look a lot more like a really pale pink. They're like practically white. Is that how you'd like this one colored? Let's see. I think that's gonna be tradition now. It's almost white. And yes, please. Okay, cool. Awesome. Okay. Okay. All right, it's finally time for lines. Don't worry, we've only been going for 5 hours. BRB, must dress my eyes a little. Oh, good, lovely Yuki, of course. Pinkish hue of white, right. Okay, cool. You know what I might do? I might actually... might just... That's probably actually still a little too bright. That's probably good. Okay, I'll hopefully remember that. Hey, lovely lav, welcome on in. How are you? I want to make a PNG tuber one day, but I'm too broke. You can do it yourself as well, though, I see. You're an amazing artist. Nilo! Hello, motherfucker. How are you? It's good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Okay. Bleh. Flip canvas time? No, I actually flipped the canvas when we did the sketch, so I'm pretty happy with the lack of art lean because we already did like a pre a pre-sketch. Sorry I wasn't here earlier. We had my cardiologist appointment today. Oh gosh. Oh no, that's okay, hun. Don't apologize. You're all good. You're alive, and now it's y'all's problem. Oh, don't make it our problem, Nilo. Just let us enjoy your company. Patiently waits for Automod to either be approved or denied while slamming phone to my forehead. Hi, lovely Nemeth. How are you, hun? Now that I realize what this song is, it will be in my head for a week. Yep, that sounds about right. That sounds about right.
Talicious. Hi you gracefully, beautiful, angel of spastastic energy. How is you doing?
Hi, lovely Nemeth. I'm doing well. How are you? I'm hungry. What? I enjoy being a good problem. Well, you're not a problem if you're good, so be good. And then you're not a problem. See? All right, home from work. Now to work on Fanart of a certain VTuber mayhaps. Terrific talent! Oh my god, I'd be so flattered if that was me. Maybe it's not. I might be presumptuous. Imagine if that was me really just showing my hand and being like, wow, you're gonna draw me? And you're like, no. Nice try. Oops. I'm using Hayes' hotspot just to pop in and say hi. I'm almost home, so I have to hop out till I get there so as not to drain Hayes' data. All good, hon, all good. I hope the cardiology appointment went well. Wait, how big is this canvas? I mean, that's big enough for chibis. That's okay. Wouldn't leave it there if it weren't for a chibi. But almost 3,000 pixels is fine for chibis. Oh, Hayes! Hi, lovely Hayes. How are you? It's good to see you. I'll tell you more about the appointment once I'm home. Sounds good, darling. Sounds good. I figured I'd come on in and say hi. Awake for some odd reason. I only got 4 hours and gotta be up in like 4 hours for work. Nemeth, are you sure you don't want to like take another sleep? Another nap? I would draw you, Tab, but I don't have a single artistic bone in my body. Oh, that's not true, lovely Lith. Draw me as a stick figure. It is very in the start sketching phase, so for now I am sworn to secrecy, TM. But the whip will be posted in a certain Discord art channel, hopefully this weekend. I hope it's mine. I hope it's mine. Yeah, the bot is busted. Sorry, the bot not working right now. Have good drawing. It's looking good. I stayed up way too late. Oh, all good, sweetest Space Cat. Thank you so much for recommending us to the fabulous Nova. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, darling. Thank you so much for coming in. Getting some ice cream. Yummy. Enjoy. You getting Golden Gay Time? You getting Cornetto? You getting a Magnum? What you getting? Draw me like one of your French gals, Tao-chan. But Yuki, you're my Japanese girl. Can I draw you like my Japanese girl? I'll try and nap soon. That's a good idea, lovely Nemeth. That is a very good idea. The last time I ever did art of Tao was in Gartic Phone. If I remember correctly, the prompt was Tao in a meadow. So cute. I love it. I'm so happy that you did that. We should do more Gartic Phone stuff. Oh, 15 liters of ice cream. Do you have an entire barrel of ice cream, Kilo? Mimi, like one, Mimi, like one of your Golden Gate Time girls. Golden Gate Time is a type of ice scheme here, but you know what? I like your version better politely. I haven't drawn in forever, but I don't think I can draw on technology. I'm an old-fashioned drawer if I ever do draw. I love drawing traditionally. Only if I can talk in French to you then, Tao-chan. But you can always draw me in any way you want. I haven't even seen Titanic. I love when there's like movies and TV shows where it is just transcended the media it came from. Because it's just so memed. It's so heavily memed on. And Titanic is definitely one of those. I have seen Titanic, but I had heard Draw Me Like One of Your French Girls like ages before I saw Titanic. Hold on.
Bye-bye.
Oh, you had Nazi to shout out. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thanks for hanging out with us, cutie pie.
Titanic is very memeable. The door with Jack sinking, the "I am the queen of the world," etc. I know those references mostly through comedy, and some are often more popular than the original. 100%. Okay, Tau, I shall try and nap. Long day ahead of me with work. That's what I thought, sweetheart. Yeah, go to sleep, honey. We will be here to greet you when you wake up. Assuming it's in like less than 4 hours. Yeah, sleep well. Sweet dreams, cutie pie. Thank you for dropping in, though. I do appreciate ya. It's always good to see you. This song gets me every time, dude. I've seen Titanic memes, but they're more different songs that can change the vibe sort of thing. Yeah, fitting. Stakes are high. This is giving me major duck song vibes. Yeah, for sure. I saw Titanic when I was a wee little boy, and I have no idea how they let a kid in, but I guess my uncle and the guy at the counter didn't know the contents of the movie. No one really cared about rating back then, but yes, slept through it in the air conditioning. Oh, nice. I did see it over a decade later, hopefully also in aircon. This song really moves you. Excellent, Precious Politely. That is worthy of many points. The song is really funny. Yeah, last time I heard it, I looked up the lyrics and they're all puns. Yeah, no, they're very funny. Let's see. Gotta get to work. All good. Sudiskel, have a great one at work. Thank you for coming in. And Awesome Aussie, thank you for the care package. Nom nom nom. You're back, gonna slice me some bell pepper. Yummy, a little ranchy snack. Did the country pun song make you want to have a ranchy snack? Posted something similar in media, a short about lizards. Oh, well, chameleons, but what's the difference? It's very funny and cute. I can't wait to watch it, Yuki. I will definitely have to have a little listen. Will we have a poll after this, or are you waiting for Nate to get home? I'm waiting for Nate to get home. Otherwise, I can't eat. I may need to add this to my own karaoke list. Do it, Sweetest Storm, do it. Cow puns, huh? I'll get back to you on that one. I'm not really bullish on those. Excellent, Aussie, excellent. I could go for a cow on a bun. Welcome back, lovely la. Will you be ordering stuff tonight? I told him I wanted to, because when he cooks, it takes so long, and I'm so hungry by the time he gets home. But I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. I don't really have input on it since I'm streaming. Oh, you do have nails. Maybe I'll give you like little tiny ones. I didn't give you, are they like claw-esque? No, but they're quite long. Nixon forgets to tell you when it is ready. Yes, he does. He's like, I'm like, is it ready yet? He's like, yeah, it's been ready for 15 minutes. Like, what the fuck? You have to tell me that. Hi there, cutie Suta. Welcome on in. How are you? I hope you get to try something delicious. Me too. I'm hungry. He's not even home yet, so who knows? I need to rewatch Death Note just for the amazing chip scene. Oh, it's so good. That song made me want burgers for dinner. Boygies. Boygies. It's also just about time for a break. So let me finish drawing Yuki's head. And then we'll go on a quick break. Let's see. I have to say drawing different things as Pouch Pals have really been helping with my drawing ability. Like with Sadu, I've been trying to draw with slightly different proportions. That's cool, Nix. That's really good practice. And very good. Somewhat tired, but I enjoy and vibe with TauTassie. And I'm so happy to have you, Sweeta Suta. I'm so sorry you're tired, though. Hope we can recharge you a little bit. I've been given test requests to get an echocardiogram and a heart bug, which is like the 24-hour Holter monitor for my heart, but it's for 7 days rather than 24 hours. The cardiologist suspects it's nothing to worry about, but he has given me these request forms just to be safe and test for any irregularities. That's a good idea, Lav. I hope you're gonna do it. Do you have something sweet for after food? I have drumsticks! Is safe here! We have spoken about how I think of drumsticks and I think of ice cream, and he thinks of drumsticks and he's thinking of like chicken or like meat of some kind. This creates which side are you on? Forgot the song El No theme. It sounds so similar to Tubular Bells. It does, actually, it does. I really like that song. Tubular Bells is a banger. Wait, what? What? Has Save seen our drumsticks? Well, Americans do have drumsticks, like ice cream drumsticks. But, I mean, to be fair, a lot of people don't think of, when someone's like, I really want a drumstick, a lot of people are like, oh, you want like a piece of, you want meat, you know, right? Since when are drumsticks anything but chicken? There you go. Strat. Betrayal. The next time Save is live, make sure you go in there and you tell him, you say, I'm on your side, drumsticks are meat. Labchan, it's good to have it checked out, and I know that can be scary, but try not to worry about it too much. Yeah, what lovely Yuki said. There's a drumstick poem? I love ice cream drumsticks. Right? Me too! Okay, so now next time Save is live, you have to go in and say, I disagree with you. Drumsticks are, in fact, ice cream. I do get why you would call an ice cream one, though. Yeah. Well, there's like, because there's 3 different types of drumsticks, right? Because English sucks. So there's drumsticks, the meat version. There's drumsticks, the ice cream version. And then there's drumsticks that you drum with. Stupid. Fucking English. Let me see. We aren't about to start a war, are we? Like that blue black dress or white gold dress? I can't eat most ice cream drumsticks. The other 2 are tasty. Aha. Only ate 1 drumstick at the picnic dance this summer. Just 1 little drumstick. They say I couldn't be dumber. 1 tough and skinny drumstick. Why was that such a bummer? But everyone's bad at me, especially the drummer. That is quite funny. Have you ever listened to the Dutch poem at the Chaos of English? I don't think I have, Precious Politely, but that sounds like something I would really, really like. Do you want to send it or do you want to post it in the Discord? Either one.
Let's see. Or do it for the Tau Storytime stream? Yeah, you can do that if it's, as long as it's in public domain. The drumstick I know is the chicken leg. That's the drumstick Save knows too. It is not the drumstick I think of. Sent it to you. Might be interested to the multi-language peeps here too. Hell yeah, Precious Politely. Thank you. I will faux show have a look. All right, let me see. Okay, we gotta go on a very quick break, my darlings. Oh, hold on. I see a Riz.
I see a Riz. Let me look.
Oh, yo, that's so fucking badass. That's so sick. Look at this. Look at this Yuki Riz. That is so cool. Sita said, awesome job. Yuki's looking mighty intimidating. Very cool. Very cool. That's awesome. That is so cool. I've been informed I have noodles for lunch with sauteed veggies. Oh, that sounds delicious. Unfortunately, no chicken. They get to live another day. Yuki with Riz. Is there any other way? Valid. Oh, I like this. Okay. Hold on. I might literally read this. Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna read this English poem here. Dearest creature in creation, study English pronunciation. I will teach you in my verse sounds like corpse, core, horse, and worse. Maybe I should actually show you guys this so you can read it with me. Here you go. This is the dude. This is the dude. I will keep you, Susie, busy. Make your head with heat grow dizzy. Tear in eye, your dress will tear. So shall I. Oh, hear my prayer. Just compare heart, beard, and herd. Dies and diet, lord and word. Sword and sword, retain in Britain. Mind the latter, how it's written. This is crazy. Just compare heart, beard, and herd. Dies and diet, lord and word. Sword and sword, retain in Britain. Mind the latter, how it's written. Now I surely will not plague you with such words or as plaque and ague, but be careful how you speak. Say break and stake, but bleak and streak. Cloven, oven, how and low. Script receipt, show poem and toe. Hear me say, devoid of trickery, daughter laughter, and turpish shore. Well, I don't know that one. Typhoid, measles, topsails, isles, exiles, similes, and reviles. Scholar, vicar, and cigar. Solar, mica, war, and far. One, anemone, balmoral, kitchen, lichen, laundry, laurel. Gertrude, German, wind and mine. Scene, melpomene. Melpomene? Is it melpomene or melpomene? Mankind. Billet does not rhyme with ballet. Bouquet, wallet, mallet, chalet. Blood and flood are not like food, nor is mold like should and would. Oh my god, this is crazy, dude. I'm gonna have a stroke, I know. Viscous, viscount, load and broad, toward to forward to reward. And your pronunciation's okay when you correctly say croquet. Rounded, wounded, grieve and sieve, friend and fiend, alive and live. Ivy, privy, famous clamor, and enamor rhymes with hammer. River, rival, tomb, bomb, comb. Oh my god, bro. Doll and roll and summon home. Stranger does not rhyme with anger, neither does devour with clangor. Souls but foul, haunt but aunt. Font front, won't, want, grant, and grant. Shoes goes does. Now first say finger, and then say singer, ginger, linger. Dude, this is crazy. Okay, hold on. I won't finish the whole thing because it is like almost 7 minutes long, but I am gonna send this in the chat. This is courtesy of the absolutely amazing Politely. I love that. That is so funny. I will send that to my mom, who is also an English teacher among her many, many things. You guys, we gotta go on a quick break. Please make sure that you hydrate. Grab yourself something to eat or drink. Have a little stretch. Maybe go to the bathroom. Dogs, this is also a med reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I love you lots. I'll miss you terribly, and I'll see you soon. Mwah.
forget otherwise, I just want to let you guys know I did not actually get a chance to...
Pretty lady.
Lizard. I'm determined. Focusing. Fuck. I waited too long that time. I didn't even do anything there. I'm so focused. I am so... Okay, lab. Could I get your input on this? Are you happy with this sketch? Have you any changes? I'm gonna have your... Probably the best way to trap Tao is have corn on a plate with her favorite chips and a Switch 2 under a box with a stick and a rope. You can tell me that is a trap and I will still go to it. Enjoy looking for eggs. Last one in the section.
I hope you like this one.
Looks tasty.
Oh, okay. Oh my god, it's corn. Oh my god, it's corn. Oh my god, that looks so fucking good, dude. I'm like actually salivating right now. That looks amazing. How the voice acting does? I don't know about that. Well, you may be surprised at how much they might not help because I don't know how many people are looking for a British mummy wooing. I don't even know where I am a woo. Is that, are those women's? They look like women's and I grabbed them a woo. No, they're not women's. I died. I didn't. I'm sorry. God. Sleep is for the unconscious? No. Sleep is for the sane. That doesn't help, does it? A lot of you claim to be insane. Which you kind of have to be if you hang out with me too much. Comply. Comply! Like googly eyes. Comply. No. Okay. We will go and say a fatty with a hattie. Sorry. I shall be a lurky turkey. Got to go lend a hand. All good, Suda Strat. Lift with your legs, please. What? A fatty chocobo with a hattie. You must. Maybe that's another command we need. Good call. Bad call. Good call. Say hada. Again, I'm not good at that one for some reason. I don't get how to do that one. I signed and created a Stoat account just in case Discord goes to complete doo-doo. That's a good idea. I should probably do that too. I'm doing good. I just made my first payment for my car insurance to my 2006
So,
present.
you guys,
That's awesome.
is it just me or
Congratulations on cute. Very cute. Was that supposed to be a meow?
are Pringles
No, I
smaller
don't think
than when we
intended
were
to do a
kids?
meow, but I could.
I could have sworn Pringles were bigger than they are, actually. We got some on sale. I think that's you. Damn.
Down to be twos.
Damn
Man's got a good
No.
point. Ew.
Hold on, let me try again.
Well done on the boss and on the words. I'm
determined. Focusing.
I
I waited too long that time.
Pringles are smaller. They even have mini Pringles in a tube. No. Oh, hold on. Aha! Oh shit. In my PNG form, my body refused to. Oh, fuck. Hold on. Ugh. Oh, hold on 1 second.
Did it work? Okay, that's not the right number. Damn it. Hold on. I gotta get the right number. Is that the right number? It is! Okay, cool. Hi, don't be afraid. I'm happy because Awesome, Ozzy, welcome back. You beautiful thing. Abbies. Good. Ozzy. Lovely and laugh. Abbies. Good laugh. Nix middle slash jump size. Abbies. Good. Nix. Are we still in last week's songs? We never were. You guys didn't have any songs from last week. This week's song's correct, lovely Yuki. Okay. Wonderful witch. You go to bed? Abbies for you. Good, Nikki. I'm gonna type your story. Oh, absolutely, sweetheart. No worries. I'm excited to read it. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams when you get around to it. And thank you for hanging out with us. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Looking forward to reading and hearing it, which son? And then please rest well. Yeah, 100%. Okay, let me see here. Together forever. The song just makes me think of Dennis Reynolds. I don't know who that is. That is not the Rick Astley song. Didn't even know there were others. I know. Yeah. He's kind of known for that, for just that one. I wonder if he hates it. Or if he's like, yeah, that made me rich. Oh, it's an Always Sunny character. Oh, yeah, I've never seen that. We need to appreciate the other songs from him. True. I was gonna say, what is this Rickroll remix? Yeah, with a totally different tune and different lyrics. But strangely, the same voice. I am aware. It even sounds a little like Never Gonna Give You Up. I heard he hated it at first, but he seems to have changed his tune on that in newer interviews. That's good. I'm glad. I'm glad to hear that. It's from an album, but none of his other ones got the fame of Never Gonna Give You Up, surely. Did anyone ever play, fuck, what was it called? Robot Unicorn Attack? Was that it? Over on, Adult Swim, I think? I still have a lot of fondness for Eraser's song that Adult Swim kind of took for that. Always I wanna be with you and make believe with you and live in harmony, harmony, all love. Does that sound familiar? No, but I remember their Surgeon game. Yeah, I play that so much. Me too. I love that game, dude. I'm claiming someone used AI to change the lyrics in voice pitch. Oh no.
Have you seen the music video for that? It's so weird. No, I don't think I have. This kind of synth pop was long before my time, and thankfully my dad gravitated towards more 70s alt rock. Fair enough, fair enough. Whoa, that is a no-go. That's a fucked up song. Okay, we're not listening to that ever again. Blacklist. Have you, oh, sorry, I read that one. Whoever requested that, please don't request it again. Oh, that's too thick. I could barely hear the lyrics. Was it bad? Yeah, it was not appropriate. Quite insulting. I also wasn't. That's okay. I normally am not, like, if I'm talking, I don't hear any lyrics. I barely even pick up when something's, like, screamy. But I was quiet enough that I heard it, and I was like, no. That's a no-go. For me? Thank you, lovely Lith. Can I request a blacklist of Motionless in White? I mean, I love their music, but they are very screamy. I don't know if I can blacklist specific stuff like that, but if and when they come up and they're really loud, then hopefully I'll hear it and be like, nah. But yeah, no, it's one of those things where as soon as I like start to hear the like screamy scream stuff, I'll be like, oh, I'm sorry, no, I'm not, no, doing it. Let's see. I would unironically play stuff like this if I were on an FM radio, especially in the late night or something. 100%. This reminds me, I'm quite fond of this because it reminds me of the radio station that my dad used to work on and the music that he would play. Ooh, okay. Hmm.
Not all music is suited for all occasions, and even if we love some songs, TauTassieTiger's art stream has a kind of chill vibe where screamy would be out of place. I also curate what I request here quite a lot, not because of screaming necessarily, but also themes or loudness. Yeah, I appreciate that, Yuki. That's true. That is true. Yeah, the screamy stuff and the like gangster rap, both of those things. The only reason that I don't like them is because it makes me really anxious. And I don't really want to be like, I'm already high energy enough, you know. I don't need the assistance of like something to make my heart race and make me like, you know, my handshake while I'm trying to draw. Things like that. So, Tanya, hi there, lovely Tanya. How are you? It's good to see you. Good morning. I did a double take on the Procreate tag for a second. I forgot it's a drawing software. It is my chosen drawing software of choice. How are you? I'm good. Been a while. Yeah, it has been a while. There have been ups and downs, but mostly ups. So that's what I want to hear. I'm so happy to hear it, hun. I had the same reaction when I first came to touch on streams. Maybe I should put Procreate art, but I feel like if someone's gonna search for Procreate, they won't type Procreate art all one word. They'll type Procreate. Hi there, amazing Artie. How are you? It's good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Oops. Headed for long weekend supplies. How many songs until service pressure? You have about 20 seconds to wait. Yeah, 20 seconds to wait. What's in the queue? Okay, so we have Surface Pressure by Jessica Darrow, Unholy by Sam Smith, The Tree Song by Minako, Baba O'Reilly by The Who, The Tree Song Again by Minako, Broken Games, FZMZ, Feel by Hiroshi Yoshimura, Hey Kids by The Oral Cigarettes, Transformation from Adventure Time, Period from Chemistry, the Pokemon theme, Snow Fairy from Funkist, I, Me, Mine by the Beatles, Pepperland by George Martin, Planet by Kiyoshi Yoshida, Life of Sin by Nick Nolan, Life of Sin again. I'm actually going to remove one of those. I don't think we need to listen to that twice in a row. Just Won't Let Him Something, Robin Loxley, Like a Sunken Ship from Leprous, Go from Flow, Next Year from Disco Inferno, and several more. What time is it for you? It's 5:30, or coming up on 5:30, 5 till 5:30. I think the tag is fine. It's quite self-explanatory after a while. And I've seen what some others put in there, either jokingly or I don't know why. That's fair. That is fair. Oh, I can delete the second tree song? Oh, okay. All good. I will do that. There we go. Always by Eraser is the Robot Unicorn Attack song. Yeah. Yes, let's go. I love that one. Thank you for the care package, awesome Ozzy. 2 tree songs and Like a Sin was me figuring out the song queue. Oh, fair enough, hon.
Okay. This song's such a banger. I only saw it in Kanto once, but I did say 5:30. Yeah, thank you, Tanya. Lith Oni-chan also posted the video for anybody curious about the weirdness. I'm excited to watch it. I haven't seen it. It was called Amateur Surgeon. Is it still around? I don't know. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. All right, let's see. Song reflects my emotional state so much sometimes. Oh, I'm sorry, Storm. It is a really good song, though. Hopefully it helps vent just a little bit. Considering that it was made with Flash, probably not. Damn, that's so tragic, dude. I miss Flash. Every music video of theirs is weird like that, but in very different ways. I have only seen that one, or like not seen, sorry. I've only heard that one song from them. I know that the 80s and 90s romanticized our culture quite a bit and people are fascinated but didn't really understand. A very white guy trying to be very Japanese. I loved every bit of that video. It's great. Is that what the video is of from Eraser? Which is your favorite version of Flash? Mine's Barry Alien. Yeah, the unicorn one, really. It's got like a Japanese, like an appropriation kind of vibe, huh? Does that make you uncomfortable, lovely Yuki? I can ask Lith to remove it if you don't want me to, if you don't want us to like have it on the Discord. Like, I know this song is super dirty and stuff, but it's so catchy. So many people hate this so much. Oh, no, it's interesting. I don't think it came from a place of malice on their part. Oh, okay. Okay. Forgot how insanely mixed the chorus was in a single. This song is everywhere on TikTok. Yeah, I've heard it so... Well, I don't really spend any time on TikTok, but I have heard it a lot. The video is the singer dressed up in a very traditional Japanese attire, freeing a girl from being frozen and then fighting some sort of oni. The special effects are very 80s, but I think the video came from a place of love, not mockery.
Interesting. Okay. Zachy, welcome in. How are you? Mm. I think, Yummy Yuki, I'm pretty sure that's actually where I heard it first too. I think I heard Unholy for the first time when I watched that season of American Horror Story. No, it's okay. This is, I honestly, this song is on my personal liked. I think it's pretty good because I have tastes that a lot of people are not willing to say that they have. So I'm like, ooh, Nickelback, ooh, Rick Astley, ooh, Unholy. I'm not sure, Zachy, I'm not really sure what the appeal is of that one. Thank you for contributing to the Discord movie night, though. Tom music tastes be everywhere. Oh yeah, I know I'm all over the place. If we do it, let's do, you know what? Let's do a quick scroll. Let's see. What's my here? Let's see. This is all the stuff that I've got. Like, so much of this is all over the place. Like, I'll go from, like, Gaelic folk music to, like, Chinese rap to, Linkin Park, and then over to, like, I don't know, some kind of traditional, like, Mongolian throat singing, and then... And then don't forget all my Japanese music as well. Like, I'm all over the place, dude. I'm all over the place. But I think fascination with other cultures is universal. Lots of other cultures have shows about the Wild West and cowboys without really understanding American culture. But you can tell the fascination comes from a good place, not bad. That's good. Tao's musical tastes are eclectic, chaotic, and mentally unstable as mine. Woohoo! You can never tell what I'm going to turn on. Regarding cultural appropriation, especially regarding our culture, I think it is an interesting term, but we are mostly actually proud rather than offended if people take an interest. Like, I've seen people on Twitter blast Western folks for wearing a kimono or such, and that's just silly. I have heard that it's pretty much exclusively Westerners being like, wow, you sick fuck wearing a kimono, that's Japanese. And then Japanese people are like, whoa, chill, dude. You look great, you know? I think being able to share in other cultures is a beautiful thing that should be encouraged. I think so too, but I think that if you're going to do it, you do need to do it in such a way that's like respectful, you know? Like if you're going out and wearing certain like ceremonial attire and stuff, you really need to know where that's from, and you really need to make sure that that's acceptable for you to be doing. I grew up in the southwestern US, so something that I grew up seeing a lot of was a lot of like Native American appropriation. And I have a few Native American friends that, you know, like a lot of people are not pleased with that, because a lot of the time people are like, yeah, I'm gonna wear a fucking headdress. And it's like, yeah, that's, in some cases, it's not even part of the culture that they're like trying to imitate. And then they're just like glomming a bunch of stuff together into an amalgamation of like genuinely insulting disrespect. And then in other cases, they're just being disrespectful because they should not be wearing that. Yeah, you know what I mean? I feel like it's the same when it comes to Indian culture. I literally told Tao I will get her a traditional outfit if I get the chance to do so. We love it when people dress like us and try our food and take part in our culture. Yeah, absolutely. I'm always really, really interested in learning about other people's cultures. And if I'm able to inhabit any part of the culture, whether that's like trying food or trying on clothes or whatever, if it's acceptable for me to do so, I embrace it fully. I would love to. But I think that a lot of people are just like, oh, that looks cool, so that's mine now. I think less people now than back like in the early 2000s and stuff. But correct. Don't just go to Japan and wear a fundoshi, the sumo wrestler pants, often referred to as diapers. Yeah. Running around in the Imperial Palace parks, humping some statue. Yeah, yikes. Big yikes.
Terry Pratchett covers this in one of his books where they wore 300-year-old outfits and make matching versions from their own cultural accessories. Huh. Is that a fiction? Or is that like, is that one of Terry Pratchett's, like, factual things? Or what is that? It's why they prohibited, quote, native, unquote, headdress here for Chicago Blackhawks games. Yeah, yeah. I would also love to try some, especially the sari, if that's right. They look so beautiful. They literally do look beautiful, right? Lovely Nova, thank you so very much for bringing your amazing community in, darling. I so appreciate you. It was such a pleasure to meet you guys. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Like I said, I promise to take amazing care of your lovely community, and I can't wait to see you again soon. Can I get another shout out for lovely Nova, please? Thank you so much, darling Nova. I so appreciate you. Aboriginal headdresses are super sacred and spiritual. I definitely agree that if you are going to explore another culture, you need to do so respectfully. 100%. 100%. Oh, it's a fiction in his book. Gotcha. Gotcha. Precious Pocket Chuck! Hi, sweetheart. How are you? It's so good to see you. Thank you so much for the 15 stream streak. I so appreciate it. I can't believe you made it for 15 streams already. How are you? Also amazing. Thank you so much for gifting that sub to the darling Nova, our precious new pal. Thank you so much, awesome Umbra. You're incredible. Thank you for your awesome generosity and support, darling. Thank you. Also, Precious Pocket Chalk, how was your Red Deading? I hope you're having a good time. It was so fun to watch you for a little bit, even if it was only a little bit of time. I was really enjoying you. Thank you so much for the sub. Yay! Good job, lovely Umbra. Thank you so much for gifting Nova the sub. I hope you enjoy the handmade emotes and the ad-free viewing whenever you get to come on back, darling Nova. Thank you so much, cutie patootie. They got red, then they got dead. Too. Exactly, Yuki. Exactly. I see. Hold on. I was like, why is this not coming out right? It's because I've got the hand in the wrong position. There we go. Little exhausted after yapping for almost 9 hours, and Red Dead's been so much fun. Arthur's send-off was so beautiful. I'm so glad I get to play as John now. I was happy to see Arthur's sacrifice mean something. Yes, absolutely, absolutely. Precious Pocket Chalk has been playing some Red Dead and still has some more to go. If you guys want to go check her out, she is awesome. Red Dead 2, rule number 1, shoot first, talk later. 100%. 100%. Okay, I want to see if... Okay, good. It's still got me following you, because the other day, Pocket Chalk, I'm so sorry if it like was spamming you or something, but it wasn't letting me, like, I was like, why am I not... This happened with Save like months and months ago too. I was like, I know I followed you. And then I go back to your channel and I'm like, why am I not following you? I'm getting notifications from you, but I'm not, it's not reading as follow. So I was clicking it and then it'd be like, without me doing anything else, it'd be like, yep, followed. And then it'd be like, oh no, unfollowed. And I'm like, what the fuck, dude? So anyway, now I'm officially following you. According to my OBS, I am actually following you, which is good. Can I get a shout out for a Pocket Chalk real quick? So you just strapped up. I know, right? That's happened to me too. It's so strange. It's very weird. Schrodinger's follow button. Exactly. I have seen a funny video by an online comedy troupe which does if games were real style videos about the RDR, especially Deadeye system and looting. That's so cool. I would watch practically anything about Red Dead. I love that. I love both of those games. They're so great. If you like the fast-talking, cozy vibes, please do check out lovely Pocket Chalk. Awesome streamer, total sweetheart. Followed button, exactly. Exactly right, the followed button. 100%.
Actually, this needs to come out a little. No, it doesn't actually. That's actually tighter on the. No, no, no. Never mind. No, that does need to come out. Zello! Thank you so much for contributing to the karaoke stream. I appreciate it. Okay. There. Oh, it's so thick. Hold on. Okay. The last one was so good. I need an encore. Zella, you're so sweet. Thanks, honey. Even though I thoroughly disagree from what I heard in my head, but I'm glad you enjoyed it. Am I weird for being amused at food workers? Confusion when the order comes up under the name Storm P. Storm P. That was easy. Found it. Okay, perfect, Yuki. Thank you. I look forward to it. I do like a lot of Viva La Dirt League stuff. I haven't really seen as much of them because I don't spend any time on Facebook anymore, and that's where I used to see most of it, but... Do you have any of the tea left from the box? I do not. I drank it all. Beautiful band, welcome in. Moo. How are you? It's been a minute. Good to see ya. Hope you've been getting good sleep. Okay, there we go. There's also another troupe which does mostly fantasy game parodies. I don't think you it was them though. Is there a way you can check which videos you have liked? On YouTube? I think there is actually. I was planning to make one special one for September since the boxes end in August, or maybe send something else from here if possible. Aw, Strat, that'd be amazing. But please don't put yourself out. I really appreciate it though. That's so thoughtful. Thank you. Okay. I need to remember what the... are the little guy? What are these? Okay, I've got like little these little things off to the side. Actually, I won't mark those because it's too small to see if I do that. Been all right, just busy with IRL stuff. Oh, that's totally fair, hun. Well, it's good to have you back. Thanks for returning to us, hun. I hope that whatever's going on in the real life is good and peaceful and pleasant, or as much as possible anyway. Okay.
I wish sending stuff from here was as easy as ordering stuff overseas, but the delivery cost is something higher than the price of goods. That's a good point. Give me just a sec, you guys. I need to call Nath real quick. Hold on. Hi, I'm back. Okay. I'm getting food soon because since we're ending a little bit early today, even though I did remind Nath that I had to end early today, I was like, I do not want you to be cooking until 7:30. Please. Hi there, Fabulous Flex. Welcome on in. How are you? It's great to see you. Welcome, welcome. What is that in front? Is that? Oh, yes. Yeah, got it. Yeah, it's great to see you, Fabulous Flex. How are you? Chris! Hi, cutie Chris. Welcome, welcome. How are you? What the helly? I have never seen you silent for more than 10 seconds. So locked in right now. I know, isn't it scary? It happens from time to time when I want to keep you on your toes. Is Nathan on his way home and getting you dinner? Yeah, that's why I had to call him. I was like, I'm not waiting for you to to make food. I can't. Oh, you had a nap, Mac. Thank you for hanging out with us, hon. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. I'll see you later. Yeah, I do get locked in sometimes, that's true. Guilty as charged. Cute. I like the flippies. Tal is going to get me in my sleep or something, practicing her stealth. Listen, I'm gonna need a lot more practice than that. Considering I'm not even able to like stealth my way through like a game where the whole intention is to be stealthy, I'm just like, hello! Like that they give you all these mechanics and they're like, all you have to do is this, and if you get caught, you use this, and if that happens, then this. And I'm like, right. How have you been, Chris? It's good to see you. Art streams are pretty much the only time I get locked in like this. And it's rare. More Yukiras already? Let's have a look. You gotta head out. All good, lovely lab. Oh, you got work. Late work. Okay, fair enough, hon. Have a good one at work, sweetie. I'm doing well. Been playing a lot of Tamagotchi Life. That's awesome. Okay, fair enough. Are you enjoying it? Is it everything that you hoped it would be and more? Okay, let me go see. Cute. Oh my god. Yuki the badass, truly. I love that you're showing off her symbol there too. That's so cool. Sick! Excellent. Worksy to Seria. That looks awesome. Absolutely incredible. Me and my partner IRL are now dating in the game. And a dad and daughter talked about lesbians for some reason. I love the interaction of that game. That's awesome. That's so cool. That's so cool. We are gonna throw off Siri now, by the way. It's gonna tell us that we need to take a break in the next couple of minutes, but we're not going to because I'm hopefully gonna be eating in the next 20 minutes, and then I can put a couple of ads on and catch back up. Oh, that's why this looks weird. Derp. Changed my mind from burgers. That's to the old D&D meme? What? What's that? Will we have a poll for the last hour or so? Or do we continue art? Yeah, we'll have a poll while I'm gone. And then we can see if you guys want to do anything other than continue with sweetest Yuki's artworking. Yay, precious pouch pals, making friends with each other. It makes me so happy. When you say your sleep schedule has exploded, do you mean that in a good way or bad way? You would like to see the art progress? Yeah. Well, I mean, at the rate I'm going, which I'm gonna jinx it by saying this right now, but at the rate I'm going, we can probably get our flats done at least. Lovely Resonant Hearts! Hi, sweetie. Welcome on in. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. Welcome. How was your stream? Raiders, if you would like to raid and run, that's totally cool. But if you want to stick around, we'd love to have you. You guys, this is the lovely Resonant Hearts, a wonderful, wonderful VTuber duo of Platinum Rhythm and Hikari Silica, who stream a delightful array of Nintendo and Capcom games, RPGs, and even dabble in digital art and music production. Their realm is a safe haven for all, radiating positivity and chill vibes. Truly, a squad worth vibing with. Welcome on in. How are you doing? It's good to see you. Would you like to let us know when your next stream is, Sweet Pie? Thank you for bringing everyone in. I do appreciate it. Fabulous Flex, thank you for contributing to the movie night. Good to be here. Next stream should be later on today. Haven't decided on a time just yet, but should be fun as always indeed, sweetheart. That's awesome. Fabulous Farmine, welcome on in. How are you? It's good to see you. Resident, what were you guys up to today? Let's see. Marvel Rivals, nice. Who do you mean? Who do you mean? Cutie Chris, thank you for contributing to the Discord movie night. Realm, thank you for contributing to the Discord movie night. And Flex, thank you for contributing to the Discord movie night. Not like I can be there to join, but one more person to add to the Discord movie night. Let's go! Yippee! Yippee indeed, Cutie Chris. I'm getting FMA Brotherhood flashbacks. That is the appropriate response to this song. Meow meow. Hello there, Magnificent Mewy. How are you? Sweetest Star, thank you for contributing to the movie night as well. What's the what, lovely Yuki, huh? Like no one ever was. Oh, you just got gifted Fragmata. That's awesome, Ozzy. Might I take a wild guess as to who could have done that? Does their name start with an end and an Fabulous Farmine, thank you for the goat scream. Did I just hear a dog? Oh, there is a dog in here. Hold on. Hi, baby. Do you guys want to see a cute dog? Can you stick around here for a second, Bobbin? Hold on a second. Hi. Hi, hold on. I want to show everyone your cute face. Wait. There we go. Hold on. Yeah. Coda, honey, can you let them see your cute face? Look at that face. Yeah, you cute boy. You cute dog. Hey, look at us. Hey. Puppy, you're not letting people see your face? Can I scoot you? Aha! Oh, duh. Hello. Yeah. Pretty boy. Hi. Pretty doggy. Good boy, Bubbit. Good boy. You're so baby. Wagging. Wag. Look at his little waggy butt. Good puppies. Can you look at us one more time? Can you do it? He's still wagging. Hi. Yeah, good boy. Good baby. Good boy. He's very cute. He's very, very cute. Sorry, I'll get back to my desk. It's so awkward to like try and get him to. Hi. Oh, now you're back. Okay, of course. Now that I've removed the camera, you're back. I'm shocked. Royce. Hello, Royce. That's a fun name to say. Hello, how are you? You're jealous? Don't be jealous, Resonant. He's so dirty at this point that he's like leaving that stuff on your fingies. Let's see. Sorry, I lose track of time when I'm petting my dog.
Doing okay. I'm tuning into the stream because the other stream I'm listening to is something right now. Oh, okay. Fair enough, Mewy. Well, if you, whatever reason you have to tune in, I guess I'm happy about it. Learning an array of characters. Black Cat just dropped. Oh, that's cool. Very cool, Resonant. Let me see. Sorry, I'll catch up real quick. Tis the start of the show. Koda is such a good boy. If only we had a soundbite. Yeah, I know. Been doing okay. Came back from vacation. I will say travel is not for me. Oh, fair enough, Mewy. I'm sorry you didn't enjoy it though. Hey there, Vulture. It's good to see you. Yeah, I'm sorry you're drunk right now, but please do make sure that you are being cautious of our rules and stuff. And I hope you're also drinking lots of water. Shy at first, Koda-kun quickly warms up to the spotlight. He does. He knows. He knows. He knows that the people are here to see him. Everyone's just here for a chance at a glimpse of the puppy. It's the struth. Meep. Meep. I enjoyed my trip. It's just way too tiring. Oh, that's very fair. That is totally fair. I hope you got some good memories out of it all the same. I actually forgot to drink water. I'll drink some water right now. Thanks, you're the best. Of course, sweetheart, no worries. Yeah, drink lots of water and have some next to your bedside, okay? Sleep well and sweet dreams. Did I hear puppy? You did, Zelor. He was here for a few moments, being very cute and fluffy. It's lunchtime for me. See you in a while. All good. Also, holy shit, you guys have a Discord movie night coming your way as well. Okay, let me open that up so that I can tell you guys how to suggest movie night stuff. All right, so we're back in the pouch. If you go to the pouch couch, there is another thread. So I will put the same kind of thing that I did here early. Break for movie night. Achieved 20, oops, shit. I pressed the help center by accident. 240426. Okay, so, if you guys go to the, oops, sorry, pal's in the way. If you go to the pouch couch, right here, and then you go to threads, and then you go to movie night, okay? If you click there, you can suggest a movie, or if somebody has already suggested a movie that you like, give it a thumbs up, give it a react, etc. Okay? What do you mean my rate settings are turned off? I can't, that's impossible. I haven't touched them. No way. No way. Hold on. I gotta check on this. Hold on. There's no way. I swear to God, I did not do that. No. No, yeah, they're on. Yeah, they're on. Phew. Oh, I was like, holy shit. Yeah, they're on. They're on. Oh, man. You almost gave me a heart attack, Rainbow Tech. How are you? It's good to see you. Let's see. How old is Koda-kun by now? Yuki, he will be 6 on Halloween night. So just a few months from now, he will be 6. He is still baby. He will be baby forevermore. We can't rate you? That's weird. I wonder why. Well, I will say, we do have, a 3-person minimum. Do you guys have 3 people? That's so strange. I'm so sorry. That's really strange. Yeah, viewer minimum. I do have a 3-person because we've had people coming in and being, like with bots and shit. So, do you have more than 3 people? With Snow Fairy playing, I got reminded Fairy Tale, is returning. Oh, is it really? Have you been able to check out the new anime, Demons of the Shadow Realm? I haven't, but I've heard really good things. Is that right? Oh no, we only had 2 tonight. Oh, I'm so sorry, Rainbow Tech. Shoot. I'm sorry, hun. Thank you for considering us, though. I really appreciate it. Oh, I'm so sorry.
But thank you so much. That's so considerate of you and so sweet. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much. Oh yeah, Monty Python I stream. Hey Alchemist! Hi, lovely. Cress! Hi, darling Cress, how are you? It's good to see you, hun. Welcome, welcome. Redback Spider, hoot hoot, hi. Welcome in. How was your stream? You were playing some Minish Cap. Amazing. How was it? You guys, this is the alchemical Vtuber from Down Under, and they're on a quest to distill the essence of nostalgia. In their recent experiments, they are working with the Minish Cap and Baldur's Gate 3. Crescent, their owl assistant, aids in this noble pursuit. Mayhaps they shall uncover the secrets of nostalgia gaming. 100%. Gino! Hi there, lovely Gino. Welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome, welcome. Sorry, it looks like my raid auto-rated out while we were trying to figure out things for Alloy. Oh no! I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Chris. Thank you for this. Of course. Thank you so much for the raid, darling. I do appreciate it. Can we also get a shout out for lovely Rainbow Tech, who was clearly streaming with Alchemist? Is that right? I am so sorry about that. But thank you so much. You guys, if you need a raid run, it's totally cool. If you'd like to stick around, we'd love to have you. Perfect. Thank you so much, Strat. You guys, this is also Rainbow Tech VT, a pair of Mobian variety streamers who have graced our earthly realm to spread good vibes and play good games. They traverse Hyrule, battle witches, and even punch their way through Jedi training. Truly a diverse and entertaining duo. I just had to end stream. No, I'm so sorry, Rainbow Tech. Even so, thank you so much. You still get that shout out. I am so sorry about that. And thank you so very much for bringing everybody in, lovely Cress and Radical Rainbow Tech. I do appreciate you guys. When will both of your next streams be, if I may ask? And while you let us know, actually, if I may, here is a little bit about us.
Vtuber self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of Vtuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fanart tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Confess your love to yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Favorite music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
Before the end goal.
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch. Yay! But yes, welcome in, readers. I'm so sorry about that. Fabulous Cress and amazing Alloy. Let's see. So Cress is going to be going again in 2 days with some BG3. What act are you on, darling, if I may ask? And Alloy, you're going to be doing some multiplayer tomorrow. What will you be doing for multiplayer? Welcome in, everybody. I really do appreciate you coming with the raid. Now, as Lovely said, who so kindly reminded me, well, there's the dog. So he's going to be talking a little bit because I think Nath might be home and it might be time for me to have quick dinner. But we are not done. We are going to be going for another about 2 hours from now. But with that said, I will probably turn off the raids while I'm gone for just 30 minutes. I'm hungry as fuck. Amazing Orgamus, huh? Thank you so incredibly much for the 10 months. I do appreciate it. Thank you. You are rapidly approaching a year. Sorry about my dog. He is very excited. Oof, 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 oof. Thank you so much, Amazing Orgamus. Sorry, he's really loud. Hope you have a Nami dinner. Don't mind if I do, cutie Cress. Thank you so much. About midway through Act 1, from what I've been told, it is my first. You know what? Let me turn down the gain, and maybe I can. Okay. Maybe if I talk really close to the mic. How's that?
Yeah, you can barely hear him now. Hopefully you can't hear a bunch of mouth sounds too, though. Let's see. It's my first time with the game, and it's been pretty interesting. I take it you've played. I have. We actually played it from beginning to end, all the way through, on stream. It was a blast, though. Dog is just super excited about the sub tube. Yeah, thank you so much, Coda, for acknowledging Artemis. Will possibly be me and Aura doing more Crossworlds. It's a duo multiplayer, so it'll be chill time. Sounds delightful. Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Cutie Crest and Amazing Ally, for coming on in. And of course, both of your wonderful communities. I do appreciate it. I am so sorry about the raid issue there. Also, yes, what I was going to say is huge thanks to Sadu for reminding me to tell you guys, as the hardworking streamers you are, please make sure that you go take good self-care of yourselves, okay? And I promise to take the best care of your lovely community until you come on back for them, okay? Do you smell the food yet? No, but I just heard Nate's voice, which, like Pavlov's dog, I'm like, ooh, he's brought me food. Okay. Well, let's see here. You guys, please, like I said, go check out the amazing raiders, the Cutie Crest and the amazing Alloy, which is Rainbow Tech VT and the Alchemist. Please go check them out. They are such darlings. We do appreciate them. Thank you for taking good care of my research team. I may take you up on that and check on dinner while I lurk. Absolutely. Lovely, Krez. Absolutely. I should mention, you guys, that these guys are fellow Aussie streamers as well. So if you're looking for people who are streaming around the times that I am, please go check them out. Tao's gonna start cartoonishly floating towards the food later. True. Second best thing to smelling the food, Nate's voice. Tisk tisk. Sam, thanks so much for the warm welcome. Always, sweetheart. Again, I'm really sorry about that, but thank you so much for your tolerance and forgiveness. You guys, we do need to. I'll actually hold on. Now I can stop like screaming into the mic. Hold on, the dog's done barking. That's good. Wow, what a nice occasion for me. Oops, sorry, that's probably still kind of loud. How's that? I can also move this back. How do you smell voices? Listen, it's a thylacine thing. You wouldn't understand. Now, you guys, what we're going to do is I am actually going to temporarily turn off raids. We are going until 8 tonight, which is a little bit less than 2 hours from now. We are going to take a 30-minute break starting in just a minute, but don't worry, I still have stuff for you to do. I'm going to set you up with words on stream. I'm going to start you with a battle royale over on stream avatars as well. And I'm also going to set you guys up with a poll. And you are going to tell me what you want to do for the last hour, by the time we get back, hour and a half of stream or so, okay? So what should we do? We have keep arting as an option, which is this is a very cute little chibi that we're doing for the lovely Yuki. We can do demo night. We can do Monster Hunter Stories 3. We can do Persona 5, or we can do Final Fantasy 14. Those are all of our options, and I will give you 10 minutes for that. Once we get back, we will you will have decided. There you go. Let's see. I could never be annoyed at my fellow Thylacine. Oh, thank you, sweetheart. I do appreciate it. Enjoy your food. Thanks, Insane. Thanks, Strat. Okay. Wait. I'm turning off the raid. I'm turning off raids because I'm going to feel really guilty if someone raids in as a very sweet person and then I'm just like, psych. Don't forget to pose with the art before we end stream so I can use it as a thumbnail. How was that? All right, you guys, you have 10 minutes, and at the moment, Monster Hunter Stories 3 is winning. I am going to set you up with these thingies. Don't worry about it. I will see you in about half an hour. Actually, that reminds me. Let me put our BRB timer to 30 minutes so that you guys know when I'm coming back. And I will see you. And you can, oh, that's right. You can also keep on requesting music if you would like to. Okay, I will miss you tons. But we'll see you in about half an hour. Love you guys. Mwah, 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 mwah. You absolutely love buttons. We have so many songs and a lizard. Lizard. Yes, I'm counting that. No, tell me, Strat, what is a decent amount of sleep? Is it more than this many? Is it more than this many, Strat? Or is it less than this many? I'll be the judge of that. Whether it's restful. Murder, Will! I wish there were more people clipping. I don't want to hog all the fun. That's okay, go for it. Snivy is the only D&D player I didn't get to sub to yet. Okay, I'm happy. This is... There you go. This was so worth it. Wasn't this worth 20 minutes for the bit? Aren't you so glad you stuck around? Thank God. Oh my God. That was way too close, man. Whoa. Gun. The answer to most problems, gun. Some... I signed and created a stoat account just in case Discord goes to complete doo-doo. That's a good idea. I should probably do that too. I'm doing good. I just made my first payment for my car insurance to my 2006 Subaru Impreza. That's awesome, lovely Lolbit. Congratulations on your soup.
It's gathering all the mud into one giant ball! How can it manipulate this muck so easily? Oh no.
It plans on using that mud bulb against him? Yes! Hold on, I go find it. Raffle. That's the one. That's the one. You absolute fool.
The buttons.
Click the buttons. We have so many songs and a lizard. Ah! Lizard. Yes, I'm counting that. For voice acting jobs, I don't know about that. Well, you may be surprised at how much they might not help because I don't know how many people are looking for a is mummy wooing. I have a golden egg. I have a golden egg. Yummy egg. Yummy egg. Make an omelet for a day. I can't freestyle, sorry. Okay. I'll go back to my corner. Sorry. I'm just being a little weirdo today. Oh, how many of you honestly notice that when I close my eyes and then I open them, that my pupils dilate? You didn't heckin' die from the close-up pal attack this time. I didn't. Look at me. I'm learning to adapt. Too close. Nobody wants me this close. Say, hada hada. Again, I'm not good at that one for some reason. I don't get how to do that one. Yucky. Scary. Yucky. Scary. Yucky. Scary. Yucky. Scary. Cute. Cute. I want tofu. I want udon. Dombe, dombe. Please send this way. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow.
Man's got a good point! Ew.
Hold on, let me try again.
Man's got a good point! Ew.
Cutie cacto! Wait, you get heart. Look. It looks like I'm hearting the senbei, but I'm actually giving you a heart. Maybe that's another command we need. Good call. Bad call. Good call. Okay, Lav, could I get your input on this? Are you now? Okay. We will go and say probably the best way to trap Tao is have corn on a plate with her favorite chips and a Switch 2 under a box with a stick and a robe. You can tell me that is a trap and I will still go to it. Lurky turkey, got to go lend a hand. All good, sweetest Strat. Lift with your legs, please. What? A fatty chocobo with a hattie. You must. chesticles. Oh. Googly! Googly! Uh-oh! Uh-oh! Ozzy's taking the hit! I can feel it! My eyes! They're about to... Incredible timing. Yee! Good, precious pals. All of you are so good and precious. Precious pals. The timing on that, dearest Dim, absolutely extraordinary. Hi, I've ground up. Enjoy looking for eggs. Last one in the section.
I hope you like this one.
Looks tasty.
Oh, okay. Oh my god, it's corn. Sleep is for the unconscious? No, sleep is for the sane. That doesn't help, does it? A lot of you claim to be insane, which you kind of have to be if you hang out with me too much. Fuck.
Thank you, baby. Thank you.
Thank you, lovely Lith, and welcome on in. Should I just add this link in here, or do you have another specific link for it? You can just add that link.
Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe to TauTassieTiger, or you won't get any more.
Cute, pretty cute. Was that supposed to be a meow? No, I don't think I intended to do a meow, but I could. And he's very entertaining, so you're gonna love him. We love him. I will see you guys on Tuesday. Please don't forget about me. I'll be gone for 48 hours. Oh my god, I won't forget about you. I will return very soon, but I'm going to reheat this pizza slice, so Tao does not need to envision me eating cold pizza. Yuck. Disgusting. Revolting. Inappropriate. Yuck. Sleep is for the unconscious? No, sleep is for the sane. That doesn't help, does it? A lot of you claim to be insane, which you kind of have to be if you hang out with me too much. Fuck.
Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe to TauTassieTiger, or you won't get any more corn to give you Tau anymore.
You
XD.
can't have that. You don't want that. Okay, I'm happy. This is... There you go. This was so worth it. Wasn't this worth 20 minutes for the bit? Aren't you so glad you stuck around? Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 dumbe, dumbe, dumbe. Meow, 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 meow. It's awakened, the theme of the Fillerman. Oh. Oh, hey, well, yeah, let's hatch. Well, we have 6 eggs to hatch. Look! Yucky! Scary. Yucky! Scary. Yucky! Scary. Yucky! Scary. Cute! Cute! Is the only D&D player I didn't get to sub to yet. Say hada hada. Again, I'm not good at that one for some reason. I don't get how to do that one. Googly, googly. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Ozzy's taking the hit. I can feel it. My eyes. Ideal timing. I'm gonna give you guys global uppies, because we gotta jump into the game if we're gonna get anything done. So uppies! Yee! Good, precious, pals. All of you are so good and precious. Precious, pals. The timing on that, dearest Dim, absolutely extraordinary. Hi, I've ground up. Look, I am so cutie cacto. Wait, you get heart. Look. It looks like I'm hearting the senbei, but I'm actually giving you a heart. I could just be feverish. That was really funny. But yes, Cutie Cyber, I'm so glad you're enjoying it. Have you joined our Mummy wooing? I don't even know where I am, Woo. Are those women's? They look like women's, and I grabbed them, Woo. No, they're not women's. I died. I'm sorry. Ow! Rude! Why am I being punished? I'm just showing you my beautiful eyes! And I want to know how many of you honestly noticed that. Okay. I'll go back to my corner. Sorry. I'm just being a little weirdo today. Cute. Pretty cute. Was that supposed to be a meow? No, I don't think I intended to do a meow, but I could. I have a golden egg. I have a golden egg. Yummy egg. Yummy egg. Make an omelet for a day. I can't freestyle, sorry. Probably the best way to trap Tao is have corn on a plate with her favorite chips and a Switch 2 under a box with a stick and a robe. You can tell me that is a trap and I will still go to it. God. That was way too close, man. Whoa. Gun. The answer to most problems, gun. You absolutely the buttons. Click the buttons. We have so many songs and a lizard. Ah! Lizard. Yes, I'm counting that. Good point. No, tell me, Strut, what is a decent amount of sleep? Is it more than this many? Is it more than this many, Strat? Or is it less than this many? I'll be the judge of that. Whether it's rest car insurance to my 2006 Subaru Impreza. That's awesome, lovely Lolbit. Congratulations on your soup.
It's gathering all the mud into one giant ball! How can it manipulate this mud so easily? Oh no.
It plans on using that mud bulb against her, and he's very entertaining. So you're gonna love him. We love him. I will see you guys on Tuesday. Please don't forget about me. I'll be gone for 48 hours. Oh my God. I won't forget about you.
Bye-bye!
I will return very soon, but I'm going to reheat this pizza slice, so Tao does not need to envision me eating cold pizza. Yuck. Disgusting. Revolting. Inappropriate. Yuck. A fatty chocobo with a hattie. You must. Maybe that's another command we need. Good call. Bad call. Good call. One moment, please. Oh God, I'm so scary. I'm so sorry. I'm so scary. Wait, don't look at me. Don't look at me. I don't know why I look this way. Okay, Lav, could I get your input on this? Are you happy with this sketch? Hound chesticles. No. Okay. We will go and say... It's my corner. Sorry. I'm just being a little weirdo today. The voice acting jobs? I don't know about that. Well, you may be surprised at how much they might not help because I don't know how many people are looking for a British mummy wooing. I don't even know where I am, Avu. Are those women's? They look like women's, and I grabbed them, Avu. No, they're not. Oh, hey, well, yeah, let's hatch. Well, we have 6 eggs to hatch. Look! Yucky! Scary. Yucky! Scary. Yucky! Scary. Yucky! Scary. Cute! Cute! I have a golden egg. I have a golden egg. Yummy egg. Yummy egg. Make an omelet for a day. I can't freestyle, sorry. That could have just been in my head. I could just be feverish. That was really funny. Yes, Cutie Cyber, I'm so glad you're enjoying it. Have you joined our channel? I don't think it's 1,000. That's for one with a hat. Oh, you can get a fatty with a hattie? Sorry. I shall be a lurky turkey. Got to go lend a hand. All good, Sudastrat. Lift with your legs, please. What? A fatty chocobo with a hattie. You must. Okay, I'm happy. This is... There you go. This was so worth it. Wasn't this worth 20 minutes for the bit? Aren't you so glad you stuck around? Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 dumbe, dumbe, dumbe. Meow, 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 meow. It's awakened, the theme of the Villerman. Oh, and enjoy looking for eggs. Last one in the section.
I hope you like this one.
Looks tasty.
Oh, okay. Oh my god, it's corn. Oh my god, it's corn. Oh my god, that looks so fucking good, dude. I'm like actually salivating right now. That looks amazing. I am so... She has a YouTube channel and there's some really cute music on there. Like the microwave song, which I probably still need to learn properly. Sorry, that was not... Defeat the Taucula, precious pals! You can do it! Murder! Murder, Will! I wish there were more people clipping. I don't want to hog all the fun. That's okay, go for it. Snivy is the only D&D player I didn't get to sub to yet. Chesticles. Listen. Yes, I'm counting that. Please take him out. Oh my god, please take him out. Please, 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 please. Am I out of SP? Is that why he's... Oh my god, I'm so fucked, dude. Gun? Gun. Thank god. Oh my god. Googly! Googly! Uh-oh! Uh-oh! Ozzy's taking the hit! I can feel it! My eyes! They're about to... Incredible timing. Cutie cacto! Wait, you get heart. Look. It looks like I'm hearting. Now. Okay. We will go and say...
Man's got a good point. Ew.
Hold on, let me try again. Say... Hada hada. Again, I'm not good at that one for some reason. I don't get how to do that one.
Yes.
Hold on, I go find it. Raffle. That's the one. That's the one. One moment, please. Oh God, I'm so scary. Probably the best way to trap Tao is have corn on a plate with her favorite chips and a Switch 2 under a box with a stick and a rope. You can tell me that is a trap and I will still go to it. Pink champagne on ice. She said, we were all just prisoners here of our own device. And in the master's chambers, they gathered for the feast. I'm gonna give you guys global uppies. Because we gotta jump into the game if we're gonna get anything done. So uppies! Yee! Good, precious pals. All of you are so good and precious. Precious pals. I will return very soon, but I'm going to reheat this pizza slice, so Tao does not need to envision me eating cold pizza. Yuck. Disgusting. Revolting. Inappropriate. Yuck. And he's very entertaining, so you're gonna love him. We love him. I will see you guys on Tuesday. Please don't forget about me. I'll be gone for 48 hours. Oh my God. I won't forget about you.
Bye-bye.
No, tell me, Strat, what is a decent amount of sleep? Is it more than this many? Is it more than this many, Strat? Or is it less than this many? I'll be the judge of that. Whether it's rest. Ow! Rude! Why am I being punished? I'm just showing you my beautiful eyes! And I want to know how many of you honestly notice that when I close my eyes and then I open them, that my pupils dilate. Sleep is for the unconscious? No, sleep is for the sane. That doesn't help, does it? A lot of you claim to be insane. Which you kind of have to be if you hang out with me too much. Fuck. Maybe that's another command we need. Good call. Bad call. Good call. Have you any changes? I'm gonna have your little fingies entwined, but you can't really see it because it's a big fucking mess. I want to try the clip command, so ignore the next few bits. Okay. Actually, yeah, save is probably the most likely to, cute, pretty cute. Was that supposed to be a meow? No, I don't think I intended to do a meow, but I could... Oh, Vic, congratulations on your soup.
It's gathering all the mud into one giant ball. How can it manipulate this muck so easily? Oh no.
It plans on using that mud bulb against him. I have a golden egg. I have a golden egg. Yummy egg. Yummy egg. Chesticles. California. What a nice surprise. Bring your alibis. Mirrors on the ceiling. Pink champagne on.
Man's got a good point. Ew.
Hold on, let me try again.
Man's got a good point. Ew.
cute, pretty cute. Was that supposed to be a meow? No, I don't think I intended to do a meow, but I could. Maybe that's another command we need. Good call. Bad call. Good call. Googly, googly. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Ozzy's taking the hit. I can feel it. My eyes, they're about to. Incredible timing. 2006 Subaru Impreza. That's awesome, lovely Lolbit. Congratulations on your soup.
It's gathering all the mud into one giant ball! How can it manipulate this muck so easily? Oh no.
It plans on using that mud bulb against her. Cutie cacto! Wait, you get heart. Look. It looks like I'm hearting the senbei, but I'm actually giving you a heart. I don't even know where I am, Avu. Are those women's? They look like women's, and I grabbed them, Avu. No, they're not women's. I died. I didn't lie. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm happy. This is... There you go. This was so worth it. Wasn't this worth 20 minutes for the bit? Aren't you so glad you stuck around? And he's very entertaining. So you're gonna love him. We love him. I will see you guys on Tuesday. Please don't forget about me. I'll be gone for 48 hours. Oh my God. I won't forget about... You absolutely
Click the
fool.
buttons. Click the buttons.
We have so many songs and a lizard. Ah! Lizard. Yes, I'm counting that. Yes. Hold on, I gotta go find it. Raffle. That's the one. That's the one. One moment, please. Oh God, I'm so scary. I'm so sorry. I'm so scary. Wait. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. I don't know why I look this way. But yes, Cutie Slobber, I'm so glad you're enjoying it. Have you joined our No, tell me, Strat, what is a decent amount of sleep? Is it more than this many? Is it more than this many, Strat? Or is it less than this many? I'll be the judge of that. Whether it's restful. You didn't heckin' die from the close-up pal attack this time. I didn't. Look at me. I'm learning to adapt. Too close. Nobody wants me this close. Okay. I'll go back to my corner. Sorry. I'm just being a little weirdo today. Lizard. I'm determined. Focusing. Lizard. Fuck. I waited too long that time. I didn't even do anything there. I'm so focused. I am so... enjoy looking for eggs. Last one in the section.
I hope you like this one.
Looks tasty.
Oh, okay. Oh my God, it's corn. Oh my God, it's corn. Oh my God, that looks so fucking good, dude. I'm like actually salivating right now. That looks amazing. Okay, Lav, could I get your input on this? Are you happy with this sketch? Have you any changes? I'm gonna have your... Probably the best way to trap Tao is have corn on a plate with her favorite chips and a Switch 2 under a box with a stick and a robe? You can tell me that is a trap and I will still go to it. Say, hada hada. Again, I'm not good at that one for some reason. I don't get how to do it. No. Okay. We will go and say... I'm gonna give you guys global uppies, because we gotta jump into the game if we're gonna get anything done. So uppies, good,
Hi,
precious
cuties.
pals. All of you are so good and precious.
What
Precious
did you?
pals.
Oh, you guys decided on demo
Just
night.
know,
Okay.
C is for the
All right, I
sea.
guess we better hurry up and download some
That
demo
doesn't-
night
that-
stuff.
A lot of you claim to
The
be
real
insane.
Tal voice.
You
Are you
don't
guys
have
sick
to
and
be
tired
if
of
you
hearing my
cannot do too much.
that cheap fake? That cheap fake.
Please take him out. Oh my
All
gosh,
right,
please
what are
take
we
him
gonna
out.
do for? Did you want to do? Do you guys want to do one more round of? Hi there, Strata. How are you?
Gun?
That Tau isn't fake Tau. It's past Tau.
God.
Hold on, we'll go over here.
Oh my god.
We'll go over here. Hi, cuties. I feel much more. What is happening up there? Oh, that's my save. That's the save hat. That's where save was before. Welcome back, Tau. Hope your break was good. It was great. Yeah, I'm feeling much more alive now. I ate food. I like to eat food. Nix mit slash damn sites abbies. Yay! Good, Nix. Okay. I'll go see what you're on. That'd be great. Thank you, sweetest Strout. Hi, I'm genuinely kind of surprised you decided on demo night. I'm impressed, though. Keeping me on my toes, cutie patooties. Uppies for Ozzy. Yay! Good, Ozzy. How dare you miss my uppies and greetings? Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. I have good news. We don't have to go on another break. So we have like an hour and 15 before I gotta depart. Isn't that nice? Sorry. I'm getting back into streamer mode. Time for you guys to spam me with pal tags. Hi, everybody. It's so good to... Ow, fuck. Ow, shit. Sorry, I just hit my hand on the microphone. It's so good to see you. Okay, let me go see what we might... What could we do for our demo night? Did we do the vampire crawler? I don't know. There they are. That's what I was looking for. Thank you. Let me actually see. We might just go with some of the vampire crawlers. All right, we're gonna go play vampire crawlers. Let's give it a shot because I actually have the demos here. Zone in, lovely day to you. You liked my X-Files theme? It is, I made it myself. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. I made it myself. All right, let's see here. I'm gonna do my best at this. Let's see. So this is vampire crawlers. Vampire crawlers. Wow, there's a lot of people playing that right now.
They made the
Holy
save
fuck.
icon in real life!
Is save here? Oh my god, they did make the save icon in real life. Holy shit. Hi, sweetest save. How are you? You know what I had? I had a drumstick as a dessert because it's a fucking dessert. You were AFK, sweetest save, but we were talking about our perceptions of what is it called? Oh, it's erasure. We're drumstick. Okay, I can't spell. Demos. Welcome to game time. Oh my god, it's so hot, dude. How is it like 7 at night and so hot? Oh fuck. Okay. No corn? Do you want corn? You could have corn if you want. No corn? Perception! This is a dessert. Oh, I see. Nom, 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 nom. Thank you. Thank you for my feedings. Okay. Let's see what you guys think of this beautiful game. I am about to blow your mind and tell you that I have only watched people play dungeon crawling things like this. What is that? Nice. I am so sorry. Please forgive me to any and all of my precious pals who identify as bats or bat people or vampires. Ooh, I like the, wait, look at the shiny. Look at the shiny. Ooh, it's pretty. Ooh, that's pretty shiny. Speaking of dungeons, excite. Oh, amaze. Welcome back, beautiful Bublin. If I missed anybody saying their hellos and welcome backs, please do not hesitate to resend them. King Bible, spin to win! Woo! Ah! Okay, sorry, maybe I won't do that again. I was trying to spin. Are those pancakes? That looks like a pancake, right? Pancake, I think. I wonder what you will do. Also, turn on raids, right? Okay, they're on. It's just a matter of, we'll probably turn them off in like, can someone remind me to turn them off in about 40 minutes or so, please? All done with applying to the Weather Bureau. You go to the Weather Bureau. Cool. Combo stack. I'll remind you. Thank you. Play cards in ascending mana cost order for a combo multiplier. I don't know what that means. I think that the card guy in the chat might know what that means. Card guy. Wizard, King, God, Hearthstone Man. What is a descending mana order? 7:30, turn off raids. Yeah, perfect, Ozzy. Thank you. That do be pancakes. Okay, good. I'm glad that we're on the same page. Okay, descending mana order? So 1 and then 2? Wait, we can't. I mean, sorry, 1 and 0. 1 and 0. Descending means you get them cheaper as you go. Laconic means don't you mean laconic? Oh man. Descending means get them cheaper as you go. Laconic means quiet. Yes, that's right. Good job, Tao. Oh my gosh. Okay, do I get a bonus for doing this like that? Okay, we are ignoring Siri from. Thank you for the slow clap, Sue, to save. I appreciate it. We ignore Siri from here on. Yuki resent a message and it got drowned, but I think they're in lurk mode. Oh no! Do you want to resend it for them? Is it important for me to see, or do you think that she would want us to wait until she sees it or comes back? Okay. So, descending 1. Do we have anyone in chat who's like really big into... What the fuck? Can I not... Did I just shoot a gun? Sorry? What was that? Did I run into something? I'm so confused. How dare you attack the vampiric residents? I'll resend it on her behalf. Okay, sounds good. Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay. Am I doing this right? Are there any pop-ups saying that I'm doing the right thing, or should I reverse it and see what happens? What happens if I do increasing? Oh, now it glows. Okay, maybe it wasn't ascending. Maybe it was ascending. I got knocked back. Okay, so we actually do this one. I was making things harder on myself. Yes, you ran into something. I'll resend it on her behalf. Yuki-chan, resend okay just because you said so. True Heart Tao-chan, I'm sadly reaching my limit. Oh, poor thing. I will work for the rest of stream, but I had a lot of fun and loved how the TV turned out so far. Yay, I'm so happy to hear it, lovely Yuki. I'm so sorry that you're feeling icky though, hun. You poor thing. I feel so bad for her. Oh wait, did I do that wrong? She was counting up, that's right. And now it's okay, so count up 0. 1. Damn! Spin it! You posted art in the Discord! Thank you, lovely Nix. I will have a look, because I can't, this is one of those that I can't tab out of. Do I need to do anything with that? Or just hit it a bunch of times? Ooh! A permanent buff. Look at these beautiful graphics. They're so cute. This is just a tutorial. You should be just fine. Well, I guess we can hope so anyway. Deal 10% more damage. Oh, okay. I fucked that up a little bit. Nice. I thought it had said ascending, but trusted you when you said descending. Oh no, you were right. Always correct me. Never trust, always correct. Look at you slaying them so casually. The poor bats. Okay, I'm about to get murdered, okay? Are you excited? I will be killed now that Daddy, who is probably in this, I reckon I just murdered all of Daddy's children. And now I'm about to pay for it. Oh, fuck! He's got more kids. He's got way more kids than I thought he did. Bibles! 1, 2, 3. Oh, I like that I can just go ba ba ba. Okay, I'll need to start doing that. Santa water? Santa water. Do it. Do it. Thank you, Crawler, but the vampire is in another coffin. But I won anyway? Sick. Done. I get the feeling even if you didn't kill his kids, he would be out for blood. Well, he's not out for blood enough. He's in a... Your princess is in another castle. This game looks like a classic. Is it a classic game or is it just set in the style? It's set in the style, I think. I'm pretty sure. Over here, behind the PAL, there's a little thing over here that says under development. So I think it's... Unless it's like a remake or something. Yeah, it's just the style. Town Hall, track your unlocks. Oh, rescued Antonio in the average Italian countryside. But not the beautiful Italian countryside, and not the mediocre Italian countryside, but instead just the average Italian countryside. Geeks! Hi, gorgeous geeks, how are you? Oh, hell yeah, we're playing Vampire Crawlers. I played the crap out of this demo already. Oh, let's go. Did you like it? Are you gonna get the full game? Thank you so much again, Briggy. How'd you sleep? And what I was gonna say. Oh, thank you so much for very, very kindly donating those keys to us. We really appreciate it. I want Antonio. Please, Antonio, come back to me, BB. It's worth noting the original Vampire Survivors had 0 vampires for years after launch. I'm not sure it has any now. Wait. Really? Is that true? Is that a fact? I loved it. Love Vampire Survivors 2. Gonna be getting this one on release. Nice. Very cool. Also, lovely Lona. Hi, sweetie. Thank you so much for 35 months. Absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for very close to 3 whole years with me. I'm so grateful that you've stuck around for so long, lovely Lunar. Thank you, darling. Thank you so much. Was just looking at it and thinking it's something that might have been out for a while. Also, really quick, I'll be back. Okay, all good. Yeah, make some bean and cheese burritos. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. It does now. Oh, it has an official Castlevania crossover. If it weren't for Castlevania, there would not be any chance. No vampires for you. Okay, is that everything? Did I do everything I needed to do? World map? Is the demo pretty extensive, geeks? Once a thriving haven, now a dumping ground for evil. A vampire is said to be the root of this evil, but we can find only mayhem and roast chicken. Cutie King Krabs, welcome on in. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thanks so much for being here. I do appreciate it. Slept decently, lost my stream streak due to being dead after the wedding. Whoops, that's okay. Don't even worry about it. At least you're alive. You know what? I would rather you be alive than keep a stream streak. It is fact. Spending today working and secretly working on D&D prep because I still need maps. I'm so excited. It's so funny you said that because I literally just got a push notification because it just turned 7 p.m. here. D&D session 1 tomorrow. Let's see. The village of Gorton, a sleepy parochial place. Okay, sorry, this is a really hard font to read. Parochial place. Don't let its tranquil exterior fool you. This is a melting pot for heroes and heroines, an adventurer's terminus quo. Okay, you can only do those 2 places. Village. Thank you, Storm, for the scaries! The demo's a decent length. Best part is that the demo doesn't lock you out. You can keep doing runs and unlocking stuff. That's very nice. I do appreciate that. I must confess, I'm not a... Oh, literally, we're already here. My bad, sorry. I've never actually played a game like this. I watched my dad play one. Well, many, actually. I watched him play many, but I've never played a game like this. So I never played the original Doom. I almost said Dune. Matt Doom. If Castlevania added vampires, then Vampire Survivors was vampireless for a mere 2 years and 10 months. That is crazy. And they survived that whole time. That is bananas. Okay, do I still have this skill set? This cool... Oh, yeah, it glows. Yeah, do it. Yeah. Whatcha? Which one? Prioritize attackers. Bibles! It's like, you are telling me you didn't play the OG Doom on a microwave? I did not. I should have, though. It was on my mind for my entire youth. Just kidding. Of course, it's easier to survive in Vampire Survivors when there's no vampires to survive! Is that how everyone survived Vampire Survivors? Armor! I don't know if I need that right now. Yes. I mean, I haven't tried it, but I've heard of Doom being... Wait, Doom played on a pig? On a pig? This sounds, potentially very gross. Sounds like, Oh! What the fuck? Wait, do I just... Sorry, I just want to run into everything now. What if I turn this way? Okay, what about you? Oh, fuck. Oh! I'm not getting damaged. I mean, you are the vampire. They are surviving you. They don't know what they're in for. 10% more damage. Shit. Okay, back down and then Bibles. I highly recommend you play Doom 1 and 2 using the GZ Doom engine or Brutal Doom. Honestly, better than 75% of modern shooters. Really? That's impressive. Wait, I have to smack my face into things. Hold on. Well, they didn't expect a vampire to use a Bible for sure. That's true. That's true. That's a skill. That's a skill that's special for me. Special to me. Okay, everyone's gonna kill me now. Antonio! Antonio showed up in my hands! Should I keep him? I'm actually not entirely sure whether I get to play all. What does that do? To your aid! There's a lot of good ones, but I think my favorite is in 2020, someone got Doom running on a pregnancy test. That's crazy! Was it... Like, you have to have some kind of, like, electronic, like, wiring or pathing or something, right? That was a good hit. I have no idea what I did. What? Hit it! Yeah! Money! If you hit fire, did you know you get money? This is not professional. Oh! I got a chicken! I got a chicken. No drumsticks for me! I think it's cool that Vampire Survivors essentially defined a whole roguelike subgenre, and then the team decided not to make the same game again, and we got a deck-building dungeon crawler as a sequel! It's a ballsy move, and I think it works. That's very cool, actually. I never played Vampire Survivor either. I remember playing the OG Vampire Survivor. In that game, you smash things like pots and pyres, and you get small bonuses. Oh! Okay, so for most people, that was pretty obvious. But I've discovered it, and I feel like I'm very smart. Hi, Santa, how are you? It's good to see you. People have done it on refrigerators and stuff. Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. Ah, wait, I want to hit. Wait. Wait, I must face my enemy. They got Doom playing on Bacteria. I think Bacteria plays Doom. I think Bacteria is the one that... Wait, no, if I say Bacteria is the one that created Doom, I'm pretty sure everyone would be very upset. That's not what I mean. You know what I mean. Do I get to press the buttons? Aha! Okay, but I can't, like...
You're welcome.
Hiya! Oh. Uh-oh. Yes! I'm a wiener. You are diagonally challenged in this. We already know I'm garbage at games where I'm having to be remotely... I'm bad at directions in general. So this is quite crippling. Fuck, these are both zeros. It makes me feel old because they're using one of the oldest game tropes, specifically inspired by Castlevania, wall chicken for health. Is that a thing? I am tragically unaware of these things. That was very slow. It took around 70 minutes per frame. Wow. I mean, I guess if you're playing it on something that's not a computer, that's still pretty impressive, even if it does take that long. Okay, everybody ready to go to the Twister bat? Twister bat. Okay, Antonio, you're up! Wait, triggers 5 times? Sure, why not?
Is your shield, I say.
Thanks, buddy. Here. Ow, 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 ow. I think Save is gonna have an aneurysm by watching me play cards of any type. Save's suffering so hard right now. In the old Castlevania games on the NES onwards, you hit certain walls to find food, usually chicken as a health pickup. That's quite funny. I kind of like that. That's whimsical. Cute. Wall chicken is a thing. Whip a wall, get a meal. Includes 2 non-dessert drumsticks. Yeah, no, I will only want them if they're dessert drumsticks. I don't like to eat things with bones. Paper bag. Hi there, precious paper bag. Welcome on in. How are you? It's good to see you. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Sorry, I forgot that. Okay, never mind.
Farewell.
Murder! Oh my god. Armor! I saw Save use armor in Hearthstone. That must mean it's good. It's not like you've ever lost a tutorial before. Yeah! I definitely have not done that. That would be so dumb. Fortunately, despite playing lots of Vampire Survivors, I haven't played this one at all yet, so no judgment. Oh, awesome! Okay, thanks, Save. I appreciate that. Thank you. This is on that the other way around. Oh my god, the screaming, dude. Oh, wait, I thought that was the game. No, that was Storm screaming. God, the OSTs in this and the previous game are such bangers. This is pretty good. This is pretty good. I wonder if they kept the crazy description from the first game. What should I look at for the description? Okay, you're used to chicken drumsticks while we got ice creams called drumsticks. Do you guys have cornettos? They're basically the same thing as our drumsticks. Of course, you always get it first try, because that's just how good we are. Hey, Gorgeous Geeks, when you played this demo, on a scale of 1 to 10, how many times did you die? Antonio's back! Yeah! We're professionals. Or don't you know? What is it? Oh, is that a... I thought that was a hammer, but I think it was a shovel. Gem hammer. Oh, it is a hammer. Okay. You don't have a scale for that. You have a death counter for it. Shh, don't tell him that. Unlocks the ability to add gems to cards. Find gems in chests or when leveling up. Okay, I can do gems. Gems and slotting gems into armor is a thing I'm good at. I've never seen a cornetto personally, but we do have dessert drumsticks, but they are not the default drumstick. Tao is screwed up in the ice cream infested brain. Chicken. But Save, what if I tell you? Ooh, double damage. Okay, hold on. Double damage. Oh, cool. What if I tell you that there's another type of drumstick that you shouldn't even eat because it belongs in an instrument? Now, what are you gonna fight with me about? Survived my first demo run, but came close to death as I figured it out. Died a handful of times. Like Vampire Survivors, when you read the end, reach the end, the Grim Reaper kills you to end your run? Oh, shit! Okay, I want to get to that point. That's fun. Nice. It's tasty though, Tao, but I'll choke on it. You don't understand. I'm really, really bad at eating anything with bones.
Farewell.
Uh-oh. I'm going to be murdered. Oh, no, they're just moving closer. 0, 1, 0. We call cornetto the Italian croissant too? Oh, really? Wait, do you guys have, does Italy have the croissant, not the croissant, the same kind, they're like drumstick ice cream cones out here in Oz. I thought that cornettos were like an actual type of of biscuit, like baked good in Italy. What about a boneless drumstick? If someone took the bone away? Well, I don't think it's a drumstick unless it has a bone. Is that right? Is that how that works? Sorry guys, this is really important. We have to know. We will solve the problems of the world tonight. Yes, I gigantified this emote like 23 minutes ago. You made a very, very small amount of money off those drumsticks. Yep. Oh, that's right, you did. Sorry, damn, 23 minutes ago. I guess I gotta move my, because I was like, okay, I've discovered that I forget things that are beyond 37 minutes ago. But apparently it's actually 23 minutes ago. That is actually the defining time period. Damn, tragic. Talking about that, have you tried ice cream biscuits? I do love an ice cream sandwich, but I don't think I've had an ice cream biscuit, unless that's the same. I'm not sure. Drumstick without the bone, just a giant non-crumbed nugget? Yeah, that sounds bomb. Precious favorite back, thank you for the lurk, and I appreciate it. Reborn! Hi there, Radical Reborn, welcome on in. It is so cool to see you. Welcome. How are you? Oh my gosh, you guys, Reborn has come in here recently, but I wanted to also just remind you guys that Reborn is one of the awesome OzTubers, Australian VTubers that I got the opportunity to hang out with for our peak session collab a few days ago. And Reborn was so patient with me while I was learning the game and super lovely. And like, I got to piggyback ride on him and it was great. And he helped me a lot. Also, holy crap, thank you so very much, Radical Reborn for the 100 biddies. Ooh, piece of candy. And Dearest Dancer, Dee, thank you so very much for the 100 as well. Lovely Nubs TTV, Many Shaped System, Sweet and Sauciness, and Amazing Akuma Entity. Thank you all so much for the follows. Welcome to the pouch. You are all now officially Pouch Pals, and what a pleasure it is to have you all. Welcome on in. Reborn, can I ask, how was your stream? What were you up to? You guys, this is Gorgeous Gaming Reborn, who have graced us with his presence, fresh from conquering the realms of modulus factory automation. This Australian variety streamer beareth a treasure trove of games, from crafting planets to mining shiny math rocks. His chill vibes and interactive adventures are truly lit, fam. Join him on this epic quest. 100% we have been reborn! Oh shit! Dee! Ah! Oh my gosh, sweetheart, thank you so very much for the 1,000 biddies! That's like a whole entire box of candies! Thank you, darling! The Soulstorm brought the party to Tao's place. Let's go! Thank you so very much for the incredibly generous biddies there, dearest Dee. Do you want me to call you Dee, Dee, Dancer? What is your preference? That goes for all of you. Akuma, can I call you Akuma? Would you like to be sweet or saucy? Sweet and sauciness? Let's see. The hype drums play as the Soulstorm approaches and a ritual begins. The Reborn needs your help to summon the train. Oh my God, look at you go. That was very poetic as fuck. Thank you so much. Thank you for bringing everybody in. And Nubs, can I call you Nubs? Thank you so very much. Dee Dancer, D Dancer, Dream Dancer, any of those. Just don't call me late for dinner. Even if you are late for dinner, we have a microwave. Stream was really good. Was doing a dare drop for a new factory game. Very cool. Was super chill, and it was interesting to see how it handles all the crafting. Very fun. Oh, that's awesome. Was it a lot of fun? Would you play it again? Also, wonderful Reborn, do you mind me asking, when is your next stream, if you happen to know? And while you tell us, I have a little info about ourselves.
Vtuber self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of Vtuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fanart tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Confess your love to yourself.
Confess, I tell you all the time.
Favorite food?
Corn,
Favorite drink?
TV static,
Favorite manga?
Norigami,
Favorite anime?
also Norigami,
Favorite game?
Witcher 3,
Favorite music?
glass animals,
Biggest fear?
water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
Holy and go!
Feel free to join the patch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the patch.
I hope you enjoyed that. But I'm a professional artist, so if you come on Fridays, we do art. And then for the last couple of hours of stream, I let you guys decide what you want to do. Tonight, you have decided demo night, but most of today has been spent doing art. We're playing through Persona 5 Royal for the very first time. Please no spoilers. That's on Sundays. On Tuesdays, we're playing through Final Fantasy 14 for the first time. Entering Heaven's Ward for the first time. Please no spoilers. And Wednesdays, we play Monster Hunter Stories 3 for the very first time. Please no spoilers. But if any of that sounds fun to you, we would love to have you. Now let me catch up with you, cutie patooties. You go by Poppy? I can call you Poppy, precious Poppy. That's cute. Googling, I see several products labeled boneless, skinless drumstick. Though I feel like at that point, I'd call it like a fillet. Now Tao's gonna be like, oh yeah, I love ice cream fillets. I do. I do. Nubs, let's see. Of course, Nubs, Nubsy, Nubbles, Nubbies. Oh, I love all of those. That's so cute. I get called all of those and more. Call me whatever you like, lovely. Thank you so much, darling. I do appreciate it. It's such a pleasure to welcome you on in. Thank you so much. I love Nubbies. I gotta remember Nubbies because I feel like I get to be all. I do the cute little Nubbies. Reborn is going to be streaming on Sunday. You guys remember, Reborn is a fellow Aussie, so let's go support him. Please go follow the fabulous Gaming Reborn. Like I said, total sweetheart, fellow Australian, very, very supportive for newbies in Peak. And who will also be doing his first playthrough through the Outer Worlds every Sunday. That's super cool. What does the rest of your stream week look like, Reborn? Welcome in, Void. How are you? It's good to see you. The intro was 10% more badass with the Vampire Crawlers OST. I hope it wasn't like too loud. I tried to turn it down, but it might not have worked. Ice cream fillets? I love ice cream. All right. Reborn, when you hear the term drumsticks, what comes to your mind? You can order it if you want as well. Nubbies it is! Nubbies! Yay, nubbies! Oh, good point, Strat. Thank you so much. Raiders, like I said, if you need a raid and run, go ahead. If you'd like us to come, we'd love to have you. We will still be live for a little, probably about an hour, maybe a little bit less. Please, for Lovely Reborn, I know that you've been streaming those long hours and being a wonderful, wonderful guy. So if you need to, like, go take a shower, go to sleep. Hopefully you're not going to sleep at 7:19 unless you're feeling quite ill. Maybe you need some dinner, possibly. Feel free to do so. I promise to take the best care of your lovely community until you come on back for them. But it is such an absolute honor and pleasure to welcome you in. Since we are talking about ice cream, drumsticks made sense. Okay. We're gonna pretend that you didn't say the context clues. And I'm gonna say, ha! Save! I told you! Either chicken, turkey, or the ice cream treat that we get here in the US. Dee Dee, you're on safe side then. For some reason, I think of pizza when thinking of drumsticks. Do you put drumsticks on your pizza? Thank you for the care package, Awesome Aussie.
Yes.
Have you guys been playing this game at all? What did I do? Oh, nothing. I'm very much kidding. But we have an ongoing thing at the moment. That save file 17 in the chat is like drumsticks are he's like those are chicken drumsticks, and when I think of drumstick I think of the ice cream version. So I'm looking for people who are like ice cream, and I'm like, yeah. The score is 1-1. That's true. Don't worry, dearest Didi. You were all good, sweetheart. I want to stay. Can you have joint custody with Reborn? I'll need to go through our lawyer. But yes, I tentatively would love to have joint custody of you, Nubbins. Nubbins. Nubbies.
Sunday, playthrough. Monday, Minecraft. Thursday, collab, Planet Crafter. Friday, what the fuck Friday? Variety. Oh, I love WTF Friday. That's great. That's really cute. Very fun. Well, if any of that sounds interesting to you guys, please do check out The Lovely Reborn. Doing that playthrough on Sundays, playing Minecraft on Mondays, doing a collab, Planet Crafter collab on Thursdays, and Variety on Fridays. Very, very cool. So you can see them many times in the week. If you play more than one demo today, I do have a big recommendation for Wild Blue Skies. It's from some of the key staff that made Star Fox 64, and I've been on a bit of a Star Fox kick as of late. Okay, fair enough, Gorgeous Geeks. If you would like me to like put that on the list, you can put that into the demo night thread if you would like to in the Discord. Let's just agree that Save is right, because I am on his side. Whoa. Whoa. Just because you're my modager does not mean that you get to have a more valid opinion than the surely numerous but shy people who agree with me. Given I'm hungry, I'd like to say the poultry, but I eat pretty much anything. That's so fair, dearest deity. All good, all good. How do you like your poultry? Do you like, are you a saucy dancer? Or, do you like to just like do a good job on the grillins and have like the crispy skins? I can throw a third one in for you. The UK has a candy lollipop thing called a drumstick. What? Gorgeous Geeks, why have you not told me about this? You, my friend, are my token British friend. How could you betray me like this? I also shake my fist to the sky and shout, the ice cream is deliberately shaped like the meat. Thank you for the pyrotechnics. Which came first, the meat or the ice cream? You know, when people were eating, like, you know, fucking meat before ice cream was ever even, before people could do anything with dairy. Who? What? I believe it was the ice cream. Let's see. Drumsticks are ice cream. You're allowed to have a different opinion and be wrong. Let's go. Let you tell. This is gonna be a poll now, isn't it? Drumstick, ice cream, or chicken? You know what? I think that's a perfect way to resolve this. Drumstick equals chicken or ice cream. Actually, I'll throw one in here for the Brits in the chat. British candy thing. Oh, or is it instrument utensil? Yeah, I'm gonna go with instrument utensil. You guys got 2 minutes. I will, okay, I said instra utensil. That's supposed to be instrument. I just can't type. Sorry, Tao. Chicken is what I think of when I hear drumstick. Damn it! Thought you had a chicken drumstick as a dessert when you said it. Fuck. Is it cooked? I'll eat it. It's cooked. It's cooked. Numerous but shy. Ah, yes, the yearly introvert convention. The walls of the room are very crowded. No one is in the center. Oh, man. Yes, good, Vulture. Sounds good, hun. I hope that you sleep well and have the sweetest dreams. Good job getting some food and get some water. I didn't want to muddy the waters further. I was thinking drumstick lollies, but we were already dealing with birds and ice cream. So many of you are traitors. So many of you voted for chicken. A fourth thing to throw a spanner in the works is that a drumstick is literally the sticks you drum with. That's true. Actually, Reborn, are you a muso? Are you a muso? Do you play anything? Any musical instruments? Hold on, I'm not looking at the. Oh God, this guy jump scared me. I posted a pic of British drumsticks in the Discord. Okay, I will definitely have to have a look at that. Terrific Trash, welcome on in. How are you? And Freak, hi, Fabulous Freak. Nah, no worries, lovely Vulture. Feel better, okay? To be honest, all options but the candy thing is correct. Tell us how you really feel about this. This community finds it way too funny to tie things up. That's true. Oh, okay, good. I have a bunch of people on my side. The ice cream is winning by one, but it's winning. Antonio, do you believe in ice cream? Do you believe in ice cream and ice cream and ice cream?
Both. I love both.
You know what? Both. I love both is valid. Just killing time before I have to leave to go to the cinema. What are you gonna go watch, Terrific Trash? I don't know what I'm doing. Sorry. Ice cream! that Candy is losing. The Brits are under attack. Oh, why did I read that as under attack, under repped? Sorry. Sorry, British people, I'm not attacking you. Not at all. I am a very cerebral person. I would love to be better at crafts and talents like music, but I'm all ideas. I mean, honestly, Reborn, a lot of people struggle with ideas, so that's potentially even more useful than having one of those skill sets that you mentioned, because if you can do those things but have no ideas, then you're gonna struggle to like make your own stuff, right? I'm seeing Project Hail Mary for the second time. Excellent decision. Amaze, amaze, amaze. I'll admit defeat until I'm in a stronger position of power with a voice able to be projected. Save is gonna bring the topic up when he streams. He's gonna ask his community. Seeing PHM? Amaze, amaze, amaze. Ah, yes, exactly. Amaze, amaze, amaze. Alas, I need to go feed my insistent kitty, and likely myself as well. Lovely to properly meet you. It's amazing to properly meet you too, dearest Dee Dee. Thank you so much for coming in. Sorry, I am generally quite hyper, but sometimes I'm not quite this annoying, so I do apologize if I'm off-putting at all. I really do appreciate you bringing everybody in, lovely Reborn, and thank you for joining us, dearest Dee Dee. I like working with people. My streamer friends turn to me for big brain troubleshooting. That's very, very smart. I might need to come to you for the same exact thing. Now I want chicken! Do you want drumstick chicken? Or do you want... Can I have this? Oh, I can. Do you want drumstick chicken? Or do you want chicken breast? Or do you want chicken tendies? Or do you want fried chicken? Or do you want bats? Always happy to help. Thank you so much, Reborn. I did get that vibe when you were insanely helpful during our collab. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm trying to run into anything that I see because I've discovered that a game like this, you do that and then you get, what is that? This looks dangerous. This is what this says about that. I think he'll kill me. I'm not doing great on the health department. Maybe I'll wait. They extended the cinema run of it, so I saw the opportunity to go see it again. Let's go! Awesome. Okay, that's totally fair. No, I would very much like to go see it too. I want to see it once more. Oh, a flower. Okay, it doesn't do anything. Ah. Antonio, 4 armor, whip, whip. Fabulous Philbo Soul! Hi, Cutie Pie! Welcome back, darling. It's so good to see you. I hope the stream was lovely as usual. Oh, yeah, no, I've been having a wonderful time, darling. I hope that you had a good time for whenever you were able to join us. And since you're going to bed, I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, Sweetie Pie. Thank you for coming in. A quick and possibly inaccurate Google indicates that drumstick was applied to the instrument in the 1500s, and then meat in the 1700s, and then ice cream in 1928. So, the musical voters out-nerd both of us. Okay, well, we can both agree that we are both dumb then. I'm kidding! For the record, Save is one of the smartest people I know, so I'm definitely not actually shitting on him. Is it time to turn off raids? It is time to turn off raids, sweetie. Thank you very much for reminding me. I appreciate it. Yeah, because we'll be finishing up in about half an hour. Okay. Oh, it's so satisfying when they all like go so smart, so wise. I wish I could do your Yugi voice, your Yugi and Joey voice. Oh fuck! Oh fuck! I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. I was careening down the freeway and then I accidentally. Oh, this is very bad for me. Very, very bad. Oh my god! I'm so gonna die. 46. Ow! Ow! Armor! Spinach! Ow! Ow! Armor! Ooh! 200 damage! Yes! Oh my god, there's so many of them, dude. You will be fine. Oh man. Knife? A knife? Oh god, dude. There's like a glowing bat behind him. They think they're being sneaky. You got this? Thank you. Thank you. At least I got some stream this week. It's been weird being so dead from drunk recovery that I missed multiple streams. This week didn't even feel like it happened. That's totally fair, Gorgeous Geeks. We missed you, hon. We have definitely noticed that you were missing, but again, as I always say, it is most important to me that you guys are taking care of the stuff that you gotta take care of, like not dying from a hangover. The final creature. Ow. But hopefully we will see you this coming week, Gorgeous Geeks. Ow. Alec, hey hun, welcome back in. I hate when I'm careening down the freeway and I run into 9 zombies and 9 skeletons. Rush hour, man. Damn, ain't that the truth? Yes! We are the champions, my friend. Probably should have gone with the armor, actually. Ba 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 ba! A gem! Increases area stat. Increases might stat. More damage. Need more damage. Need more damage. Need more damage. I don't know if Save ever tells any stream people his birthday, but I'm just thinking about what we could do for his birthday, and I think it'd be really, 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 really fun to play Hearthstone on his birthday. And then if he comes in during it, he'll be like, "What the fuck are you doing?" Share the treasure for all the support we gave. Absolutely, take the treasure. Here you go. Here you go. If you keep on fighting until the end, it sounds like it ends badly for you. But don't you want to see it for yourself? I certainly do. Wait, this is a demo? It is, lovely Lona. You can go get it right now. Not sponsored. When's his birthday? I want to make something for him. That's so sweet. I have no idea when his birthday is. I have no idea if he ever says it or not. But I'm just saying, if we ever found out and then I was playing Hearthstone, that'd be so funny. My birthday has remained a classified secret, but the stream's birthday is July 20th. I think we could arrange a July 20th stream to play Hearthstone. What do you guys think? Okay, cool. Perfect. Awesome. July 20. That is a little bit after the 4th of July. I guess it lacks stages, but you can have as many runs as you like and unlock stuff. That is true. Replicate overlays and everything, really throw them off guard. That would be really funny, actually. That'd be so much work, but it'd be so worth it. That would be really funny. Man, we're coming up. We are strategizing. Me and the pals are strategizing, sweet to save. One last thing, grow a very majestic beard. Oh my god, I would love to. I'm sure that I can probably find like a beard asset, you know, to equip to my head bone. That's what it's called. For the record, that's what it's called. It's a head bone. My birthday was classified too until one day it wasn't, thanks to you. Hey, no. You said I could. I would never tell anyone your birthday if you didn't allow it. But then you said I could, so I was like, yay! You weren't gonna tell anyone, but I was like, can I tell them? You're like, oh, fine. Don't lie to the people, Stratosage! The head bone's connected to the neck bone. The neck bone's connected to the drumstick. No! It's not connected to the drumstick. An extremely fake beard asset. Correct. 100%. I keep forgetting. I don't need the knife. That's true. You are pretty convincing. Oh, yes. I manipulated you into it. 240. Rah! Strat's going, ugh, fine. No. The neck bone is connected to the shoulder bones. For those who are okay with answering, who shares a birthday with a celebrity? I share a birthday with Whitney Houston. You do? That's so cool. I don't know who I share my birthday with. To be honest, I've never been interested in sharing a birthday with a celebrity. I'm much more interested in sharing my birthday with a fictional character. Just duplicate your hair and move it head down, ears and all. Insta beard. If I got rid of the ears, I could look like a fantasy Viking. The longest beard known to man. I did that wrong. That was the wrong order. Oh, dude, I am literally about to die. I'm so about to die. Oh, thank God. I have 10 HP left. Heal me! Please heal me. Please heal me. Please heal me. Fuck. Draws a card? Okay, draw a card. Insert gem into card? Wait, I'm so confused. What do you mean? Hold on. Draws a card? I thought you were gonna give me a card. Oh, it's a gem to put in the car. Oh! I get it. I don't share a birthday with anyone I know. I am special. You are very special, sweetest Strat. The most special modager I've ever known. When you play that other card, it will draw a card. Oh! Thank you, Save. Thank you, Save. Listen, I don't play card games. I don't do it. I don't. I'm gonna die. I have only 10 HP. How do I heal? Are you not supposed to be able to heal in this game? I'm going to be murdered. Please don't touch me. No. Owie. Armor, spinach. Ow, ow. Oh, thank God. Search for pyres or fire thingies. Okay. All right, we gotta go look for, oh, chickens. Not a drumstick, that's rotisserie. There's a difference. Save file. First name save, last name file. Floor chicken. Ooh, somehow a little bit better than wall chicken because you get to build up your immunity with the floor chicken. Ooh. More chicken? No, I don't need money. Money doesn't matter if I die. There was this girl I know who was like, every year on my birthday, it rains. And I was like, of course, because it's during the rainy season. Similarly, it never snows on my birthday because we don't get snow here. A whole kitchen. A whole kitchen. Ooh, Bible attack. A knife? Ooh, an axe! No, chicken. No, I want chicken. Starting to get this meme now. Okay, maybe some memes will make sense to me now. Because I think I've seen stuff about, like, chickens being found, and I'm like, I don't really understand. I don't really understand that reference. I like learning new things. You guys are so smart. Antonio, my friend. Hi there, sir.
Yes.
Yes. Wall chicken, wall chicken. Fuck. You know what I want? I think that there's another one of those spam, mash spam things up here somewhere. I just gotta get past this guy. Hopefully I can. I have an uncle born on February 29. They take great pride in calling themselves a teenager despite being retired. I actually kind of love that. I think that's one of the coolest birthdays you can possibly have. Because then every 4 years, ooh, I'm so screwed, dude. Every 4 years, regardless of whether it's like a big deal birthday or not, you do make a big deal out of it. You know what's going to make your birthday special? A ticket to Japan. For me. That would make it special if you got to be there, sweetest Strat. I'm not going for my birthday, but... Bruh. I'm going to be murdered. I'm going to die tonight. Yay. If you hadn't played Vampire Survivors, it is all about finding weapons with synergy and using meta resources to make later runs easier. Oh, it's like a roguelike. I've never actually played any game like this, Reborn, so I do appreciate that. Is that a vending machine? I love that you just go, You had me looking up which fictional characters share my birthday. Appears I share a birthday with Nagato Yuki from Haruhi. That's cool. And Deep Cut, Riko Mine from Battleship Yamato. Strap might know that one. I don't know that one. There's a video about chicken in video games, specifically a chicken meter. Is that like how good the chicken is in each game? Airplane ticket prices are freaking expensive at the moment. That is so true. Lilith, hi there, lovely Lilith. How are you? I am doing well. Thank you for asking. How are you? Welcome, welcome. Permanent stat boost. What? Okay, I must be honest, I was really hoping that that was going to be like a, ooh, chicken? Damn it. Oh, fuck, dude, I need chicken. Why won't it give me chicken? Space Battleship Yamato, that's definitely a throwback. We have some big sci-fi and like retro anime fans in the chat, so if you are interested in conversing with them, I'm sure they would be totally down for it. Lovely Nitsa. Welcome on in, by the way. I'm so gonna die, dude. Okay, armor. Whip. Bible. Yikes. Whip. Oh no, I definitely should have done the spinach first. Oh well. Owie! Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ooh, zoink, Scoob. I'm working on those points as we have talked before. The owing item shall be given soon. Wait, the owing item. Okay, I have really bad memory. Can you remind me? Can you please remind me? I'm so sorry. Free! Free! Yes! Can I hold on to the one that I didn't? Chicken! Damn it, dude, I need chicken! Or other delectable varieties of edible things. Fuck. Yikes, I have 5 HP, I'm so screwed. Posted the video in the media Discord about the chicken meter. Thank you so much, hon. Watching TauTass stream on my phone and in bed is a vibe. Aw, fabulous Billboard. So I so appreciate that, cutie pie. Thank you, darling. I'm so happy to have you sticking around. I hope we can give you good dreams. Okay, it's about time for me to die. Owie, owie, owie.
You're welcome.
Yes, thank God. On the stream of Peak with the collaboration, but you weren't live. Oh! I remember you now, lovely Lilith. I'm so sorry. It's time for my head pats then? You look, you guys, I have memories. I have good memories. I'm so glad that you told me. Thank you, hon. I'm so sorry. Can I eat those? Dude, these look so edible. Why not? Why not? The search for chicken. It's a Vampire Survivor game. Oh, I'm gonna die. I love your voice, by the way. It reminds me of the VA for Quetzalcoatl from Kobayashi's Dragon Maid. Thank you so much, lovely Nitsa. That's so sweet of you. I really appreciate that. I am actually a professional voice actress. I just haven't been in anime or anything. But, like, I'm so grateful that you like it. Thank you so much. I'm really, really flattered at the approximation as well. If you're interested in my demo, !VA demo, all one word, or there you go. There's the VA projects that I was recently in. Haven't been in anime yet. Aha! I actually don't think that they do a whole lot of remote recording, tragically. Oh, that feels like it should have been way more effective, dude.
My strength is your shield.
Thank you. Oh, I'm about to die. I'm about to die. Owie. Okay. This, that. Yes, thank God. Stream's gonna wrap up. Uppies for the road for you, Ozzy. Yee. Good, Ozzy. It is the time indeed, but the points are slowly going up. So in due time, you shall get them. I am so excited to get head pats from you, lovely Lilith. Thank you so much for remembering. I truly do appreciate it. I appreciate your incredible memory. Never stop chasing your dreams, Tao. Thank you, fabulous football song. You either, cutie pie. This is the end for Zombie Strikes. Oh. I'm going to. Okay. Scare. Oh, Reborn! Oh my gosh, sweetheart, thank you so much for utilizing your Prime sub on me. I really appreciate it. That's so sweet of you. Oh, Radical Reborn, you're so thoughtful. Thank you so much. Thank you, honey. That's really sweet, Reborn. Thank you. I was so worried that you were like secretly in the back of your mind. You're like, oh my God, this bitch is fucking insane. Nitsa, thank you so very much for honoring me with your follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thanks so much for being here, hun. It's such a pleasure to have you. You guys are so awesome. Thank you. Oh, hey, I had Prime. Thank you so much, Reborn. I'm so incredibly flattered that you would use that on me. Oh, E. Oh, E. Curse you. I don't need to secretly think that. I can still enjoy it here. That's true. Be honest about it. Just be forthright about it. That's okay. I love the noises and vibe. Oh, thank you so much, lovely Nitsa. That is perfect. I'm so glad that you like it because I am, I can be a little bit overwhelming for some people. It's always in good fun. This is a cozy, chaotic community after all. But yeah, I'm just a little bit hyper all the time. Can you believe that we've been streaming for 8 hours almost? And I'm still like this? I did have a mocha though. I have 1 shot of caffeine and it keeps me going for about 12 hours. Discord rules. Oh, if anyone would like to join the Discord, you're more than welcome to. Just please make sure that you read the rules very carefully because we have such a secure and cozy space, there's like extra rules on top of what you would typically expect. So we want to make sure people read the rules. And there is a secret verification keyword in said rules that then you put into the verification channel, and myself or a mod will let you in. Yeah. And thus the run comes to an end. Now a typical fan would immediately begin again. I was contemplating it, but well, we have 12 minutes. What do you think? Can we do a run in 12 minutes? Also, I saw uppies from somebody. Nix! Uppies for you, Nix. Yay! Good, Nix. Nitsa, and anyone who might be lurking or who might be new here, quick little intro. We are going to be finishing up pretty soon, but you won't have to wait too long for another stream from me if you want to get to know me a bit better, because I would love to get to know you a little bit better. But I am Tau. I'm a Tasmanian Tiger Vtuber and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. I'm also a professional artist, so if you come on in on Fridays, that's today, by the way, you guys get to request music, you get to decide what we draw, you guys get to... I'm also very happy to do, like, gentle, constructive critique and redlining if you're an artist and you're trying to get better. I'm happy to do that on these days. Also on Sundays, we're playing through Persona 5 for the first time. Please no spoilers. On Tuesdays, we play through Final Fantasy XIV for the first time. Please no spoilers. We are actually heading into Heavensward this coming week, though, which is very exciting. And because it's the online, that's the critically acclaimed MMORPG. You guys actually get to... if you have accounts, obviously, and are properly leveled, you are welcome to join me for raids, trials, dungeons, hanging out in the world. I love to look at your guys' amazing, like, glamours and stuff as well. On Wednesdays, we play Monster Hunter Stories 3, because I love Monster Hunter. I love Monster Hunter, the main line games, and I love Monster Hunter, the Stories games. So if any of that sounds fun to you, please come through. You're gonna head out, incredible Icy. All good, darling. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. I'm so excited to see your gorgeous artwork as well. Also, Alistair, thank you for contributing to the karaoke stream. Tau did well for not playing this type of game. Do you reckon, sweetest? Thank you. You're so sweet. Ooh, speaking of, if you guys do like card games like this, Save File 17 is like a 50-time leaderboard boy on Hearthstone. You should definitely go check him out. Even if you don't like Hearthstone, you should check him out because he's really, really entertaining. Very nerdy, knows way more memes and references than I do. And he's just like generally so incredibly fun to like spend time with on stream. He's really interactive, etc. Duplicator. Now the fun really begins. What is a duplicator? Let's see. This game is so visually pleasing. It is a very cool style. I like it a lot, actually. You did unlock a new level, library, if you wanted to at least take a glance at such. Wait, where'd you see that? Are you lying to me? 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 I don't see library. Oh, wait, maybe it's outside. Heaven's Word is the best expansion. Oh, how good. So far, I'm really annoyed with, what is his name? I don't want to say Alphonse. That's not his name. What's his name? The one that, whenever I voice him, this is the voice he gets. Can somebody please remind me? He'll get a better voice when he's not as much of a dick. You're also a pro streamer and cozy and chaotic vibe distributor. I like cozy and chaotic vibe distributor. I should put that on my resume. You love to look at everyone's mounts, from what I remember too. That's correct. I love seeing everybody's mounts. I'm a big mount girl. I love horses. I love deer. I love animals. I can respect mechs. I'm not a mech goyle, but that's okay. I'm not sure if I did it right, but in Discord on the verification, I said, hello, hello. Oh, I like this. That's very clever, lovely Lilith. I like that a lot. It was on the screen you just left. Sorry. Taz 204th shout out of the day. You better believe it, sweetest save. I want more. Yeah, Alfie not. That's it. Alpha nope. Yeah, that's the one. Feels like it's been weeks since I heard Taz Alfie voice. Alfie is cute though. He's cute and I hear he gets better. But when I get an annoying character, they get that voice. Not problem, differently want to hear Tau sing again. You don't want to hear that, no. The VA for Realm Reborn, Alfie is from Critical Role. Really? That's cool. Yeah, I've only dealt with a Realm Reborn. He's a little grating before Heaven's Word. That is my experience so far. Apparently I'm gonna like him more, but we'll see. Maybe save didn't lie to me. And there's a library somewhere. Inlaid library, look at this boy go. He's detail-oriented and I am not. I am tragically not. Okay, but now how do I know which of these walls has chicken in it, you know? Is that corn? That looks like corn to me. This is my new favorite. This is my new favorite area. Corn. Yummy. Save. Excellent decision. Hypnotic powers. Oh, we do have a weekly raffle. Thank you, Strat. What would I do without you? We have a weekly raffle. If we get 100 subbies in a week, we do a raffle for anyone who subbed, resubbed, gifted subs. We do that on our Fridays as well for a chibi, a piece of chibi art. And we also have some anime watch-alongs happening pretty soon if you would like to participate in that. Over on the Discord, of course. Oh, that's the other thing. Okay, hold on. We actually probably do need to, I probably need to show you guys this before we finish up. We actually also have a storytelling stream coming up and a Discord movie night if you would like to participate. This painting of some dude looks like corn. You know, maybe you think of thinking of ice cream before chicken is only part of the problem. How dare? How dare you imply? I mean, honestly, if I have managed to bypass the censors of there is something wrong with this crazy girl, to this point, I think it's a little too late now, Save. Gonna sit out tonight and make commands for all this, so you don't ever have to worry about it. Thank you, Strap, but you need to go to sleep, actually. There's a lot of community activities going on, so do consider joining if any of that interests you. Yeah, sorry, I might actually, hold on, we might hop out of this. I want to go over this real quick for you guys. Okay. So, ignore my unread messages. I'm aware I have a lot. It's okay, deep breaths. We'll work through it together. You guys actually you completed 2 community channel point goals today. One of which is if you go to the writing channel and then you go to the threads, there's a story time stream one. Story time streams are very, very fun because it is an invitation to you guys, the community, to submit prose, lyrics, short stories, novels, ideally not, 50 pages or 100 pages, whatever, but you know what I mean. And even stuff you haven't written, like stuff that's in the public domain, things like that. And we have a stream for 6 hours straight where we just do this. And if you submitted it, you get to decide whether I read it in my audiobook narrator voice or whether I voice act through it. So all you have to do to enter that is be a part of the Discord. Absolutely no AI generated content. That means you cannot have it write for you, and you also cannot have it edit for you. I want no AI. We will be able to tell. If you are submitting something that you did not write, please ensure that you either have explicit permission from the original author or that the piece is in public domain, okay? Please also abide by our usual TOS, and obviously Twitch's TOS, but honestly, I think the Pouch's TOS is more strict than Twitch's TOS. Let's see, please only post here when the piece you want to present is ready to be read, so do not post multiple parts over multiple days and multiple posts. That doesn't mean it has to be complete. So like if by the time stream comes around, you have 3 of your 20 chapters, you can submit those 3 chapters. They just have to all be together. You know what I mean? We can't do like, okay, day 1, here's 1 chapter. 5 days later, here's the 2nd chapter, right? Please only post 3 short stories, which is a page or less, or 1 long story, which is 2 or more pages per person. I am going to make sure that Pouch Pal, that's you guys, written stories will take precedence over unoriginal content. So while I am happy to read things like SCPs, creepypastas, stuff like that, I'm going to be reading through all the Pouch Pal written stuff beforehand, even if someone has put an SCP like or creepypasta up top. If Pouch Pal related stuff or Pouch Pal created stuff is like below that, I'm going to read that first, okay? No triggering content, please. That doesn't mean that you can't have like darkness and tragedy and stuff like that, but nothing like triggering, okay? Body horror, descriptive gore, essay, things like that. Just use your best judgment. You guys know what's appropriate in this in this community. Please self-edit or ask for help from friends, family, or even this community. If I struggle to read your writing due to a lack of punctuation or readability, I might have to pass it over, okay? All you gotta do is scroll all the way down here. You can see this is your break for the story time that you've achieved today. And we've already got we got an SCP, we got a creepypasta, we've got Nikki's writing here. So yeah, the other thing is that now you guys also have, if you go to the Pouch Couch, which is right here, Pouch Couch, and then you go to Threads, movie night! You guys got a movie night! Please do suggest movies. We actually only have Monty Python at the moment. And Ozzy's breaking the 4th wall. Let's see, the last thing is that this is not something you guys earned, this is just something that Umbra and Strap wanted to put together, which is very thoughtful of them. You guys are welcome to suggest stuff for an anime watch-along, also in the Pouch Couch. This is like our hangout area. Okie dokie! Let me scroll back up and say hi to you all before we finish up here. Hi. Let me see here. If I missed anything that you wanted me to see, you're welcome to resend it right now. Otherwise, I will start at... Thank you for the stream. No worries, lovely Aussie, all good. Thank you guys so much for joining me. Also, quick, massive thank you to our absolutely amazing raiders. We got so many fabulous, selfless sweethearts in here today. We had the awesome Akira FFS. We had the gorgeous Gaming Reborn, who is still here. The fabulous Naptime Nova, who is a darling. The Radical Resonant Hearts, who also did our alert sounds. The absolutely incredible Romanis, who's an absolutely astounding artist. The sweetest Save File 17, genuinely one of the most wonderful, kind, thoughtful, hilarious people I've met on the internet. And Cutie Cress, who is an absolute dream of an fellow Australian Vtuber. All right, I think it is the most raiders we've had, actually, lovely Seti. All right, well, I'm gonna see who I can pass you on to. I think we might go see someone doing art because that's what we were doing for the majority of the day. So I might just move us back over to that real quick. And remember, the next time I see you guys will in fact be on Sunday. Sunday will be a very fun time because we're doing some more Persona 5 Royal for the first time. So please feel free to come on in. Thank you for wearing me as a hat. Only the 4th time I've said that in my life. The 4th time? If I got 25 cents for every time you had that happen, I would have a whole $1. But it's very strange that's happened 4 times. Glad I could slip into the stream. 8 hours are a lot though. Go rest. Thank you, sweetheart. That's all right. I'm gonna go chill. Magnificent Master, thank you so much for the berries. Ooh, piece of candy. Thank you. Nitsa, Oz/New Zealand tends to produce some of the better streamers in my opinion. Aw, and that makes me, that is flattering. That is so flattering. Thank you. I hope that you continue to enjoy the content and hopefully you will consider coming on back because we'd love to get to know you better. Thanks for the stream. I've missed you and chat this week. It was truly a joy to be here for my Friday morning at work. Tao and the pals are truly wonderful. Gorgeous geeks, we missed you tons, sweetie pie. Thank you ever so much for coming back to us, for hanging out. I'm so grateful that, I mean, this sounds kind of weird, I guess, and I don't mean it to sound like mean, but I'm kind of glad that it felt like something was missing from your life when you weren't around us. We missed you. But I hope that I hope you're feeling much better and far less sickies. Unfortunately, the head pats weren't given today, but then on Sunday, you shall get them with no delays. I'm so excited, lovely Lilith. I can't wait to see some more of you as well. Please come back, come see us. We would love to see you some more. And I would love to get to know you some more as well. Enjoy my whole $1. Thanks, sweetest save. That's 25 bits per hat that you have been worn by for. You know what I mean. Thank you for the head pat, beautiful Bublin. Thank you. Sorry, I'm still looking for people to rate. Hold on, 1 second. A fish. I found a fish. Ooh! Wait, someone's from, we got a kiwi. Hold on, we might go see this kiwi. Hold on. Yeah, let's go see a kiwi. Let's go see this kiwi. We have gone to see this kiwi before. I just have bad memory and forgot that I'm following her, so this is good news. All right, darlings. Well, if you are going to bed, I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. If you have to do something else, I hope it's the best ever. Cutie Pies, it has been such an incredible pleasure to spend the last 8 hours with you. I really do appreciate it. Massive thank you to our incredible raiders. Thank you for the support through bits, through subbies, through gifted subbies, through everything, through your time, through your kindness. I absolutely adore every single one of you. Thank you so much. Please make sure that you take the best care of yourselves because you know that I would take the best care of you. And you all have a little piece of my heart and my soul. So please take care of those until I see you on Sunday, okay? All right, my darlings, take excellent care. And let's go see the lovely Aryu. We're gonna go be lovely, okay? Mwah. Bye-bye. 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 Pretty lady. Bye-bye. Mother? Boo-boo? Pretty lady. Bye-bye. Pretty lady.